Hello and welcome to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour event here in New Jersey. My name is Derek, but my superhero name is Charmer, and I am elated to be joined on the desk by an actual true hero of the Battle Spirits community, Kozmic. How are you doing? Are you excited for this event?
I am very excited for a lot of reasons. One, we get to be here together. And two, there is going to be a wonderful amount of games that we're going to see today because we have a very big meta shakeup that I think a lot of people are going to be excited to see because we've had a lot of wrecks, right? And, we've had a lot of just red on red, but I think we're going to be pleasantly surprised by what we see. And we do have one of those decks actually here for our very first round.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing Austin Pierce taking on Sebastian Garcia for the first round, and no Rex to be seen in these deck lists. Instead, we're going to see a healthy amount of white, which has me excited because I'm a bit of a white enthusiast myself.
Yeah, a lot of the decks we see popping up more recently are going to be focused around Axe Spider, really having that more control style gameplay. But here we do have a white control with Sebastian going to be on the left and Austin Pierce playing more of a purple-white Axe Spider variant. So that is a deck I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this weekend, and it really is just taking the benefit of Axe Spider being a really great mid-game blocker and just trying to close out the late game with some top-end purple or white.
Yeah, the interesting thing that Axe Spider has kind of done to the meta is it has allowed these slower decks to stall to get to that late game. And then what I'm really curious about myself as the day progresses is what people use to close out the games. Is this going to be a scenario where the greediest decks end up being the best because of the shift in the meta? Or is there going to be enough kind of things in the ballroom today to check on that, right? Are we still going to have enough red, maybe some white aggro, things like that to take advantage of these kind of slower paced decks?
Yeah, and not only that, EX01 really didn't get a full time to develop with the elementals or the zero drops that we've seen, and those have just been a great resource as well for something you can play turn one, right? You can now go Nexus in zero drop into a Nexus, so you have a blocker, and they're also just going to give you that draw effect, right? So you're able to filter through and find these more late game threats while also stalling out with those zero drops at the same time. So there's a great opportunity for setting up that early game now that, hey, you can attack your opponent and now they get to choose. Do I want to take the core from life to ramp up, or do I have a zero drop that's going to help me draw into a threat if I need it to? Because don't forget, those things can also attack once they're at that level too. So, all right, looks like we are going to get started.
One of the things that I'm going to be watching as this particular matchup progresses is whether or not these players are aggressive early on. Do you take kind of those free chunks of life away, or do you still hold back when you have a free lane? Because as you said, you don't want to ramp up your opponent's resources. Both of these decks do have a fair number of late game bombs that they're trying to get to, and I think you kind of don't want to speed toward that, but also the name of the game is actually killing your opponent. So how do you navigate that?
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because both these decks are going to be going long. So starting with Austria, we have those zero drop, the elemental that we had talked about, and then we have a Gregamar from Sebastian on the left side. So it does have armor red white, so it's really great against the white aggro and the Gigano Rex, but the protection's not going to do too much other than, of course, like a Dream Bomb if we see that out of the Austin's deck.
And some fast turns back and forth here because, again, these are decks that are traditionally just trying to survive in the early game, but with no real threats presented. We saw Austin just add a core and then pass back right to Sebastian.
Yep, the telegraph here is interesting because with Sebastian's start, okay, well, that definitely solidifies it with the Peggy Scion. He's saying, hey, I am playing a white control deck. We're going to go long. And maybe they have already had that discussion and a realization that they need to speed through these first couple turns because it's going to be a lot of draw go. You want to try to find your early game stabilizers. You want to get those reduction on board. And then Austin is just going to be able to use that zero cost to play out. That Depths for 5. Netherworld Depths being a key card to help you draw up a bunch. But you also don't want to play too many of them in the mirror match, or it becomes an alternate win con for your opponent to then deck you out.
Yeah, we didn't really have an opportunity quite yet to talk about the format, but this is a best of 3 format. So as you said, they kind of need to speed through some of these games if you want to try to get through at least 2 games within the round. And as you said, Netherworld Depths, a bit of a double-edged sword, but you do love seeing it early because that means you're going to have some options available. You don't have to commit to that second one, and it's going to allow you to dig. But Sebastian is now setting up a rather wide field here.
Yep, and then the Axe Spider is coming online, something we were expecting to see a lot today, because once it gets to level 2 with those 3 cores on it, it is very, very difficult to remove. It cannot be destroyed by BP effects, it cannot be destroyed in combat, so normally purple would go into white with having that curse as a mechanic to clear the spirits, but Axe Spider says, hey, no, we're here to stay. We're blocking all day long. There's nothing that you can do about it. Of course, you can remove it with things like Dream Bomb or Valkyrie Mist just to bounce it to hand, but for actual removal in what most decks are playing, Axe Spider does get to stick on the board.
And we're going to see another development here, and the dragon comes down, removing a lot of cores, and that's very effective because Sebastian, again, had gone a bit wide there for a white deck, and so is going to lose 2 of his spirits as a result.
Yep, I really like this as well. So Austin is getting to ramp, which is going to be really important in this matchup, just getting ahead on resources. And now he's also threatening that Netherworld Depths activation, saying, hey, yeah, your Axe Spider can block for free. That's fine, but I'm going to get to draw a card if you do so. But again, Sebastian playing the slower white control style of deck is saying, hey, I'll take the first 2 or 3 hits. That's not a problem. I need extra cores to get my strategy online. And then a Burning Force for the depth, so getting rid of that draw engine. So Sebastian's probably saying, hey, we want to play a fair game. We want to slow it down a little bit and not let our opponent just have all the extra card advantage over this game.
Yeah, so it's funny because earlier you had mentioned, hey, you don't want to run into too many of them in the mirror, but it turns out you still need likely more than one. Yes, this is a very heavy white deck that Sebastian is piloting, but running some Nexus removal, again, pretty standard. We do have those red cards like the Burning Force available, and now we have the what I would expect to see, the scenario we're going to see a lot today, right? Sebastian has an Axe Spider trying to be defensive, trying to stall out until they can potentially find an Elk, for example. On the other end, now Austin is in the driver's seat. They are being the person who is proactive, trying to chip away at some of that health, and they've got some pretty impressive spirits to do so.
Yep, and Dark Lance Cavalier here is great, just getting to draw that card, because again, Austin now with the loss of depth saying, hey, I need to find some of the other cards in purple that can help me draw and find those answer pieces that we want. So again, here we have the opportunity to say, hey, we can block the first one, but then we take the second point of damage, or just leaving up the Axe Spider as a 5k versus the 4k of Cavalier. So the Cavalier, of course, is not going to be able to swing in here. And then just a pass back to Sebastian. Oh, is that a depths pickup? I believe.
Yeah, it does look like.
Nice.
I was trying to look at the same thing there, so we can just barely see it. And now we get to see a quick peek at the hands here. Love those camera angles. And yes, the Netherworld Depths is in the hand of Sebastian, but a second Axe Spider with 3 cores hits the table. So the wall is officially built on the side of Sebastian. It's going to be incredibly hard for Austin to continue to push. So at this point, it looks like a Rocket City coming down as well. Sebastian might be stabilizing.
So Rocket City is an interesting one. It is great for being able to, if they develop another depths, it can force a discard once it's at level 2, and the Axe Spiders can be used to protect it. So I see he did spend the Soul Core. Ooh, okay. So he didn't protect it with the Soul Core because, again, he wanted to keep his Axe Spiders at 3, but sometimes you just have to run it out there and check your opponent and say, hey, if you don't have the Burning Force this turn, we're going to be able to keep this Nexus online. So a little bit of an interesting risky choice there, maybe just developing the Axe Spider and the Rocket City just for protection, just to make sure you have it can be good. But then also what I was going to say is Rocket City pushes you up, those Axe Spiders up to 6k, which can then give you some issues if your opponent has Maduke, and then you can no longer block Maduke for free, then you're triggering her Blood Curse. So that's also a consideration for this matchup. So it's really fun. There's
as well. So we, again, have a nice wall. We're just looking for some threats. Hopefully Netherworld will allow us to find more spirits that we can either go on offense with or find those Elks, right? Because, again, those are a win condition in and of themselves when you're playing this slow white deck like Sebastian is.
Yep, and then of course with Axe Spider's ability, we can't protect that depth. So you're right, getting that Burning Force is kind of a sneaky play, saying, hey, remove this if you want to, because it does look good. The Burning Forces aren't getting a lot of value against Sebastian's deck traditionally, because there's not going to be a lot of off-white Nexus that aren't being protected by Axe Spider. So we see the depths, we see a draw here.
All right, now this is, I think, I was going to say, I think where you start considering maybe you put the burst down as well, because that's also one of the interesting things about white is obviously like you're running the dream bombs, you're also going to be running the ice shields like everybody, and so it's one of those scenarios where when you actually put a burst down, your opponent kind of has to gauge which one it is. There are obviously some decks in the format where if the burst goes down, you kind of always know what it is.
Yep.
But this is not one of those cases.
Yeah, and really interesting here too with the Curse Dragon. So in Sebastian's list, a lot of it is a very traditional white control, but then there was 2 Curse Dragons as well on the top end as just kind of as a gotcha here, right? As what just happened, we got to clear 2 of those spirits, get to ramp 2 cores, and again, hey, in the white control style of deck, you want all the cores you can get. So Curse Dragon does make a lot of sense here, and especially in those more go wide style of decks, because you're setting up a wall with white, because you have these axe spiders, your opponent's going to have to naturally go wide against them, and Curse Dragon just comes down and says, hey, sorry, we're going to punish you for it, and we're going to get a ramp, and we're going to help clear some of your boards. So we will see what development comes of this when they see the Derm Dyna 2, threatening, hey, I want to be aggressive because you have that depths on board. It can now swing through.
Yeah, the Dyna needs to be able to push some damage, and with the writing on the wall, Sebastian here also going on offense, finally chipping away at some of the health of Austin here. Yep. Perhaps just saying things, right? I don't want to Divine Moon Sky Beast Fan Attack Elf.
Love those names in Battle Spirits, or there's the community named Elk.
Yeah. Or again, perhaps that they just kind of want to try to push through this game because this is still a best of 3, right? And this is already going a bit long, and it's just game 1. So maybe let's speed things up and get things low while we can. The other interesting bit here is you'll notice Austin, I believe, is now down to 1 health, which makes ice shields a bit awkward.
Yeah, the Ice Shield, it can still be played from hand, of course, so you're still able to end the combat, but you lose out on that kind of life gain ability. And it looks like we have another Axe Spider coming down here. And something to consider, like right now, both these decks have been ramped a bunch of cores, so they're both kind of online in terms of what they have access to, but getting those reductions on board is very, very important, or it can be difficult to play some of your late game bombs. So, the Derm Dyna and Axe Spider combo only giving us 2 white reductions, so if there's a bunch of top end purple cards, in his deck, he's going to have a much harder time to play them.
Yeah, that is one of the nice things about the approach that Sebastian has went through, right? This is the more traditional white where most of your things are going to be feeding directly into your core reduction costs. And we kind of see the benefit of that with Sebastian having this wide board now. The one drawback is sometimes you can be a little bit light on your card draw. You can run out of resources when you're running this hard white, but again, the bait and switch by playing that Rocket City earlier, having it destroyed, and then landing the Netherworld. Now, all of a sudden, Sebastian has the tools to continue to ramp and potentially continue to push forward here.
All right, looks like we are just going to see the Ice Shield going to heal back up and the combat and go into their turn. So Derm Dyna is really great at pressuring those Ice Shields every turn because, hey, I have a depths on board. I do get to draw a card, but with Derm Dyna's effect, it is still going to be unblockable. So unless you have that Dream Bomb or some other kind of bounce effect and make them replay it on their turn, right? He is sitting on the board saying, hey, I'm a threat. I will check an Ice Shield every turn, or until you crack back at me. But we probably have a absolute Ice Shield down here on the right side as well.
I mean, you're gonna hope so. Right now, Austin kind of has his back against the wall with only 1 health, and with Sebastian here already having a wider board starting the turn, and then we still have a lot of cores available to play 1 and possibly even 2 additional threats here as well. If you don't have something to shut down the turn, this will be over rather quickly and we'll be moving to game 2.
I think it is 2 apiece, actually. It looks like from the camera's cut off on the other side, but we have a Baculus in there as well. A couple suppressions. So yeah, the classic combo that we're going to be seeing a lot this weekend with the Axe Spider suppression. So it is going to get up to 8k, and because of Axe Spider's level 2 effect, that it basically just can't be destroyed in combat ever. That suppression is going to allow it to block multiple times. So if your opponent has 5 spirits or 20 spirits, it doesn't matter. Axe Spider is going to be the wall that blocks them all.
Yeah, so at this point, Sebastian is stuck waiting until they can burn through some of these suppressions. But the good news is Sebastian also has a very effective board here for trying to survive this. The problem is, of course, the Derm.
Yep.
You've got to keep yourself alive. You are at the 2 health, so you do have a little bit of leeway. You do have the Netherworld, so you will hopefully be able to continue to dig and do things like that. But you do have to have an answer. We do know that I believe a Dream Bomb is still floating around as well. That might be able to buy you some time.
Yeah, and I love the Buffalong Bill coming down here from Sebastian's. They have a great way to block the Axe Spider. And also, when you're this far behind from a reduction standpoint, right, you need to redevelop that Axe Spider. It's going to cost you a lot of cores. Yes, it is getting towards the later part of the stage of the game. We've ramped off life. We've ramped off Cursed Dragons. But playing that Axe Spider, because you still want to have that blocker and suppression combo, then limits what you're doing for developing the rest of your board. So the next turn will likely just be an Axe Spider pass, just because of the cores that are limited. So we do see the suppression here on the Cursed Dragon, which is going to make it a lot bigger and get over. So we probably will see some counterplay here with some BP boosting, or that Dream Bomb might come down on this turn as well.
Yeah, taking some time to make the decision here, it looks like. Really thinking this through. I think both players kind of realize that at this point in time, the game is teetering on 1 or 2 exchanges, right?
Yep.
We've hit the point where health totals are low enough that either player can sort this out, and we do see it come down, so...
And I like this. The Dream Bomb, right, is going to protect your Buffalong Bill and also completely reset your opponent's board state. Now, again, in Battle Spirit Saga, one of the most important things is the reduction system. It's both unique and really critical for advancing your game state. So, yes, you're giving your opponent back a Cursed Dragon, but for the on-summon, that doesn't matter too much in this matchup. And now we know that they have the Axe Spider and Cursed Dragon, so developing their board is going to take their entire turn, and unless it's back-to-back Ice Shields to kind of reestablish, you're going to be in a rough spot. Ooh, we do see a Dream Bomb from hand here.
Yeah.
So that might not be an absolute Ice Shield, or he's just trying to reset the board enough.
Yeah, that's going to be rather interesting, because if that's not an Ice Shield, I mean, it has to be, right? Or maybe that you're just trying to feign it, because if that's not an Ice Shield, all you're really doing is grinding this down, to a bit of a halt. Perhaps the game plan here is actually that you want to force the next 2 turns to be resets for both and allow you to dig deeper. If you only have the 1 Ice Shield and no other answers, giving yourself that extra turn for card draw could be the way that you get yourself out of this.
Yeah, and really important to note is, we don't have any burst set from Sebastian on the left, so there's, you could always just do the Ice Shield from bluff hand, but that's not going to do too much for you. So he's not able to swing out there to even check the absolute Ice Shield, because, right, he could swing, pop the Ice Shield, put him to 2, and then put him down to 1 to prevent further Ice Shields. But unless you have that guaranteed Dream Bomb or something, right, you don't have a good way to protect your board, knowing that your opponent still has that Derm Dyna in hand. So yep, we're just going to spend 1,000,000 cores to reset up our board into that Axe Spider and Derm Dyna state, and say, hey, we're at least going to be pushing some chip damage here with using the Soul Core. Yep, so paying the Soul Core, activating Derm Dyna's effect, making it itself unblockable because the opponent does have 1 Nexus in play. We're going to draw off the depths. And again, this puts us in the same situation that unless you have some kind of bounce effect here to stabilize, you're no longer going to be able to play those absolute Ice Shields out of your burst, because you'll be set at 1 life. And Derm Dyna is just now being that guy, as we like to say, that says, hey, we are checking Ice Shields every single turn from this point, or some kind of bounce. So just trying to take that aggressive line to close out this game 1.
Yeah, it's almost kind of a shame that Austin had to spend all of those cores just to get things back online, because I feel like with the situation that Sebastian's in, and yeah, we do see that the life goes away, this would have been a great time to capitalize on this opening, but instead you just get the damage in, and now both players at 1, right? So next point wins game 1 of the round. what can Sebastian do as a follow-up? You do have your double axe biter. You're going to have a lot of cores to work with here. Whether or not you can push through is a completely different story, though.
Yeah, and we have, if Sebastian does play something that doesn't have that pro purple, right? We did see that Deadly Balance take out the Buffalunk Bill on the previous turn, so there are still some options for removal, but you still have to worry about these two axe spiders kind of staring you down that, yes, they are defensive. They're great at just sitting there and blocking, but when you need to, it turns out they're just a spirit that turns sideways and can chip in the damage. So I'm curious to see what we're going to have here from in terms of development, and there's really some great sideboarding options we might see too going into the next games.
All right, so healthy number of cores expended here. And I think you have to make the judgment call here. Like, obviously your opponent's at 1. Do you want to continue to push at this point, or?
Or I think he used that too, right? I think it is the overlay that's cutting it off.
Oh,
unless I miscounted. I think it is 2.
It could be 2. Yeah, Sebastian is at 1. Sorry,
but Austin is at 2.
I was gonna say I think it's Austin is at 2 because of the overlay. Yes. So with Sebastian at 1, I apologize. I misspoke earlier. I said both at 1, but the overlay tricked me. So with Sebastian at 1, though, again, I think going on offense here is
so that's
a risky development.
And just the Ice Shield saying, nope, no more attacks. We just want to go into Archer immediately, heal back up to 2, and see what we can do with this Derm Dyna.
I mean, honestly, this is just the moment of truth, right? Because if Sebastian doesn't have an answer for the Derm Dyna, then we are going to be going to game 2 of the round. This absolute machine, pun very intended, has been a threat ever since it hit the table. And I know that you and I are going to be talking a lot about Axe Biter and how it is incredibly potent as far as stalling and surviving. But I think one of the things that we're also going to have to keep an eye on is the Dyna as the day goes on, because it turns out Axe Biters don't really matter as much when you can ignore them entirely. But we do have a Dream Bomb answer from Sebastian. Game 1 is not over yet.
Yep. Again, that depth's really going the distance here. That, it's a double-edged sword, right? So for Austin, yes, it is the way to make our spirits unblockable. We want to push for damage. We want to close this game out, but at the same time, you are letting your opponent dig for answers. It's only 1 card draw because we are at 1 life, being able to threaten that lethal on the next turn. But here again, we're going to have a board reset. We have a couple blockers from Austin's side of the field. Axe Biter still doing some work. I believe we still saw another suppression in his hand. So unless Sebastian can confine the unblockable piece, right? We're now just kind of at that point of the game where both players are saying, hey, we have suppressions, we have Axe Biter, we have answers for at least stuff that we can block. But if you have something unblockable, or if you have Elk is another card that we're going to be seeing later. Elk is a way that says, hey, this is burn damage over the top that I don't care if your guy's going to be able to attack and block, but we have the suppression to lock him out and then get that last point of damage in with Elk. So really curious to see if Sebastian's going to be able to find that Elk from their deck and push through that point of damage, or if it is just going to be a go wide development. We have that Enterprise. We have our board completely protected in this case, but we still have to find an additional threat.
We are, again, going to talk about Axe Biter a lot, but with Elk, with our Mech Lord, the Derm Dyna, we do have ways to get through Axe Biter. So I think one of the other things we're going to have to keep an eye on is, again, whether or not the decks that are successful today are the ones that go just greedier, right? We might see, as the day progresses, decks that are running, full complements of the Elk, for example, with Derm Dynas on top of it, be a great meta call.
Yep, and that's one of the things that, we were talking about with the smaller events. If you compare it like a Grand Open versus a Pro Tour, right? There is a different mindset you naturally want to go into it, because you can kind of metagame against a Pro Tour, knowing who's coming to it, knowing what type of decks they like to play, and seeing what lists were more popping up more recently. Where in the Grand Open is just a completely open field, hundreds of players for the Ohio event that we just had, and that can be just kind of a roll of the dice. But I think we will see here two theories, as you're right. The all-in, super greedy, very heavy Elk, very heavy Derm Dyna, but will we see the players as well that are coming into this meta saying, hey, I'm going to check you. I'm going to be playing the white aggro. I'm going to be playing 4 Valkyrie Mist, 4 Dream Bomb, and just make sure you can't have a board and block out at times. And then here we go. We see the suppression. We're going to be blocking it out and saying, hey, here we are. If you have a Dream Bomb or something to push for damage, be my guest. But otherwise, this Axe Spider is, you know, shutting off the turn because he is just going to be able to block out the field.
Well, we did get some additional information there because we did see the from hand Absolute Ice Shield available to Sebastian. So it does not look like he has the tools to push through this turn, but we can keep ourselves alive, try again on the following turn, see if maybe we can get there. And of course, when I say we, I mean the royal we, because whenever it's a player's turn, then all of us, you and me included, are the viewers, but we want to feel like we're part of that player's team, right? So like right now, we are on the side of Austin, and Austin is trying to push through that damage, and it looks like...
Yep. Termdine was able to close it out.
It's successful, yeah. Even with the Ice Shield there, unfortunately, stopping combat doesn't matter when the first thing gets it done. So game 1 of round 1 is in the books with Austin Pierce going up in the series 1-0.
Yeah, we can pull up some sideboard options here really quickly. So we do have the list available to us. So looking over at Sebastian's side, we have our, what do we got? We have, if I could zoom in. So we have Dark Bishop Baculus, which not doing too much in this matchup, right? You have the Curse Dragon combo. It can hit a couple things because they're not all in on the Axe Spider plan, but it's only going to be like the Axe Spider closes it out. Core Thefts could be cute to catch the Derm Dyna because there are going to be some situations where you have to pay that Soul Core off of him, and it's very hard to have Soul Core +4 on him, right? Because that's 5 quarters total investment. If you try to play around it, might snipe it. Leon is great for aggro. Certain aggro matchups are all the 0 drops that are going around. Not too much going on. Star Blessed draw. I do like. We saw a Darklands Cavalier, so we can assume that there's going to be a couple other when summoned. So maybe just bring that in for more draw tools, right? Because this game is going to go long. You want to see your pieces. You want more draw stuff.
So what I was going to say is that when I'm looking at this deck list, the main deck had 2 Star Blasts with 2 more in the board, and I think that when you look at how game 1 went, you were doing. That's what it comes down to. You didn't find your elk. You didn't find any of your own mech lords, right? So if you're trying to find a Germ Dyna, if you're trying to find one of those nice Moonsky elks, then you're going to need to dig deeper. And I think that just sticking in the additional Star Blasts would be entirely reasonable.
Yep, very much a fan of those additions. And then for Austin's list, off to the side. Oh, we have a triple turbo Rex in the sideboard, which notably can force an Axe Spider to attack and bounce an Axe Spider on your turn. So that is a way to very much clear up the board and get rid of those pesky Axe Spiders, because again, you want to be able to bounce them every single turn that you have available to you. And then we also have an Elephant, an extra Curse Dragon, the Baculus again, Suppression. So I think we are just going to see a lot more draw engines or stall pieces, or I should say disruption pieces, specifically against Axe Spider coming in from both players. So, we do have the Beldegor's main deck out of Austin for, we have to sacrifice something for Turbo Rex's Ascend cost, but it could be a really, difficult threat for Sebastian to deal with because it's just such a great disruption tool that you might want to consider bringing in. And then an Elephant, just good for, again, another late game threat that we can draw some cards off of, and also just help refresh our board and cores for when we want to be able to hold up key Magic cards.
Yeah, as I'm looking at this list, I feel like we definitely want to bring in the Dinosaur Harrier Turbo Rex. What an interesting and fun meta call. This is a card that I have personally I've been saying is much better than it looks. Even when we just had set 1, it was one of those X rares that I kept saying, like, it's an X rare for a reason, right? Like, it's going to be powerful. We just have to find the right use for it. This is the meta for it. Being able to force your opponent to have multiple Axe Spiders in play, essentially, to deal with or contend with the Harrier is a pretty big deal. Now, on the other side of the spectrum, though, you do also need to be able to block and survive the Axe Spider exchange, right? Because the Axe Spider's not going to die when it swings. So making it attack is cool, but
Yeah,
you also have to just like not kill yourself by accident.
Yep. And yeah, in TurboX itself, it does have that ascend cost, but it does have the payoff of having a pretty good BP threshold behind it. So you're able to, be aggressive with it, and because you want to attack with it, right? You want to get that bounce effect. And at least in these deck lists that we've seen, having that AK threshold can be just enough to help push you through it and make sure that it doesn't just die to something easy.
Well, we're going into game 2 now. Again, if you're just joining us, Austin Pierce is up 1 game in the series. We're in round 1 of the Pro Tour for Battle Spirit Saga here in New Jersey. We have Sebastian trying to take a game away and force a game 3 in this round.
Yep, and again, something you want to consider, I'm sure both players are conscious of, if we're going to be playing some longer matches and get to that game 3, we just need to blaze through. Like, we saw a lot of that draw go action within the first turn, and yep, we're going to see the draw effect off the elemental here. So great. Again, I love those 0 drops, right? It's a great blocker when you need it. It helps you draw a card. It filters through your deck quicker. But right, both players really just trying to play that draw go and get online quickly here.
Yeah, you want to get online. You also just want to pressure, I think, a bit sooner as well. One of the things we noticed was a lot of inaction in the early of game 1. I think Sebastian might have realized, hey, perhaps I should have pressured a little bit sooner, because it's weird. The longer that white goes, right, usually the more it's favored. However, last game we went through a lot of turns and Sebastian found 0 win conditions. So I think right now Sebastian might be saying, what I need to do is make sure that I have at least enough pressure, so if I do finally draw one, I don't also have to wait through several rounds, right? Even if you do find that Moon Sky Elk, for example, you don't want to be in a position where you then have to not take damage for like 4 rounds to win the game. And when you're already down a game, and it's a best of 3, and you have to win 2, you almost are forced to be a bit more proactive than you would like to be.
Yeah, and speaking of that early game aggression, that's exactly what we're doing here. Something you don't see often at all is just an Axe Spider coming across very quickly and now forcing Austin to sack off his extra 0 cost to get another draw. So, this could be a telegraph from Austin that he maybe has another one or has some other kind of, get it on the board reduction style, because now you're just threatening, 2 reductions from Sebastian's side. We're able to develop our game plan, and they're just good attackers. Sometimes, again, you just want that early chip damage to push through.
Yeah, another thing that honestly Austin could be kind of telegraphing here would be that you have a lot of your expensive cards and you're okay with taking some of this early damage because Sebastian, yes, they kind of need to be aggressive and close things out so that we can get to this game 3, but also you want to ramp up on both of these decks, right? Both of them have some expensive late game cards, and when you can take 1 or 2 damage early and your opponent is still at 5, technically that is potentially an advantage. Like, you're down in life, but you're up in the really important core resources at that point. And we see a lot of shuffling of said cores around here, looking at the hands.
Got that Enterprise and Axe Spider again. Yep. So a lot of those, again, great. Late game or Axe Spider for mid game stabilization. Enterprise is going to come down later and protect your board thanks to his level 3 ability and just giving armored everything that you care about pretty much in this deck. The purple, red, and white does not have armor yellow, notably, but hey, our opponent doesn't have a bunch of yellow cards in their deck, so we're safe from that. So again, great to build up the board. You're going to have a wide board, get to block a lot of stuff, but you still have to find the Derm Dyna and those Elks to help close out and get that damage over the top.
So one of the interesting things, because there are many interesting things, but one of the most interesting things about the D08 Axe Spider is that it bites axes. Why do you think he's so hungry for axes?
He's been out in the realm of Frost for a long time, being busy protecting the land, whatnot. And sometimes you just, hey, I need to refuel a little bit and find some axes laying around.
I didn't know if axes had more nutritional value than swords. I feel like if I was out in the cold like he is, I would want to eat some shields, perhaps, bulk up a little bit, prepare for winter.
Yeah, you would think so because of how defensive he is. Maybe the nutritional value from axes as you're digesting them as the giant robot that he is provides more defensive stats. But hey, that's they're doing a great job protecting the Realm of Frost and being the absolute wall for this deck.
Hey, speaking of Frost and walls, I happen to notice that Sebastian does have a burst arm, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that as well. That would be a really big boon if you could continue to go wide pressure, but then also have something like an ice shield that you could rely on if there's any sort of surprise crackback by Austin. Also, we know last game went the way of the Mech Lord. Austin was able to continue to pressure as well, so finding early ice shields would be a big boon for Sebastian because he didn't find win conditions, but also was really light on the ice shields as well.
Yeah, and again, with that Derm Dyna, just checking him every time, you have to be able to see all 4 of them. And the depths, again, a great tool for helping you draw the cards, but it is only, 1 extra card when you're that low in life. And we are seeing, the Axe Spiders kind of bouncing off one another here just to try to get in the chip damage, which is going to force this 3rd attack out of Sebastian. But if they have the suppression, they could play it here and clean up the spirit, but Sever's going to take it from light because, again, both these decks really want to try to get to that mid or late game. So taking the first couple of points of damage is not too bad because you're going to ramp yourself and maybe you just need that 1 extra or 2 extra cores to play your big threat. But we're going to see what Austin's going to follow up with here other than, maybe more Axe Spiders coming down just to gum up the board a bit more.
One of the things that I think we also need to kind of keep an eye out for is whether or not somebody finds just honestly more fuel, right? We know that the Mammoth is being run in some of these lists, which would be a pretty big unit, big wall, but also would be a great way to ramp up those cores, fill up your hand with both players on white. You're kind of starving per card draw. Yes, there's a splash of purple on the side of Sebastian for the Netherworld. Obviously, Austin has a bit more purple in their list as well. We've seen the benefits of some of those Cavaliers, as you were mentioning earlier, but these are still lists that would absolutely potentially fall victim to running out of playable cards. And with the way this game is going with this pace, we're kind of seeing them fly through some of their resources, right? There's a lot of units on the board for both players rather early, a lot of combat back and forth. It's an interesting departure from game 1 where the pace was so much more glacial, pun very intended, with the white in this matchup.
Yeah, again, I think we really are trying to force that game 3 if we have the time available to do so. And going back to your comment with Elephant, right, it's also great just for getting to refresh those cores. So it allows you to have that aggressive line still, being able to swing out with everything. And as long as you get to the end of your attack step, you get that refresh. So now your Axe Spiders are doing double duty. They get to attack. They get to always survive in combat. And it puts your opponent in this position and says, hey, I'm either going to have this key threat that's going to refresh and let me play offensively and defensively, or let's say you answer it. Let's say it's not just a Dream Bomb. You have to have that Deadly Balance or something, right? Well, all right, that's fine. I'm going to ramp 3 cores and draw 3 cards. And that's exactly what, White wants to put their opponent under pressure with, saying, hey, you have to deal with this one of 2 ways. And oftentimes, it's going to benefit me one way or another. I get to be offensive, or I get to get the card draw and core ramp value out of it. So definitely a card I think we're going to be seeing a lot of, not only today, but in future sets as well.
We got a sneak peek at some of the hands there for a moment. We do know it looked like Austin was sitting on an ice shield that has not yet made it to the burst zone yet, but would potentially be a nice surprise in a pinch. As we've said before, you can still play it from hand. It usually isn't necessarily the best use, but with the addition of Axe Spider, we're actually seeing it a bit more often now, right? Because you can use the Axe Spider to still block the first thing, and then when you play it from hand, you still shut down the rest of the combat, right? Which is why in that last matchup, the Mech Lord, the Derm Dino, is just so pivotal, because when you start your turn with swinging with that, the ice shields are required to have been A, played from the burst, and B, require you to be at 2 health or more to be able to take advantage of it, or else you're not shutting down anything. And we're seeing a lot of cores spent here on the side of Austin, so
Bringing down the depths online. So again, putting ourselves in that position of like, hey, I want to draw some cards and try to find our late game threats. So we might get to see some of those Star Blessed draws out of Sebastian just to get a draw engine online, because at this point it looks like both players have cards in hand, both players have spirits on board to block things up, but whoever can get the card advantage from this point and find their late game threats, and then also find their dream bombs or suppressions on backup, should be able to run away with the game from here. But we will see what these next two or three turns develop from both players.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if Sebastian just straight up has an answer. We know that the burning forces are there. We saw them use it to remove the Netherworld in game 1 of this round. That was one of the things that stood out to me. I really liked Sebastian's play in that first game with the bait of the Rocket City into the Netherworld, and I felt like they were navigating through the turns pretty well. But when you just don't draw what you need when you need it, like sometimes that can be a bit much to try to fight back from. We have a very wide board on the side of Sebastian, but again, I can't help but notice we still don't have some of those really key cards.
Yep.
It feels like Sebastian is just digging and hoping and praying to find an elk, find a mech lord, find something. Oh, and a bit of a topple over there. Whoopsie.
Yep, putting cores back in the right place as they go really quick. Very easy to pick up and clean up, as it were. But yeah, exactly. Like, right, we need to see some of these Star Blessed draws, or as mentioned, just some kind of engines, because we need to dig for those elks. We need to find something that's going to help us push through the damage, and it's really going to come down again to the card advantage piece, which is ultimately going to find our late game threats for us. Or again, the steps is going to do a lot of work in just saying, hey, you can attack me all you want. I'm going to start drawing some cards out of it, and I will have the card advantage over you. So it puts Sebastian on a very more defensive plan now, because you're unable to, not just push through for the damage, because they have the Axe Spiders. They're going to choose how many cards that they want to draw at all times. And, we can go wide. Maybe we get in one more chip damage, but if you're drawing all those cards for your opponent, it's not going to be a good spot for you to be in when they get those late game threats and you don't.
Yeah, we started this game at a bit of a breakneck pace for a white deck. Like, I know it wasn't earth-shatteringly fast, but let's be honest, we don't see white attack very often, at least that early. However, what I think Sebastian wanted to accomplish, we just didn't get to see him achieve it, which is to get Austin's health down low enough to where maybe they couldn't take advantage of Ice Shield from the burst zone. Again, both players now have cards in the burst zone. We're seeing Sebastian take a damage here, which doesn't necessarily mean that Sebastian doesn't have an Ice Shield there. They also might just want to ramp up, recognizing, okay, we're transitioning into a more sluggish play here. I want those cores. I want to be able to kind of close that gap. When you have the full 5 health and you're the white player, you don't have to use Ice Shields right out of the gate like that. You can absolutely use your health as a resource. And well, we finally...
The race is on. Let's go.
We finally find a late game threat, a huge bomb. The Mech Lord Derm Dyna enters play on the side of Sebastian, and that's got to feel good, because we were facing a scenario where Sebastian almost went through 2 whole games without finding any of the real key cards for this list.
Yeah, in the previous turn, he got that Elf online, which we were talking about. Really great threat for being able to get the card draw, get to all this chance to refresh. And then Austin followed up immediately with that Derm Dyna and says, all right, look, we're running it back from game 1. We have that Derm Dyna online first. We're going to start swinging, and we're going to have that unblockable damage to chip away at your health. But again, Sebastian, right on time, was able to answer it with his own Derm Dyna, but now we have to figure out, you are still staring down at depths. You have to attack here. You have to recognize that you are in a racing scenario, but now your opponent's always going to draw 2 cards to your 1 every turn, and it is just going to come down to a game of Ice Shields and Dream Bombs as a way of disrupting the Derm Dyna.
I think right now, if Sebastian had his choice, he would still want to be the one attacking, because he knows what it's like to be on the other side, right? Doesn't matter if you've got the depths. When you have the ability to be proactive, when you're the one with the Mech Lord, you can be pushy. I think Sebastian's saying, okay, Karma didn't go my way game 1, but now we've reversed roles, we've reversed scenarios. This is where the Battle Spirits gods give me a break, and we go to game 3. And hopefully rather quickly, because again, these are some late game decks, and we do have to push through in the 60-minute time limit, right? These rounds do have a 60-minute time limit, and the last thing you want to do is leave it up to something like counting cards in the deck, for example, or anything where you're unsure of whether or not you're going to go away with the win.
Yeah, and I believe if we heard off to this side, there was, I think, a 10-minute warning that was called. So we are getting very close to the wire here in terms of the games overall and how much time is going to be left. So Austin, is still in that commanding position with both the Durham Dyna and the depths. So he can just, close out the game here and have the extra card advantage. But there is a non-0% chance that we do end up seeing a game 3, which would then come down to the tiebreaker rules in determining who gets that game 3 match, or game 3 and the match, I should say. And a lot of cores here being spent or reserved.
Least, I was gonna say, thinking through. It's one of the interesting things when you watch players is how they kind of work through the motions mentally, right? We oftentimes see people put them in piles, or they'll kind of like move them around and put them maybe below cards but not on them yet, as they kind of think through what they want to do with their turn. And that's one of the things that I'm always a bit interested, because it gives you kind of like a nice peek at the inner workings of their brains. But we do see another threat come down with the 4 cores here.
Yep, Enterprise just being a great way to protect your board here and making sure that your threats can stay on there. And, the Fool is interesting. We did see a sacrifice for another Spirit here, but the Fool wants to protect something with the Soul Core, but you're spending that Soul Core now every single turn with Durham Dyna, because you need the unblockable damage. You need to be able to push through. So interesting choice to keep the Fool on for this board state. But then again, they probably are just trying to get aggressive and figure out what else they can swing with. Wanting to draw cards off that depths and maybe force a block. You lose a Spirit and that's fine, but you want to just draw the extra cards where you can. Yep. So there's a card draw off the depths.
Yeah, we're at a stage now where we have the dueling Dynas, right? We saw the opening from Austin there where they swung with the Durham Dyna, and now we're going to follow it up. I feel like it was just a couple of turns ago where Sebastian was really wide on the board and it felt like they were the aggressor, but we've seen Austin turn a corner and is now really kind of going all gas, no brakes here. This is a very wide but aggressive turn.
Yeah, especially with what we can only assume is an Ice Shield anyways. That's going to get checked by the Durham Dyna. You're now saying, look, I need to chip away some of your life, and if you block, I'm going to hopefully get this Depths activation either way to let me draw a card. So I'm really curious to see how much pressure we're going to end up applying on this turn, or if we're forcing Austin to leave up that Enterprise for the very last thing and then try to get them with a suppression.
I do think that might be what the strategy was here. Both players starting to get relatively low here. We've crossed the halfway threshold. It's kind of hard to say halfway when you have 5 health, right? But when you're at 2 apiece, we've crossed it for both players. And now we have a fistful of cards on the side of Austin. And yes, this turn is going to be wrapping up, but a lot of resources available. And if you can survive, I wonder how we're going to follow up that very nice turn, right? We got some damage in, we made some progress. It's funny because both of these players really want to close this out. Sebastian needs to force a game 3. Austin really just wants to end this now and not have to go into any situation where you're worried about tiebreakers.
Yep, and now it's getting to the point where you're able to draw those cards, hopefully dig into a, again, Dream On or something else. Like the Absolute Ice Shield's nice, gives you that 1-turn guarantee, but you really do need to rely on some good follow-up turns if you're going to be playing the who has more Ice Shield games as these 2 Durham Dynas face off.
We are waiting with bated breath to see what the answer is going to be, because that is a Durham Dyna on its way.
Yeah,
there we go. I was going to say, with only the 2 health left, we've also kind of hit the point where if you're going to be playing your Ice Shields from the burst, you kind of need to do it now, right? So I suspect we are going to see a couple of Ice Shields popped back and forth in rapid succession on both sides. We've had those burst cards kind of sitting there for quite some time.
Right, and I just automatically assumed that it was just gonna be like, all right, automatically flip the Absolute Ice Shield and, you know, go into my turn. But there might also been a telegraph there. Then there is a Dream Bomb or something, or some other type of, you know, interaction that you maybe not considering. You know, forcing your opponent to attack out more to get more card draw off the depths, and try to save the Absolute Ice Shield for another turn. But again, I think it is just going to be a couple turns back and forth here of the Absolute Ice Shields for both players. Although Austin has not set a burst yet.
Yeah, I'm still maneuvering the cores around. Would be interesting if we don't see another burst come down, but it doesn't mean the end of the world for Austin. I would just be personally kind of surprised because, again, there are so many cards in that hand.
Yeah, the depths have definitely done its job turn after turn in giving you a wide grip of cards to your choice. So again, there is no maximum hand size. So if you draw your entire deck somehow, you know, at a turn, you have that available to you. But you know, we still do need the cores to cast these cards. It is going to be one of the, you know, key balancing features, as it were, of Battle Spirit Saga, that you can have all this card draw in the world, but in these top end heavy decks, you might still only get to play 1 or 2 cards a turn because you have to deploy a spirit and then also have some number of cores left over to play a, well, that's one way to do it, to play a spell. The Mothership is coming down from Austin, which is going to refresh all of his cores during his opponent's attack step.
Yeah, that's going to be rather powerful. And the reason why is because right now you've got, what, 7 cores over there that are waiting in the trash that will be refreshed. And that means that we might see things like a Dream Bomb from hand or suppression or some of these other tools, which would be the best way to survive because we did not see any bursts played, right? All those cards, no burst laid down. So if you're Sebastian, I think that you kind of expect the play to be suppression at this point.
Yep. Well, keep in mind, now that Austin has deployed the second Nexus, Dyna now has 2 targets. So this is, you know, assuming that it was just what's on the board, and we assume, of course, no interaction, which is not going to be the case from Austin. This is just lethal on board because Dyna is going to make 2 things unblockable thanks to the 2 Nexus on Austin's side of the field, and just say, hey, this has got to be a double check now.
Yeah, a little bit of the pointing back and forth.
So the Enterprise does have the protection from Sebastian's side. I think it just might have been a double checking core side of things. So
yeah.
Technically here from a sequencing, obviously players do shortcut this often, but Mothership does let you recover your cores at the start of combat. So you would enter combat, refresh your cores, and then Sebastian would declare the attacker in this case. But again, we're getting all 7 of those cores back and getting to draw a card off the depths. Like, this is a very, very strong combo that we're going to see a lot out of the white and purple decks.
We still have not seen the burst, though. So unless this is an Absolute Ice Shield from hand or a Dream Bomb or something, we might still see Sebastian have the opportunity to close this out.
Yep. So I think the hope there was you have to deploy the Mothership just to find the cores to play something if they're going to be drawing off depths. Probably just didn't have any other answer. And Dream Bomb, you know, being an expensive choice there, or just trying to find the Ice Shield, and maybe you have to sacrifice some of your spirits. So we did see an end of game 2, and we're gonna have to find the exact moment of how much time is left and exactly what is going on. So I did hear time get called for the round, but there might be a game 3 in this case, where it would just be maybe they have an extension, because, you know, in these types of events out here in the Pro Tour, there, as players get seated, often you'll find that they get a couple extra minutes to get to the table, make sure there's a judge by. So there could have also been a short time extension for this match as well. So we'll figure out what's going on here.
We also know that because these players were selected to be on camera, right, there might have been a time extension granted while they were getting situated, things like that. So we'll have to wait and see, but what a difference it makes on the side of Sebastian when you actually draw a threat, right? Yep. I think that this kind of white control is very well situated on the day, and I was looking forward to seeing it piloted, but I was getting a little bit nervous because when we saw game 1, we went the distance. You did all of the stalling you were supposed to do, but we never found a way to actually win the game, and that's an important piece of the puzzle. So very excited to at least see Sebastian come back and close out that second game. And again, as you said, without knowing how much time potentially is left here, or whether or not we're going right into end of game, we're going to have to see how these first couple of turns go.
And so it's really interesting too, right? This goes back to a lot of these either white control decks or purple-white control decks are going to have that similar feel, right? Like we talked about, you're going to have those axe spiders, you're going to have those suppression plays to draw out the game, but purple-white can play their depths a lot easier, right? They have the Cavalier that we've seen to draw a card. So, Sebastian as a white player does have the Star of Blessed draw to maybe try to do the haha gotcha and draw 4 type of turns, but ultimately it's going to come down to, the consistent draw pieces that the purple-white deck has by comparison. So some of these games are just going to say like, hey, who gets to stick the depths and who gets those card advantage engines online sooner to really start to run away with the game, or again, just find those late game threats early enough that that's all you need.
You're actually bringing up a really interesting point that I hadn't really considered until we were in this exact moment, but with one of the tiebreakers being cards left in deck, are we going to run into a scenario where the superior card draw of purple becomes a detriment in these longer games, potentially? Because if you know that you're going to be butting up against time, for example, right, would you be more likely or less likely to play the cards that allow you to draw in that scenario?
Right, and then also the other part with the zero cost, right? So there's 2 things we have to worry about. We have to worry about playing the Darklands Cavaliers out of purple, which are going to help us churn through our deck just by playing it, right? You have to deploy a spirit. I have to block. I have to attack you. One of these things is going to happen, but it also eats a card out of my deck. And then also these zero costs, right? So we've seen that, yes, they can attack. And in these very, can sometimes admittedly be clunky mid-range and late game style of decks that sometimes just a couple zeros are going to get there. They're going to get the 2 points of damage in, and then you can win tiebreakers that way. So
yeah, well, and we've already seen it here with Austin, right? We had the open with the swing, but I just hadn't really considered the potential negative of the draw. But if we expect a lot of Axe Spider today, that is a potential play pattern, right? A potential way for these hard white control decks to actually take advantage. But Austin, on the offense here, got that early damage in. We also now see the burst come down as well. So if that's an ice shield, then even if Sebastian is able to mount some sort of counteroffensive to bring the health totals back in closer, you have an opportunity to stall that as well on the side of Austin. So,
and what a beautiful play by Austin there on the final turn too, or the previous turn. Because you have that zero cost, you don't have to commit any cores into your trash to play, right? You just dump all your cores onto it and say, hey, now I have a Dream Bomb. So it only costs 4 because you have the Elemental on board, reducing the cost. And that was enough to reset Sebastian's field, right? You are playing the white deck. You are playing these heavy late game threats, or even Axe Spider, paying 4 for that, and then not having the cores left to do a suppression, which is very likely the math he's doing right here, trying to figure it out in real time, that Dream Bomb was enough of a disruption to really make our turns clunky. And suddenly this zero drop is very threatening and is it's a cute little mascot for the Realm of Frost, but it is a very deadly spirit in this exact situation.
Yeah, when you transition your kind of mid-range Axe Spider list into almost what feels like white aggro, it's a bit of a change of pace, but I give the respect to Austin for recognizing exactly what was needed. Kind of curious if there was a bit of a hard mulligan, or if they just got lucky and that was available right from the get-go, but we are seeing them utilize it to the best of their ability.
Yeah, getting the early damage in here, which is really important. But Sebastian was able to find a elephant, which, if they're able to, go on their next turn, recover with it, now is able to pressure a 10k attacker every turn. That is now refreshing the rest of your board as well to just be aggressive. So now there is also a counterplay option here. We've already burned 1 Dream Bomb, but there's definitely more in the deck. That if Sebastian tries to be aggressive with the elephant, but then it gets bounced before the refresh happens, now their entire board is tapped out and they are relying on that absolute ice shield to save them. So Sebastian here really does have to get aggressive with this elephant and with some other Lord of the Ground spirits, where Austin is just now sitting on this single zero drop trying to play the defensive game.
Yes, the Ice Elemental Snowbit, the cute fox-looking little thing, now has to go up against an actual mammoth, right? It's not just like, oh, this thing is mammoth in size. No, this is an actual mammoth that you are running into, and finally the Snowbit finds its own demise, but it got the job done, right?
Yep.
You blocked, you got some chip damage in. Does look like Sebastian's going to try to take advantage of the no board at the moment, but we do have all of those cores available. They were on the Snowbit. They just still hang out, right? They are not in the trash yet when you lose your spirit.
And I am so excited this has come up within this game, is we did see the regains out of Sebastian's deck, which allows you to, turn the quarter and be very, very aggressive out of nowhere, just being able to restand those spirits and attack again, where some turns you might only have 2 spirits on the board, but if you have 2 more regains, and if your opponent doesn't have the absolute ice shield, that can close out the game, out of nowhere. Being able to turn the more traditional white control, very slow, very dirtily style deck into a, oops, I'm going to kill you this turn, because the regains can be very, very strong. And then, of course, with Durham Dyna being an unblockable threat that can attack multiple times himself is very good. And the alt art version that Sebastian had there is a beautiful, beautiful card featuring Durham Dyna as well.
Well, I think it's very apparent as we look at what Austin is doing, what the game plan is. We saw an absolute ice shield get popped for just the 1 damage that last turn. So with the opener of that cute little 0 drop, right? With the get the 2 damage in quickly, and now I want to use my ice shield early and make sure that my health stays at 5. It makes me think that we see Austin playing for the tiebreaker, right? We want to keep our health above Sebastian's, just so that if it does go to time, we're in a position to win. It's a very heads up strategy. Obviously, we all as players, we like to play to win.
Yep.
Right. But sometimes playing to win doesn't mean getting your opponent's health to 0.
But
and blue hasn't been released yet, so I don't mean by mill. I mean just in general, right? Like you have to take advantage of tiebreakers when they're available.
Yeah, my second favorite color isn't here yet, but we'll see in 3 months' time from now. But we did see the Burning Force, which is able to clear out the blockers and force those life totals to go back to 3/3 apiece. And as I mentioned, getting to have that refresh as well, just being a huge, huge important part of this puzzle and how you're going to navigate the matchup, make sure you're being aggressive while also maintaining to be defensive. So that elephant, I think, is going to be a key strategy on the side of Sebastian here to, already brought them back into the game and will help them kind of come over the top here. And unless Austin can find an answer or go wide enough with it, I think the elephant's going to be the MVP of this match.
Well, as we kind of take a peek here, it does look like that might have been another Burning Force there that I saw as well, which would be a very big deal. I really wish we knew exactly how much time was left, because what's interesting now is it feels like these, the slower pace has set in from these players, right? We saw a bit of a faster back and forth earlier, and then all of a sudden it's almost like the tempo shifted. So I don't know if we've had a time in the round called and we're seeing the end here, or if it's just that pivotal moment where, again, both players are now at even health and they know that even just 1 health could be the game, essentially. Right. So you want to take your time in those scenarios, obviously, but that is something that's very apparent here, right? We saw a lot of quick back and forth, and now out of nowhere, we see both of these players being very deliberate.
Yeah, the elephant Burning Forest play was absolutely huge in making sure that Sebastian
would you say it was a mammoth play?
Yeah, a mammoth even. A mammoth play here by Sebastian to get back into this game and have that 3-3 health. So it is going to be a very careful piloting, because right as you mentioned, even a single life loss, even a single decision at this point is what everything comes down to. And when you're playing these style of decks, you really have to think about your options for how aggressive you can be without giving up too much. And we do see the Dream Bomb here just to knock back a blocker to hand and 3 spirits on the board. So really could just be pressuring, hey, I am going to attack. This elephant is going to allow me to recover all of my cores and restand all my guys. So you have to block out here if you want to not take all of this damage. Poor Snowbit getting sacrificed again to draw a card, but every block counts at this point.
Oh, absolutely. Every block is important, but also when you need to dig and find actual answers or any way to just stall the game out, you want to do it, but the damage does get through. Sebastian on this white control deck has found the gas pedal, however. We went from game one, where it went very long, and Sebastian had a wonderful time as far as the stall mechanics go, but not a great time when it came to trying to find your win conditions. Game two, Sebastian actually found a win condition, was able to push it through, and now it's like Sebastian has just been energized. The longer this round has went, the more powerful Sebastian seems to have become, and we might just see him come back from a very slow start and pull this out.
Yeah, this is, you know, when you're building these decks, especially in this format and also going forward to the next format, you know, Elephant isn't always being like, hey, this is the spirit I am going to win these games with, you know, 10 out of 10 times. It's going to be Germ Dyna, it's going to be Elk, it's going to be some of those more consistent finishers. But this is a great showcase that is a card that you want to help the weakness out of white, right? You want the ramp, you want the card draw, and then at other times you realize, hey, it is just a 10k attacker. I get to refresh, I get to now be aggressive as the white deck, and if you have the things like regain that we had mentioned too, it just gets to apply even more pressure. So it's one of those things that you, as you know, the defending player, have to realize that at some point, I'm going to have to answer this threat and give my opponent a bunch of card draw and a bunch of cores behind it too. So it can be nice to turn off the refreshing feature, but ultimately it is going to be something that you have to consider for how much damage you're pushing across.
Yeah, I mean, with the 10k battle power, it's a house. Some might even say it's a fortress. A Mecha Beast fortress Namengard.
Yeah, it's a whole city on his back. It's he's really bringing the whole family with him, it turns out, in the Realm of Frost. It looks like we have that Mordred come across to pop off a core, which drops it down to a 7k in this case. So getting to bring back some Beldegors, maybe if it was out of the trash. Yep.
Yeah, it does look like that is the case, which is nice because, again, you need that additional blocker here, but without... I was going to say, without leaving it back as a blocker, it's not going to matter. So it looks like we are just turning stuff sideways. Bit of a telegraph, perhaps? No, just going through the motions, and then we see the handshake. So it does look like Sebastian is going to be the winner. Hello and welcome back to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour event here in New Jersey. I am still Charmer, still joined on the desk by Kozmic, and we are very excited to be jumping into round 2 of the Pro Tour because we have some different decks on display this time around. We're going to see Kieran McNeil taking on Juan Soto, and it's a bit of a throwback, as you were saying off the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this one because, you know, with each of these Pro Tours, it's kind of the end celebration for the dawn of history meta, right? So all along with set 1, we've seen the classic battle between Gigano Rex and Underworld Maduke, and guess what? We get to see that one more time here live for the Pro Tour as kind of the final send-off for this match. So we will have Kieran on the right playing Rex and Juan on the left with Maduke. So this is a match that we've seen time and time again with the Grand Opens. I'm really excited to see how it plays out here one more time for the Pro Tour.
Yeah, I said it to you off the broadcast, but I need to say it on the broadcast. It is the Grand Underworld Trio Queen Maduke. Put some respect on her name.
Yeah, she is a high general, as it were, and, you know, we'll get her more of her lore in the following sets, but she does have quite the title that we need to respect.
All right, so we have the opener from Juan. Again, beautiful soul core here. That is the metal one that we see on display on that nice foil card there as well. We're going to see a lot of bling, I think, from Juan. On the other side, we have our friendly little needle here with the full 4 cores on it.
Yeah, and this is a matchup we have seen played out time and time again, but for those who are maybe seeing it for the first time or unfamiliar with how this normally plays out is Purple gets to play a very controlling game and try to whittle out their threats, where the red deck wants to stabilize with some early Nexus and Star Blessed draw so you don't get gassed out in this matchup. So being able to have things like Scorch Battlefield, Star Blessed draw out of the burst, like I had mentioned, are really key pieces that you want to see to make sure that you can take the game a little bit later than you normally would if you don't have like those very aggressive openers for Rex. So the Rain Needle and Burst, you know, set pass here might be just trying to set up for that Star Blessed in case he had something.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the card already placed in the burst on the side of Kieran, And Juan already with 2 spirits on the board, exactly the way you want to start if you are the purple player, because even if you kind of go 1 for 1 with the natural inherent draw that purple has available, you will, as you were pointing out, slowly attrition your opponent. So what we want to see from Kieran now is either continuing to match them with threats. So here we do see one of the pterosaurs join the fray, and that's going to be helpful if we are trying to activate a Gigano Rex at some point, right? The needle does not count as a pterosaur, sadly, but it is that early game threat that you want. And now we're going to turn these sideways and try to chip away at the health of one. Oh,
And a Burning Force here right off the rip, just getting those blockers out of the way. And what's really important here is the Aggle Veil on the right there is going to get to draw a card because it had that beautiful Metal Soul Core on it, but also just an opportunity that says, hey, I don't want you to swing with that Dragonaga Assassin on the next turn to get the card draw off of it, right? And making sure that you reset the board enough for purple. That can be very hard for them to get those spirits on the board, get that reduction rolling, where, again, Gigano Rex, we just talked about, can take these very aggressive openers and just chip away at their life quickly.
Yeah, I was beginning to wonder whether or not that, Kieran may have had a slow start when I saw the Rain Needle, saw the Oviraptor, but when you can just wipe your opponent's board, swing in for 2 damage, and again, if you are new to Battle Spirits, you only have 5 health, so when you hit for 2, that is 40% of the job done right out of the gate. And now we're going to see the Deadly Balance answer here from Juan Soto, just trying to slow things down. We still have cores being spent here as well, I imagine. Wow, I was going to say another spirit, but instead we see a second Deadly Balance. When we were looking at the deck list earlier, I believe that's 2 of the 3 in the main deck, and then we have a Burst played for Juan as well. So we have offense, and then we have defense, and we're kind of back to square one.
Yep, and so perfect. Here's that Scorched Battlefield coming online. That's going to be really key for Kieran's strategy, because with that level 2 effect, whenever your spirits connect to your opponent's life, you're now threatening a card draw. And purple, well, they don't always have the strongest BP of spirits on the defensive options, right? It's not like the big battle powerhouse we've seen out of white in the previous matchup, where now red, even if they're only a 4K, 5K, or 6K attacker with Scorched Battlefield, it's saying, look, you're going to lose a spirit or I'm drawing a card. The choice is yours. And that's really how red can come back in this matchup, where we've already lost 2 spirits, but we still have a lot of room to grow in this match.
So what do you think is remaining in Kieran's hand when we see the battlefield come down but no follow-up, when you had 3 cores available? Are we suspecting it's just the top end? Is it maybe another Scorched, perhaps a bit of a Nexus Flood here? What seems to be going on here when you see something like that, right? Like, put ourselves in Juan's place. What does that telegraph?
Right, so Juan made a really key play here. He brought that Black Lance down this previous turn, summoned it at level 1 to just respect Kieran's, most likely Star Blessed draw in the burst. Because when you're setting it that early, it's either going to be a Dream Bomb or it's going to be a Star Blessed draw. And when you only have the option of playing maybe 1 spirit, you don't want to give them the opportunity to just rip off and get to 4 cards drawn. Because when you play a Star Blessed draw, it's in response to your opponent playing a when summon effect that lets you draw 2 cards, and then you can pay the total cost, which is 4 with 2 red reduction. So in a lot of terms, for the Rex deck, it turns into a draw 4 for only 2 cores, and that is a very, very strong play against these purple decks who are just trying to get that chip value in, and without a depths to kind of bring them back from it, it can be quite rough.
Looks like we have a second Nexus on the board now for Kieran as well, which is very relevant because of the cost reduction. What I think was key here is that when you do that, it now gives you the opportunity to maybe catch Juan by surprise. If Juan decides to go on the offensive, we could see Kieran then now use all of this cost reduction to perhaps go wide, play a bunch of threats, and then kind of capitalize on that. One of the things that is very important when you're playing Battle Spirits is you have to remember your opponents can attack with units when they enter play. So what's on the board is not the only things you need to be considering when it comes to blocking and expending resources and so forth. And when you have these nexuses, you also then have to factor in those cost reduction things, right? When something has a 3 cost reduction, for example, it doesn't matter if it costs 6, that's only now down to 3, which is entirely playable with a board state like this. So We're going to see Juan respect that. They do swing just the one time, leaving at least one blocker, but also all of those cores piled up, which means you can play flash effects as well.
Yep, and that soul core here, again, kind of where I know the viewers at home might be used to seeing the giant red soul core, but again, it's that silver one that's on the Camelot Knight that's granting him that curse ability. So even though it's only a 2k on attack and that Raptor was sitting at a wonderful 4k, because that curse, it would still trade in battle, and Kieran needs to keep his threats online, and even more so because that is a Pterosaur that allows it to count for 2 symbols into Gigano Rex's reduction ability. Discarding the Absolute Ice Shield, though, it's always a signal that you either have a second one, right, or you just have a hand that's going to be able to pressure a lot of gas.
We have seen that burst card on the side of Kieran for a long time now. It's entirely possible that, you know, we can conclude that's probably an Ice Shield that was played early, but again, as you said, you could just be trying to go with the gas here. We have a Spirit into more card draw, which is very, very beneficial.
Yeah, so seeing this second Star Blessed draw come down this early, I think you're right. I think it might have just been an Absolute Ice Shield that was set early. Oh, okay, we're getting really... So this is perfect, right? So Kieran is now establishing, he's not under a lot of pressure. He does stare down a Black Lance that is at a very commanding 9k power, actually, when it's at 6 cores. So that is a very beefy blocker that Juan has on his side. But now we have double Scorch Battlefield, which is going to give 1,000 attack or 1,000 battle power when he goes to the attack step, and Volcanic, which if you put a core on it is another 1,000. So we have 3,000 battle power on the board from Kieran's side that, you know, this Raptor and Flamefish might only be, you know, 3 and 4Ks, but now that's quickly going up to 6 or 7 or 8K. That's going to have a lot of heavy hitters coming, very cheap heavy hitters, I should say, from Kieran's side.
All right, hear me out. I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat. Bit of a conspiracy theory. What if you discarded that Absolute Ice Shield and you don't have another, but you just wanted to sell that your burst there is? Because that allows you to set up these nexuses without you developing additional blockers. Because if I'm Juan right now, I'm thinking like, okay, that's very clearly an Ice Shield. The last thing I want to do is go full offense, right? I might swing with one unit, but there's no way that I'm going to swing with both and not have some sort of backup. Speaking of backup, it turns out that the Grand Underworld Trio Queen Maduke is a hefty amount of backup. We're going to be activating some of those Blood Curse effects in the near future. But what I was trying to get at is when you do that as Kieran, Juan is kind of forced to respect it, which means that you can, as Kieran, develop those nexuses without having to worry, right? Like you can go into that next turn with confidence that you're going to be able to get stuff done. And yeah, when she hits the board, you have to pick her up and read her and respect her as well.
Yeah, you know, if you joined us for the launch events all the way back in March when we were able to play in Vegas and around the world, a lot of players picked up this card for the first time and read it because the Blood Curse is a very strong effect, and there's a lot of text on it. And it turns out, you know, the full set spoiler was available February 1st, and, you know, almost 6 months later, we are still reading some of these cards just as a reminder because Blood Curse, when it triggers, you know, you are going to lose a life and Maduke is going to recover. So as I was just talking about how strong all those Scorch Battlefields can be and boosting your lower end threats and make them really aggressive, now we're staring down a problem of, well, that Maduke is going to stay at 6k for the rest of the game. And now all my spirits need to be under 6k for the rest of the game, or I threaten losing a lot of life. And that's exactly why that Gigano Rex got discarded, because it's when it attacks, it's going to give plus 3,000 to your field. And spoiler, with the Nexus, that is enough to make every single card in your deck, you know, trigger her Blood Curse.
Perhaps I'm misremembering it, but with Flamefish on the board, doesn't that turn off the Gigano Rex? I don't believe that...
So yes, there is an opportunity where you can play non-Pterosaurs or Emperor Beasts to make Gigano being a smaller unit. So there are some considerations where you want to just play him for his lower threat, but he himself is still a giant BP spirit.
He's a big
so I'm
guy.
Curious to see what else he has in his hand. It might just be some more low-end spirits and trying to go wide. But here now is the exact turn that we have. You know, Maduke is only going to be able to save itself once. So, the Burning Force really forcing the, hey, we're going into combat, we're forcing you to do something with this Maduke, or we're gonna draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah, I really like this play. Kieran saying, okay, yeah, you've got that big Maduke, but what about the rest of your board? What if I just get rid of that? You're already down to 3. If I even, get one hit in, I'm going to draw a couple of cards, and I'm going to stay well ahead in terms of the hands at this point, because we haven't found another world on the side of Juan. And honestly, we haven't been able to keep a board around because those forces have been, pun very intended here, a force of nature as far as keeping the board clean. So, and going to stall out there, get rid of the flame fish.
Yeah, the suppression here threatening the plus 3k, so it's going to be 8k, which is enough to block the board, as well as just shutting off any card draw available to Kieran for that turn. So Maduke is an interesting card, or really any top end, right? You have to invest a lot into that turn to get on the board. You want to make sure that Maduke is always sitting at least 3 cores, so they can't just volcanic break it away right in this matchup. But now from this point on, Juan is able to keep 5 cores on Maduke to keep it at that 6k threshold.
Oh.
Okay, this is huge. So now we have Maduke for the blocks. We're turning off the Scorched Battlefields. We have the Burning Force for the Volcanic Canyon, which is shutting down the filtering. Juan is really starting to put themselves in a position where they can wall off Rex from this point, or the Rex deck in general, I should say, from this point.
Yeah, this is really interesting, because even if Kieran was able to develop a very wide board and start trying to push around, again, as you said, Juan has set up this Maduke to really threaten through defense, right? It's not quite the same as like the Moon Sky Elk that we saw in round 1, or didn't get to see, but I was hoping we would see. But you're still kind of accomplishing the same thing, where you can deal a lot of damage to your opponent when they try to go over the top. And as we got to peek there, we see another Ice Shield in the hand of Juan as well. Also that face down card in the burst zone already. So Juan likely able to stall this out for a very long time.
Oh, the absolute respect here for Star Blessed Draw. I really gotta give it to him. If my opponent had already played 2 in this position, right? We saw 2 of the Star Blessed Draw happen already. He's able to summon the Black Lance at level 1, deny the possible Star Blessed Draw on Kieran's side of the field, and also just still be a 5k curse. It's just a good attacker in this case. And if we want to, it is an important card that has curse. So if we want to find the key turn where we can turn on the gas with Maduke's level 3 ability to give our curse units blood curse, then it's just good for chipping through. Unfortunately, it is only at 5k, so it does lose out to the volcanic break here from Kieran's side. So this Maduke has really got to do a lot of heavy lifting, right? So it is a good blocker, but as we saw, thanks to the caster vision, as we like to call it, on Juan's side, he only has double core theft and an ice shield, and that's not at all where you want to be against red. You might surprise him with the 1 removal, but you have to discard a card. So we really need to see a depths or some other type of card value engine to start getting purple some more cards on their side of the field.
Well, I think that's also why Juan decided to be so respectful of the Star Blessed, because when you've got a handful of spells, right? You're all magic, no spirits. What are the ways you can lose the game when you've established control like this? Well, one of the ways is by giving your opponent a lot more resources that you can't deal with. Right now, as you said, you've slowed down their ability to draw, their ability to filter. So why would you even risk it at that point? And then meanwhile, I was singing the praises of Burning Force earlier. It turns out it has showed up in droves on the side of Kieran.
Yeah, having 2 of them, just really holding on to those. As we saw Kieran's list, actually, right? He was also playing the 2 Andromeda's main board and really just having a full grip of 6 possible Nexus removal cards in the deck. And I think Kieran came into this weekend saying, hey, I do not want to lose to the Nexus cards out of purple. And when you main those Andromedas as well, it just gives you those extra tools to make sure they are never online with their depths or other problematic Nexuses in that matchup.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned purple, as this is the matchup that we ran into, but when you think about the wider meta, is there other Nexuses outside of purple where you would want to run so much Nexus removal?
Yeah, you definitely, if we see it, Fabled Beasts is another deck that's been popular in meta. It's topped quite a few of the Grand Opens, and it is very, very reliant on its Phantasmal Paradise, and then, of course, by some extent, Blessed Cathedral. So red, just by nature of all their BP-based removal and Nexus removal, really does hammer out the yellow decks when they're trying to stabilize off those low BP.
There it is.
So he did have it.
So I just want to rewind real quick. Do you remember when I said, what if you discard the Ice Shield as a bit of a psyop? That was what happened earlier. There was no Ice Shield that was down. It was the Star Blessed, but...
Yeah, I think then, when both players are coming into this weekend, if you're expecting very experienced purple and red players, I think if I'm sitting across the table, yeah, I am just going to slam that Star Blessed draw down. So I think Juan did a great job at stalling it out as long as they have, right? Because they were able to follow up with the Beldegor, and we have the Mummy Fan on this turn, right? Or excuse me, the Cavalier and the Beldegor for this turn. That's saying, okay, look, I know you're going to draw 4 cards, but now I have a respectable board, and I have the opportunity to clear up, so you at least have to spend the turn developing or find a way around Maduke.
Well, this is also a really great development for one, because the Beldegor is kind of pseudo card draw, right? We haven't found the Netherworld, but we've now at least found a potential kind of recursion engine. So when you're trying to attrition your opponent and kind of control their resources, this is another way that you can do it. It's not digging through your deck necessarily, but you are still forcing your opponent to kind of work around that.
And here's also one of the interesting things you can do as a purple player, right? You have the opportunity, if you have enough cores to it, is to check their burst, right? Make them play the Star Blessed, because now, as we've seen here, he's threatening for a world where you, as a purple player, on that top, we've already seen you discard one. So we are going to end up seeing the Absolute Ice Shield out of hand too. So this does make hand that he can now set those in his burst and still...
If they had not found, right? When I look at Juan's board, I see a lot of potential offense, and if you swing that first time and they let it go through, why would you not continue to turn them sideways until they have an answer?
Yeah, and of course, there's still things like Volcanic Break that has a couple live targets here, so there are ways to make sure you're not just completely dead if you don't have the Absolute Ice Shield, but this is definitely a scenario where, we're going to set that burst very, very quickly and find the good old Eagle that's done a lot of work in this set 1 meta. Just a 5k attacker for 2 cores is kind of unreal for the BP to core ratio. But again, we have a problem here where we have those 2 Nexus online.
Wow.
So all the free spirits coming down from Kieran, just trying to go wide.
Juan Soto's played a trio Maduke. However, Kieran has played a trio of Eagles, and we'll have to see if that's enough to, answer said Maduke. I feel like the queen is the queen for a reason, but what a turn if you're trying to get back into a playable game state here for Kieran.
Yeah, and again, I think this is where we understand that, look, we're going to lose some spirits here, but at least for the ones that connect, we're now threatening to draw 2 cards a time. So we are just in a position where we have to chip away. We have to check if they have these Ice Shields turn after turn, because otherwise, with Juan being able to have that Beldegor and have some of the other 4 drops, if they get to recover from this turn or the next turn, they're now then threatening also Beldegor triggers out of the graveyard, which can remove more threats and be an additional blocker. So from this point, I think we're going to see some very interesting choices being made on how wide we want to go, while also respecting, hey, there could be a Curse Dragon on the other side, and then these Eagles are all going to be eaten up.
Oh, okay. So we are going to Dream Bomb the Beldegor, which is
interesting choice.
Yeah, very interesting to me. What I was just getting ready to point out is that we have the 1 core on the Eagles, so if you were going on offense, I think that was to kind of work around the Maduke issue, but when you Dream Bomb the Beldegor here as well...
Yeah, so
what is it that I'm missing? That just felt very odd to me. You're my expert.
I'm trying to think through this, right? So if I was in this situation, I think you still want to bounce the Maduke in a lot of situations, just because, like, let's say worst case scenario, right? Like, you just attack, you get your 2 drop, but then they Absolute Ice Shield right away. It resets the turn. On their next turn, they still have to burn, or I guess it would have been 5 cores at that time, right, to redeploy the Maduke. But now in this situation, you have the Beldegor that's going back to hand, that if they would have just let that first attack through anyways, then you've given them a free Beldegor target in that regard. So I'd be curious to see what else is in Kieran's hand. I know that they have the 2 Burning Force, so maybe you're trying to set up a play where you want them to develop things that you can Burning Force away and get in chip damage on the next turn that way. But I think in this scenario, like Dream Bomb is so important in this matchup for the Maduke. I think you do need to save it under those scenarios where you can, push for lethal or push for an absolute ice shield. That Dream Bomb can then reset and make sure that Maduke is kind of out of the way.
Well, and the thing that really stands out to me, and I think why I find it particularly puzzling, is that this is still game 1 of this round, right? So we know that this is not 4 Dream Bombs that are in the deck of Kieran for game 1. This is, if I remember correctly from the deck list, a deck that only runs 2, right? So you're wasting 1/2 of your available Dream Bombs on something that was not a Maduke. And so that's why I was puzzling out, why you would take that. But perhaps you felt like you had a path to victory where you could continue to push.
And to Juan's point here, right, being able to core theft into discarding the Beldegor is huge, right? That was definitely something that Kieran wasn't, there's no Beldegors in the trash at the time, so it's not something that Kieran would have expected. But now that Beldegor is just an extra blocker, and we're not going to be able to push through that damage like we maybe wanted to, and we're not getting the card draw either. So we do know that he has the Burning Force. Right, and because of the Nexus, he has enough to knock out both. So, yeah, but was that okay? So this is really interesting. Was that a soul read now that he had the core theft into the Beldegor because it made him pay exactly enough cores to have this Burning Force live? That could have just been the greatest soul read of all time, right? Because now you're getting this double card draw as well as popping that Ice Shield, right? You don't need it to end the combat because Kieran only has the 1 Rain Needle, but you do need to stay at 2 life, so you do have to still pop the Ice Shield either way.
Yeah, it is kind of wild that it worked out exactly the way that it did, but we are going to result, I believe, in Juan going down to a 1. Well, would have been, but now you do force the Ice Shield.
Yeah, and Kieran got to draw the 2, got to kill 2 things of that Burning Force, which, as this game goes on, you have Purple has more and more cores available to it, right? It can be quite difficult to find the window for that Burning Force unless it's exactly that scenario where they have to pay to bring back the Beldegor.
And then they just reload it, right? I was about to say, one of the things you can kind of hang your hat on is that while that was maybe not the most explosive turn, what you did is you still got to draw 2 cards and you forced the Ice Shield out, right? Which has to happen at some point. But when Juan only has a small handful of cards and they slide over that 1 card into the burst, like that's got to feel like, oh, I did all of that work. I wasted my, not necessarily wasted, right? But I had to use a Dream Bomb. And when all is said and done, I still have what is likely another Ice Shield to push through. That's got to feel bad on the side of Kieran.
Yeah, and really interesting too here now is we do see the Maduke going up to level 3. The second Dream Bomb of 2. Holy cow! Right off the rip and having those back to back. So,
I feel like, now I could be mistaken, but I feel like that had to have been something that would have been drawn from you dealing damage the turn prior, because I don't remember seeing the second Dream Bomb in the hands earlier when we got to peak. So if that was the case, if you top decked after that masterful, like, oh, I'm gonna force the Ice Shield, whatever,
right,
that would be insane.
I absolutely love this, because Juan really wanted to have that Blood Curse trigger, as I was going to say, but by putting Maduke to 6 cores and having the Assassin come through, you actually get to deny the core coming out of the life to Kieran. But now instead, it's just a tap down Assassin and saying, all right, well, look, it's my time to shine. I have 2 Scorch Battlefield. At least one of these are going to connect easily, and I'm going to draw 2 more cards. So as we said at the start of this match, right, it really comes down to the value that Red can get out of these Nexus and being able to draw all the extra cards. So setting up the Gigano on board as just a big body here. Now it is turned off because the Flamefish doesn't, so it is going to be smaller, and if he wants to, he has to put the cores onto it. But no matter what, we are going to see some card draw here with those Scorch Battlefields online.
Is that a second Rex that I see?
Nope, I think that was Andromeda in the hand, which can only pop something for... Yep, that's Andromeda on right behind the Burning Forest. So again, as we mentioned, a lot of Nexus removal to play through here. So we will see, likely the Maduke come back down. And as we were just fanning through Juan's graveyard, I do believe that we could see like another suppression, but we know that there is a core theft in Juan's hand, which is not what you want to see here when you only have 2 other cards in hand. And we did see that Absolute Ice Shield go back down, which is going to be forced to get popped this turn.
Yeah, what a great like series of back-to-back turns by Kieran that when all is said and done also feels so uneventful, right?
Yeah.
Like when I think about what I want out of a turn, I'm like, yeah, Kieran, you know, he's bounced the Maduke, he got that damage in. And Juan's like, yeah, okay, well, I'm still going to be hanging out at 2.
Yep.
You know, I'm still going to be playing my Maduke.
Yeah, you have all the cores in the world available to you, but you're sitting at just that 1 purple, another Ice Shield off the top.
Just
wow.
ripping it. You know, the best players in the world are also the best top deckers in the world.
That's true. That's true. Hey, you do need a little bit of luck on your side in all card games at the end of the day.
No, it's a skill difference.
Yes, sorry.
You got to practice.
Skill issue on my side for not being able to top deck them. But I mean, hey, this is great. It's buying him an extra turn. Now the reality is you are still staring down the card advantage that red is threatening. So right, you can set the Ice Shield, you can set a Maduke, which is going to give you the blocks that you need. But I still don't see a clear path to victory in this first game for Juan. I have to see what some of the other cards in his hand are. But again, that core theft, because you have to discard to get the cards off your opponent, right? If you spend, you're going to play the Maduke, you're going to play the Ice Shield, and then you have core theft in hand. That doesn't do anything by itself. So you're putting yourself in a position where, you know, I can't think of a single world where you ever play the core theft over the Absolute Ice Shield in this world, but you know, we're going to set it and then, oh, there's a Cavalier in there. Okay, well, that's going to draw us another card. That might do something, but it could just be an Ice Shield pass in this regard, but you're still giving your opponent 2 cards.
Don't be so cavalier in your analysis, my friend. This is purple. Of course we have card draw.
Yes, there's going to be more coming down.
There's probably more coming down. This is, again, going to be the Ice Shield placed in the burst zone, and what a back and forth. Again, we are still in game 1 of this, and we're approaching like the halfway mark in terms of time. So we have seen some great, like, here's a threat, here's an answer, here's a threat, here's an answer. This has been a wonderful game 1 for this round 2.
And what's really great, you know, we're setting up that Cavalier, Dark Knight Cavalier, to have the Beldegor out of the graveyard if we want. But Flamefish, it is still going to burn something for 4K when it dies if it has a Soul Core on it. So, of course, purple, one of their main mechanics is removing the cores. So if Juan had extra cards in hand, right, there is a world where he could core theft out the Flamefish so he doesn't get the block plus kill here. But this is still a very real threat out of red that when we're trying to loop back these Beldegors, Flamefish hitting for 4K just hits such great thresholds against a wide range of cards in purple. It can feel really bad to stare down across the field.
And we are going to see the Flamefish jump out in front. Whether or not that is the end here, we're going to have to wait and see. I think Juan kind of knows at some point, though, you have to get rid of the Flamefish. Earlier, we saw Kieran, knowing that it was likely an Ice Shield, they still went through a lot of options to get rid of it, right? We might be seeing the exact same thing here from Juan, saying, okay, like the Flamefish is going to be a problem now or later, so I might as well deal with it now. Get back the Beldegor, and there it is.
Yep, and so here's a really interesting line too, right? Because he was able to, you know, threaten the Blood Curse effect because Maduke was at 6 cores, and now we're able to move that 1 core over from it, drop her back down to level 2, so she could be a 6K Blood Curse multi-blocker, and have Beldegor come down to as needed.
Oh, I was about to say that would be a very interesting swing if we were sending Maduke. That would be quite the telegraph.
Yeah, we have, you know, no burst set by Kieran. We have just that Rain Needle at 3K kind of staring it down. But you have to wonder, you know, does he have another Burning Force? Because that Beldegor is just chilling at a very
we
light
know
2K. Right. But Juan has to wonder.
Right. They've drawn all 4. But yeah, we've already seen, if you're Juan, right, like you've already seen a scenario where the 1 Dream Bomb came and then they had the second. And now we've seen 3 Burning Force. So I think that was the thought, like, well, they probably don't have the wait a minute. No, this has exactly been the kind of game where they have the 4. So more Spirit's going to be coming down on the side of Kieran. It is raining needles, apparently, this game, because that is, I believe, the 3rd that's hit the board.
Yep, and I think that's that makes all 4 then, right?
There is, so again, on the one side, we have the trio Maduke, and on the other side we have the trio of Rain Needles.
Good things come in threes, it would seem in this case. But for Kieran being able to get, again, all that card draw off the Scorched Battlefield had really helped them find some of these, low to the ground threats, which is exactly what you want to see against Maduke. And here we're just going to have the Andromeda to clear out. Oh, interesting. Not the blocker, but the card draw value on the next turn, right? Throwing off that cursed unit and making sure they're not drawing. But wow, we're really going to just use it here just as, again, another attacker. And hey, at level 3, it does have Confront as well, which, if you can get Maduke block out of the way early, maybe it kills something else. But it's a threat your opponent's always going to have to consider about how they're doing their block order, where our Rain Needles, they're all going to go under. So at this point, they're just able to turn sideways. And Beldegor, can jump in front of one, but ultimately, are we going for that Confront play I was just talking about? Rain Needles going low to the ground to get us our card draw anyways.
Well, we are going to likely see some card draw on the side of Kieran, but we know, thanks to our caster vision, that was yet another Ice Shield played on the side of Juan. Yep. So while every time Kieran seems to get some steam, Juan has an answer. And it has been so back and forth. And we're still in game 1. Like, that's what's blowing my mind. This is not a white control matchup, right? This is red and purple. But we are going the distance here. The resilience of Juan on this purple has actually been very impressive. Granted, we've seen a lot of Ice Shields. We saw the double Deadly Balance turn early on. But we've also seen a lot, and there it is. I was about to say we've seen a lot of Burning Forces, including now, I believe that is the 4th. All 4 have graced us.
Yeah, and this is a great play because it forces the block, right, to get the Maduke out. Say, hey, like, if you have something, or if you don't have something, rather, this Blood Curse is still going to trigger. You're able to use those cores off of Rex to play the Burning Force, clear the way. And then I guess this makes sense too, right? The Andromeda is just a good 10k blocker at the end of the day. Like, yes, most of the time out of purple, you're going to have things like Curse, and sometimes the 6k, right? The level 2 of Andromeda is going to be enough to block out what they might have. But this just gives you some extra protection against the non-curse threats that Juan might be running in the deck.
All right, so this is actually a very pivotal turn because Juan is sitting on a lot of cores, but not a lot of cards in hand. And we did not get the 4th Ice Shield. So when it comes to like a point where you either need to stabilize or find a way to punch through and get some damage, Juan essentially like has to capitalize now. This has been a bit of a weird game. Purple, again, normally known for card draw, been doing the best with the Beldegor that we can, but no Netherworld and no like sustained card draw. So what we've actually seen is the red player really with, it feels like a 2-to-1 card advantage most of the time now. Here we are finally seeing some more card draw as the spirit comes down. We give it the 3 cores.
What an insane pickup by Juan, though, on the left side. Getting that depths finally after our opponent has already burned 3, if not 4, Burning Forces and an Andromeda. This depths is very, very live. And, also with that Black Lance coming down to help us draw into it, we don't have to worry about a Star Plus to draw. So purple might have just hung on by getting some extra turns to stabilize, because now that depths, we've been holding on to it all game, right? That core theft has just been sitting in our hand, waiting for a turn for us to get some more card draw happening, and that depths does exactly that for us.
Yeah, you and I were looking at the deck lists earlier, and it is worth noting that this is a list with 4 of those Black Lances in the main. So Juan was bound to find one eventually, but it came at exactly the right time, and we are, again, still in this somebody has something, the other person has an answer, back and forth scenario. Kieran set it up, said, okay, we've went through all of your Ice Shields, what do you got? And Juan was like, well, I got a lot, it turns out.
Yeah, being able to chain those draws together, having this Maduke that's still stabilized on the board, threatening a 6k multi-block. Now you have to say, like, we've spent a lot of cores, we've established a lot of these blockers, but this is the turn. Kieran has to close out the game very, very quickly here on the next turn, or that depths is going to come online next turn, and we're able to just wall up and get card advantage to that point. That Maduke will close out the game. Maybe not immediately that next turn, but in 2 to 3 turns, she'll definitely turn the corner for Juan here.
I feel like we have said the words like this is a pivotal turn a few times, but we're going to have this Beldegor go on offense. It's going to be the start of good things to come. And I mean, why not throw the Beldegor? You do have another way to trigger it there on the board already, so we know that that can make a return appearance if it does go to the trash, and it is blocked out there. Just you know, as you said earlier, a casual monster blocker.
Yeah, again, there's only a few cards that Andromeda is going to want to block and be at 10k for, but this is exactly one of those situations where, well, let's just throw Beldegor back in the trash anyways. It can also shuffle out Cavalier in case they want to just put a billion cores on it. But we are going to have a Curse Spirit come through, which again is going to take anything out with it, but it looks like Maduke is alive as well for the Blood Curse. So we are threatening a block here because we don't want... we went too fast. We're going to move back to blocks here. We don't want that Blood Curse to be an issue. Oh, discarding the depths.
So you were more right than you knew when you said that you've been holding on to this core theft until you found the depths. You just didn't realize it was because the depths was going to be the card you discard.
So yep, I guess Kieran, he has 2 cards in hand. And, you know, so there is a Volcanic Break, but now even if you Volcanic Break one of the other threats, right, it puts your opponent in a, there it is, puts your opponent in a position where they bring back the Beldegor and they have exactly the 2 swings anyway. So it looks like we are just going to see, yep, looks like Kieran is scooping, realizing that no matter what he does here, it's going to be the last points of damage for it.
Well, Juan picks up game 1 of the round. This is a best of 3, but it is also worth noting that despite this not being, you know, a matchup with white anywhere to be seen, we have already chewed through more than half of the time. So what I expect is a very fast start to this next game, especially on the side of Kieran, because if you know that, you know, you have to win to force a game 3, but you also would like to, you know, get some rounds in that game 3 as well, that means that we are going to be looking for a lot of the low to the ground options, those Rain Needles, those Overraptidons, so that you can start pushing early and often. What I expect from the side of Juan now is to really just try to stay alive, right? Like, you've got the game 1 win. You know that you've got the ability to play the attrition game. You just did it masterfully, really. Like, that was very well navigated. So we're going to have to wait and see what kind of start Kieran has for game 2.
Yeah, and as we saw earlier, I think we still really want to value those Andromedas out of the sideboard as well, because again, Depths, even though it was discarded in that last game for lethal, it turns out, right? Depths is still a very real threat that Red has to consider, because if they're able to stabilize and just get that card draw turn after turn, I'm curious to see what we're going to see from both players here. But I know for Kieran, really just focus on the Andromeda, some good stuff, bringing out, looks like you can see the Gargano Rexes brought out, right? Because if you expect that they're going to have the core removal, Gargano Rex, when he's at his best, right, is when you have 1 core on him and he's able to give all the power to your field. But between the core removal and between Maduke, it just doesn't help you out a lot of times in this matchup. So you really do just want like more of that mid-range value red style of play.
Well, what's also really interesting, I think you did a great job of highlighting it, right, is that Kieran, when you looked at the list, said, I don't want to lose to, you know, purple via Nexuses. I want to try to shut down that card draw. So, you know, we're running Andromeda's main and all these burning forces. But they pulled Juan as far as the matchup goes. And Juan was like, hey, by the way, I'm just going to also run 4 Blacklands as main, as well as a lot of other card draw as well. And so while Kieran, I think, had the right overall game plan, you know, let's slow down the card draw, it turns out Juan was like the next step ahead in terms of like, all right, well, if I expect everyone to try to shut out my depths, I better have, you know, a ton of other ways to draw cards.
Yeah, and as we can see, because again, we have that wonderful caster vision helping us out all weekend long, we have Juan's list in front of us with literally just the 4 depths. So again, wonderful job from a piloting standpoint from Juan, respecting that Star Blessed draw literally from turn 1, right? We didn't see it until turn 10 or 11 or whatever it was in the game, where he's finally said, okay, look, you're finally out of them, and now this Black Lance can come down and draw me 2 cards, and then also the Cavaliers were live. So depths is a very good card. Obviously, the draw ceiling is the highest in depths because it is such something that's going to happen turn after turn. But as we saw in that last game, black lands can just come online in the mid to late game, help you stabilize, get that card draw, and once they're out of Star Blessed draws, there's no more gas left in the tank for the red players.
And we have started game 2, it would seem, and there it is. All right, we've got the Overraptidon. We have the Nexus opener as well. We're gonna expect more spirits here, probably in the near future from the side of Kieran. Instead, we see triple Nexus.
Jeez.
So the cost reduction that you would want, the potential card draw. This is actually wonderful if you're Kieran, because once you have the cores to pile them on these Nexus, Juan is at 5. You will get maximum card draw value from these right from the get-go. Like, that's actually pretty rare when that happens, but no burst played, so you don't have to respect the Star Blessed here. And so the Cavalier comes down.
Yeah, it's an important note too, right? As we saw with the triple Eagle coming down in game 1, because we have all these reductions live already, Eagles are very real threats here, and also getting to play those for free while threatening the Scorched Battlefield to get us the draw effects, right? We're going to be able to push over our opponent's spirits BP-wise and threaten some good card draw too. So discarding the Dino Man, so we have, well, I was going to say, we either have one in hand already, or we have a hand that's going to want to go wide, which of course would then shrink Dino Man as well. But I mean, you have double Scorched Battlefield and Volcanic Canyon. So if you want to, all your spirits are getting huge at this point.
Yeah, I expect some level of offense at this point, because you have a massive amount of power on these spirits, and you want to get that card draw in, right? Like, you've got 2 cards left in hand. Yeah, you've got the extra filter here from the Canyon, but you want to also just be aggressive. Like I said earlier, Juan won game 1. Kieran knows that they have to force a game 3, and we see that clock ticking down, right? The game 1 timer was very, very long. We went over halfway through the round, and so if you want to have enough time to even play a little bit of game 3, we're on the all gas, no brakes game plan for Kieran.
Yep, absolutely. And we saw there from the first draw with the Agleveil dying, because you have the Soul Quorum, you get to draw a card. We saw the Beldegor, so we have a Beldegor and Core Theft turn, or a Core Drain, excuse me, because it has only 2 reduction. We could just clean up both spirits here. And it definitely looks like the play he was going for, right? You play the Beldegor first, because then it gives you 2 reductions on board for the Core Drain, which cleans up his board quite nicely. Yep, Beldegor is going to come down, delete a spirit of 3 or less. But yep, that's exactly what he was curious of, right? You have to respect the Star Blessed draw, but you want to make sure you're clearing up both things. So this is exactly what Kieran wanted. I didn't see all the cards in Juan's hand, but I think this is still kind of the spot you were placed in. Yep, we have like Suppression, we have the Camelot, another Agleveil. Like, we need something that we can block with, kill and block something, and that's exactly the role that Beldegor fills.
Juan still had I think a nice kind of stabilizing play there, but really allowed Kieran to refill the hand. Kieran was down to just 2 cards prior. Now we'll have a fistful, and with 3 Nexuses, again, worth beating that horse to death. There's going to be so much cost reduction still available without needing to assign the cores to it. I think that's the most important part of the Nexuses in red, is that you get that cost reduction, but you get the benefit without having to require the cores. And with Juan going even wider now, you're going to need some sort of answer back. With the Camelot Knight comes down, and looks like is going to see if he can get some chip damage in, and does so.
Yeah, it's really great how these 2 Nexus even work together, and will be a strong combo well into set 2, I'm sure, as well, right? Like, Scorched Battlefield allows you to get the extra card draw, and then Volcanic on the back end of it says, hey, at the start of your turn, why not filter a little bit? And there we saw a Volcanic Canyon getting discarded, so it really helps the threat density that you have available to you turn after turn. And again, if we had like a Gigano Rex, we already saw it sideboarded out, but wow. The Flame Emperor. Oh, this is definitely one that's going to have to be read. So it's when summon as it destroys all spirits with when summon effects at 4K or less. So this is going to kill both the Dark Knight Cavalier as well as Beldegor. I love love this as a sideboard option out of Kieran's deck. So, you know, it might not be its fanciest thing, but it is killing 2 spirits and being attacker that is then going to draw you some cards. So yeah, Flame Emperor Griffin is huge pickup here. Agnifun.
Yeah, it's not quite a griffin.
He looks more or less like a griffin. Just has some nice fire wings behind him.
Does not fully worship the griffin, but is open to it. You know, like
he's considering
agnostic.
it. Yeah,
he is an agnifin.
Considering his options of faith, as it were. But yeah, so we have the 2 cores that just stayed on the Scorched battlefield, threatening another draw here as well. And you know, not to be missed as well, it is it can go up to a 6K at 3 cores if it needs to as well. So it is also just a spirit that can get aggressive and help punch through some damage when needed.
Well, and it is also an Emperor Beast as well. So while the Rexes were likely sideboarded out, we saw that earlier, this is something that still will be potentially relevant in other matchups, right? If you're considering yellow, which we know red can struggle with at times, they have a lot of, you know, when summon and small bodies, and so this would give you an option to help clean those up while also potentially turning on the Gigana Rex. So I do really like this card from the sideboard. Juan needs to reestablish some board presence because, again, Kieran with all of that cost reduction and continues to draw cards turn after turn. We have to respect it if we're Juan, right? So gonna see the Flame Emperor Agnifin sent to the trash.
Yep, that core drain doing a lot of work for us, right? Because it has that 2 reduction. It's just a very cheap, effective removal card available to the purple decks. But with the double Scorched battlefield kind of staring us down on the side of the board, right? We are still going to be going very, I would say card for card, but you know, the advantage is still here on the red player that they're going to be able to draw up when needed.
And it looks like Kieran is okay with taking the damage there, I suspect, because they want the cores. They already have that burst down, and so even if that is an Ice Shield, I think that you would want to take that damage just so that you can ramp up your cores, your resources, because the card draw has not been a problem.
Right.
Right now, Kieran needs a way to play all of those cards that were drawn.
Yeah, I think at this point, right, we can easily assume that Juan has the absolute Ice Shield down themselves, and both players are kind of like, all right, well, we got some Ice Shields to pop on both sides. Let's see who runs out of them first. But we could, of course, still see some good control stabilizers from Juan's side, where in Kieran's position, right, you have to win this game. You have to win this game and then hopefully win a quick game 3 as well if you want to see a game come to its conclusion over just the tiebreaker. So we have the ultra go wide turn from Kieran, just being able to slam down a bunch of free, you know, 1 cost, 1 reduction spirits.
I mean, this is definitely the all right Ice Shield check.
Yep.
Because if not, I'm just going to continue to send dinosaurs and rain needles your way.
Yep. I love here too, you know, we want to make sure that we still have some defenses just in case. So we're able to leave a rain needle and Overraptidon both at 3K on defense. We have the 1-drop attackers being able to chip through for damage and only leaving 1 core on them, because if they have some type of removal, they're going to be gone anyway. So leaving up your biggest defenders here, try to protect against, you know, the curse is going to take you out either way. But as we've seen, like those Beldegors, for example, right, forcing your opponent to put extra cores on them if they want to try to get through damage can be really important.
Ice Shield was played there, so Juan either needs to continue to go wide here, try to answer the board state of Kieran, or I would expect there to be some sort of additional burst played down. Whether or not it's an Ice Shield, we'll have to wait and see, but Juan has a lot of cards available in hand as well, so I would be kind of shocked if there wasn't some sort of burst to be played. And with the black Lance coming down, that's 2 more cards drawn. I can't help but notice that Kieran did not trigger a Star Bless, so that's a pretty clear telegraph. That's got to be an absolute Ice Shield that's face down in the burst zone for Kieran.
Yeah, I think at this point, right, when you're sitting at 2 life across both these decks, there are some windows where you might feel the need to have that Star Blessed draw and try to get those big draw 4 plays. But from this point on, both red and purple have a lot of different ways that they can clear out the board and get through these attackers, where if you don't have that Ice Shield set, you are going to lose the game on the spot by what's available to each of these players. So I love the Black Lance here, getting you some extra draw. We still did not see a burst go down, though, even after the card draw. So we'll see what is available to us. This looks like the Camelot Knight's going to come across with the Curse. So this is just a nice way to check, what they have. And once again, the Burning Force being able to delete 2 things with 3,000 or less. So Camelot Knight and the... Oh, going for the Assassin here as well.
Yeah, I think I overall like this, right? You don't want to take the damage from the Camelot Knight if you don't have to. You can preserve the Ice Shield, which then essentially means now, right, if you swing with something else, that's 1 less blocker. Juan did not place a burst before entering combat, so if you're Kieran, I think you're just kind of welcoming the offense here. You still expect Juan to have like some sort of answer, obviously, in terms of like a flash effect or something, but
yeah, I like the setup here as well, right? So we still have the 3 cores on Black Lance. We're going to be able to block with the Beldegor. And then if I can do my math correctly, we see the suppression out of Juan's hand, so we can still set up they might not preemptively Volcanic break our Black Lance, which then lets us do the suppression play and make sure that we're able to still have another block. Even though we don't have an absolute Ice Shield, hopefully the Black Lance would be big enough to block them out if they try to go wide again.
Well, now that we get to see Kieran's hand, we are not going to worry about Kieran dying for some time, because there are Ice Shields abound, and there's also still the one in the burst zone as well. So what Kieran really needs is to find a way to push enough damage. With the clock ticking down and Kieran having lost game 1 of this round, Kieran has to find a way to close this out just to force a game 3, and then you might be at the mercy of tiebreakers at that point. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be oops, all gas, and just trying to swing out and force to see what our opponent has. And I think 1, 2... We're just short on the Dream Bomb angle as well if they play the suppression. But we can also sacrifice a few things, because play the Dream Bomb, I guess, would remove all his blockers, and you have like a Deadly Balance, and you can sacrifice one of your spirits that are already attacked to do it. So here we are going to see the suppression, right? We are going to see the play to... this is pre-block, so one thing for those at home. Yep, there's a Dream Bomb, exactly as I expected. So for those at home, the way the sequencing works, it's really important for this match. As you declare an attacker, a flash window opens up for both players. The defending player has priority, so what Juan did was play the suppression. However, Kieran has a window to play another flash in response, which is going to be this Dream Bomb, and it sets us up exactly that he has the Deadly Balance, or Juan has a Deadly Balance in hand, which is going to force the Rain Needle to be sacked, and we still have 2 attackers.
Which should be just enough to push, and yes, they are going to be moving to game 3. So Kieran,
perfect
Kieran
execution.
Accomplished exactly what he needed to there, which is a very big deal, but now... Time is going to be a really big factor. So just over 5 minutes left, but with the shuffling and so forth, it's really going to be under 5 minutes by the time these players are playing the next round. They have already sideboarded, so unless you want to make like a last minute change, I suspect we are going to see them just do a quick shuffle and then get things going.
Yeah, again, both players have already sideboarded.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe Kieran is now second guessing.
I guess let's see what Kieran has that he had sided out, right? Because so for those at home who might not be familiar, right, as the red player, you are definitely going to be favored on this side of it. Like, you just want to crash through for that damage. You are going to be the aggressive deck. You are going to be able to get the win off the life tiebreakers, where purple can take more time to set up. Now, to be fair, Juan is playing a more low to the ground variant, so there are scenarios where they could also just run away with it and getting those early points back. But again, it's red. It is the most consistent low to the ground deck that it would take a lot for Kieran to stumble and not have that early game block.
There is also the progression of the tiebreakers as well, right? So cards in deck is another one. Obviously, life the most important one, but if we have some sort of scenario where Kieran is unable to punch through and get that health, Juan is at a bit of a disadvantage with some of these purple cards because of the cards drawn as well. So
yeah, we did just see Kieran shuffling a few extra cards because, again, as you mentioned, after life, it is going to be deck count. So it's going to be really interesting to see. I think it was 5. I just missed it there.
Yeah, but that's why I was bringing it up, right? Because that might have been the reconsideration. Normally, if you're trying to have that low to the ground aggressive start, you want your deck to be as small as possible for consistency. But when you think, all right, it might actually go to deck count, my opponent is playing cards that inherently draw more cards, maybe what I want to do is just stack my deck, right? Yep. Which is an interesting game plan. We'll have to see how it goes, but
so going into game 3 here, under the wire in terms of time, we did get a quick look at Juan's hand that had double depths and axe spider, so very high cost on that end. And Kieran leading us off with a Dino Man into Rain Needle. Is Rain Needle or Raptidon? It's one of the two. So we do see 2 spirits come down from his side. And again, this is the when do we push that point of damage?
Though. So that's also a really clutch turn for Kieran right out of the gate. And they do connect for the 1.
Yep, so we have, tracking the time here, right? We're at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So we do see, again, thanks to our Pro Caster Vision available to us all weekend long here at the Pro Tour New Jersey, we do see Juan's hand. Oh, he just got the Camelot Knight off top. Good early drop we can play, but there was double depths and axe spider. I think there was also a Maduke. He just has a very, very chunky hand. So yes, we are going to have the Beldegor as a quick answer, but we have the Star Blessed Draw to help us draw 2 cards and hopefully find more low-to-the-ground threats.
Yeah, but this also allows Juan to crack back. So while Kieran was able to get that damage in, because that was a Star Blessed Draw and not an Ice Shield, this means that if Juan so wanted to, they could have pushed and maybe even went ahead in life, but you want some defense, right? Again, we've already pointed out, if you're somebody who's new to Battle Spirits, this is a game where your spirits can attack the moment they hit the table, so you don't want to just leave yourself open. Flamefish coming down for the side of Kieran to start things off.
As we mentioned, for needing a blocker, Flamefish is exactly the card you want to see because it's going to block something and then kill something because of its Soul Core effect. And against purple, again, that 4K is, going to kill most of what they're playing in these early games. So you're able to just, throw your other spirits sideways in Flamefish when every block matters at this stage of the game with almost a minute left in this game 3. Flamefish is a very, very scary threat.
There's also a part of me that wonders if the Starblessed draws are the reason that Kieran shuffled more cards back in the deck, right? Because I'm looking at this, we're even on life, and so if it does go to deck count, normally that Starblessed would have probably put Kieran under the gun, but with those additional cards in it, we might be kind of neck and neck at the moment.
Yeah, so we do see a Flamefish getting sacrificed here just to remove an attacker. So as you're sitting across the table against purple, as I mentioned, right, there are going to be a number of early threats that they have, but then they can run out pretty quickly. And we do see an axe spider.
Okay. Now we're cooking with gas.
Yeah, that is going to be a very problematic, and I know, again, because for those at home, that is the Soul Core that's on it. It's not that big red dot, but it is a silver dot instead. So Axe Spider is at level 3. It is going to make those suppressions cheaper that we've seen from Game 1 and Game 2. And it is just going to be, hey, I'm on the board. We're going to go into overtime here, but it is a threat every turn for blocking. And 5K, can be enough to knock some things out of the purple deck.
So Andromeda dealing with the Beldegor. We are going into overtime. I know it says life total 4 for Kieran, but I believe there was that 1 damage taken from the Beldegor last turn, so I believe it should be 3-3, correct?
Yep. So Dilophosa, great aggressive card out of the Gigano Rex deck because it can go up to 8K very easily with the amount of cores there are not, but spoiler, it can't block. So this is just a card that is going to be turning sideways for us every single turn, and yes, it is going to get blocked with the Axe Spider, but then the Andromeda can come in through a point of damage as well.
I do find it rather interesting that you and I are both from a very similar region. Like, we live close to each other, but we pronounce these cards wildly different. Because you say Star Blessed and I say Star Blessed. And for the most recent pterosaur that hit the board, I would describe that as a Dilophozoa. Because it reminds me of the Dilophosaurus from Jurassic Park.
That is probably correct. And this is just...
But I'm just saying, like, it's so funny that you and I even play this game together and we still pronounce things differently.
You know, as the age-old tradition goes, you know, not all card gamers can read or read all that well. And for me, that just could be I forget what order the letters go in, but it is just he's just the big aggressive guy, right, that comes through. Oh, and a core drain removing it. So, oh gosh. So this is turn 2 then, I believe. Oh, right, and because Andromeda is only a 4K because he had to use the cores for Dilo to be the bigger attacker. So
yes,
Axe Spider is actually just threatening, like, hey, I'm going to deal you a point of damage, or you have to lose your Andromeda. Well, Kieran has 3 cards in hand. You know, one thing about the Rex deck is it can be a little bit more creature light even in some of the lists that we've seen, right? They are so heavy on having very key Magic cards you want to be playing because there's so many good ones, right? And you usually draw off of the battlefield as well that you can draw into a few more of them. But
do you decide to take the block here, preserve the life total? And there's a lot of cores available, but that's a bit deceiving because right now there's no cost reduction working in the favor of Kieran. So you are paying the the manufacturer suggested price for all of these battle spirits at this point when you want to deploy them. And so this is another Dilophozoa. All gas, no brakes continues to be the theme, but there is, as we see on the side of Juan, a burst. We know that that is an ice shield, so that is not likely going to crash here. And I believe that's a bearded eagle, followed by another bearded eagle. So lots of facial hair on these eagles.
Yeah, and just interesting enough, just a pass here. You know, the Dilo could at least check something if he's coming across, you know, force the ice shield. Yeah, because the Axe Spider, right, you'd have to burn a suppression off here.
Yeah, I don't know if this was also, again, maybe just trying to keep that cost reduction thing in mind because you had to pay wholesale prices that last turn. So preserving it at least does preserve a little bit of your game state in that regard.
Yeah, looking at Juan's hand, looks like we see even another Axe Spider, which again, we have one white symbol on the board already. We could have it, you know, come in for 3 and then put 3 cores on it, giving us more blockers. Burning Force does not have a live target out of Juan's hand here. Maduke is going to be way too costly to bring down. The depths isn't advancing your board state, and I can't quite make out the last card, but it really is just this Axe Spider holding down. Oh, double depths, right?
Just a double depths, extra deep.
Yep,
into the Netherworld. So I am not sure that Juan has a path to victory here, and we are approaching the turn limit, I believe. Correct?
Yes, because it'll be 3 for both players. Maybe, you know,
I think time was officially called when Kieran was active, right? And so that becomes essentially like the turn 0.
Yep, and it's also turns, and then they have a time limit consideration as well. So yeah, it looks like here we just have the absolute ice shield that's coming down. It's going to heal him back up to 3, keep life totals the same, and also end the combat.
Now, because you had to pay cores for that, that's why you see those spirits removed, right? Because you had to pull the cores off them to pay for the ice shield, but it's entirely worth it when you don't lose as a result. You keep things tied, and with the, you know, presentation of that deck, I think that means that was the end, and we might be in a situation now where they are going to do the deck count. Because life totals are equal, so the judges are going to go through the count, and we're going to see whether or not that Starblessed draw was the make or break, right? Like, I know it sounds silly, but when you get to this stage, the card draw becomes a real double-edged sword.
Yep, and we did see Kieran shuffle in a few extra cards. I believe it was 5. So I would believe we didn't get an exact count on Juan's starting deck, or if we didn't see how many sideboarded in because we were looking at Kieran's perspective on that. But if we assume that Juan kept the original presentation of the deck where Kieran sided in the extra cards, even though they hit the Star Blessed draw and drew some extra cards, they were still what I guess would have been one ahead then, right? If they even right. If Star Blessed had the full value of 4, they put in 5 cards total, which allowed them to stay 1 above in that regard.
What a wild round 2.
Yeah.
Right?
It was good to see a throwback, right? We got to see the Rex and kind of Maduke matchup filing out the dawn of history meta as we've seen for so long. But there was what a way to come down to, right, in the deck count and having the Star Blessed draw and siding in those extra cards is, again, we'll get confirmation, leading after this round, but I have a feeling it was the Star Blessed into the siding extra cards that ultimately gave Kieran the win on that side of it.
I'm thinking about, we've seen 2 rounds so far, right? And if I would have told you ahead of time, one of them is, a white-purple into a hard-white control. The other is red and purple. One of those rounds is going to go to time where deck is the determining factor. I would not have bet that it was the purple-red matchup. But that first game, it was honestly, it really was kind of a clinic, right? Like, if you want to study what makes Battle Spirits fun in my mind, it's really game 1 of that round 2, because there were great plays, great answers back and forth. We had ice shields, we had removal, we had the full gamut of the experience in my mind. So what a fantastic game 1, but it also meant that we went the distance for the round. And so with that in mind, we are, I believe, going to be taking a short break. And then when we come back, we are going to fire up round 3 of the Pro Tour here in New Jersey. So don't go anywhere. A lot more Battle Spirit Saga action when we return. Hello and welcome back to the Pro Tour event for Battle Spirit Saga here in New Jersey. I am still Charmer, once again joined by Kozmic on the desk, and we are getting ready to dive into round 3 of day 1 of the Pro Tour. And I am very excited for the matchup that we're about to see, because once again, we get to see some new decks on display. We're actually seeing some variety today.
Yeah, there's a good amount of spice in this next one. That yes, it is a Gagano Rex deck, but we are also going to take a look at white aggro. And what I really like about this is we're kind of doing like the world tour of the meta. This one goes all the way back to the launch events that happened, where we got to see white aggro really pop up and make itself known in the meta and challenge some of the red decks, because it can pull off that Librarian regain combo and just kill you in some of the earlier turns and take you out on turn 3 or turn 4 for 5 damage. It really is able to close out the game quickly. So we're going to have Adamasu on the right with the white aggro list, and the previous champion for Ohio, Ryan Valentino, on his classic Rex deck. And I can't spoil it too much, because I hope it pops up, and he did have some spicy tech in there. I was really excited to see.
You almost let it out by accident there with your excitement, but we get a Pegasione to start on the side of Adamasu. And you mentioned that this is a bit of a callback to that launch event. Well, Adamasu is somebody who also did well at that event, right? So we have the recent champion from the Ohio event and Ryan, along with, again, the kind of callback to the launch event here. And we see a hefty-sized dino answer on the side of Ryan.
Yeah, and the thing I really like about the white aggro deck in particular, right, in an open field, if you're at like a grand opener or some larger event, right, you start with that Pegasione. It could be any control white style of deck. So against the maybe more inexperienced players, or who might just not know, you might play a Nexus on your turn 1, and they suddenly slam down all these free threats that we're going to be seeing on Adamasu's side and saying, hey, now we're swinging through for quite a few points of damage. But Ryan has a very big blocker that, sure, he can go in and swing through some points of damage, but that Dino Man is taking something out with him.
Now, I will also point out one of the interesting things here with placement, right? Traditionally, we see a lot of the players put the cores directly on the card. It looks like Adamasu doing it just below, likely so that you can read the text on the cards, but I find that kind of comical, because in the aggressive version of white, a lot of times the text is just the battle power anyway, right?
Right. You get like that powerful on-summon effect that we just got to see from Valkyrie Miss, very much the key spirit out of the white aggro deck, as you would, just getting to bounce that blocker that you might want to, you know, that Dino Man that would have done a lot of work for us, but now got returned to hand. And Adamasu, if he really wants to, I mean, this is 4 damage on the board that he can just crash through with. All those spirits are going to be at a lower BP threshold, so that Burning Force in Ryan's hand is looking very, very good. But this is a case of, you know, you're already up 3 points of damage in this case, and there's only 2 points of life left, and you have no board. So Red does have to play very, very defensively in this matchup, get the extra distance out of your Burning Forces, and you can run White aggro out of resources very quickly.
Yeah, I think the real issue here was that Ryan did not have an early Ice Shield, right? I think that's really critical when you're playing against these aggressive White decks. Now, the Burning Force does come out, but the Pegasione, I believe, is still ultimately going to connect here, right? So that means Ryan will fall all the way down to 1 health. That is a dangerous spot to be in this early in the game.
Yes, and you know the Burning Force can do some work and help us clear up a few more spirits. But again, when your hand looks like we don't have the spell there for it, so we have a lot of cores to play some of those spirits out. But if we see another Dream Bomb or Valkyrie, oh god. Or if we see both in Adamasu's hand, right, that is going to be 2 more bounce threats that you're able to push through. So again, White aggro really being able to capitalize on that, you know, 3 cost reduction Valkyrie Mist on top of the Dream Bomb, which you get to have the reduction value for. So getting to stick a early threat can be quite difficult in this matchup.
I think one of the big issues for the red player, right, and why White aggro actually is very good into certain metas and into this matchup is simply because there's a lot of things that are immediately turned off because of the aggressive open, and we can already see Adamasu got the victory. They're just kind of scooping and moving to game 2. But because of the aggressive opener, a lot of times the cards like Starblast Draw are just not effective, because by the time that you do get any sort of value from them whatsoever, the game is well out of reach. So what I suspect here is that Ryan is going to board out some of these dead cards that do not have a lot of value against the aggressive White, and instead put in more defensive tools. Now, this could be stuff like the Agnifin. I do see some suppressions here in the sideboard as well, so that you can get some multiple blocks.
Yeah, suppression really is acting as Ice Shield 5 and 6 in this matchup, because again, a lot of times you're going to lose that early life no matter what you do, but that is extra chords to work with to enable the cards in your hand like suppression to give you that 1 or 2 extra turns you need. Because again, with White aggro, they can have these very, very explosive starts, as we just saw from Adamasu's side of the board. There was a 4-minute game, you know, in that regard, but once they get past that initial hand, there is nothing that they can do to recover. There's no, they usually tech in like Derm Dynas for the late game to get that last point, maybe point of damage that they needed in. But Ryan, knowing this matchup very, very well, he's going to cut out his Nexuses, right? Those are very bad to play into this matchup anyways, because you can never afford to play them. It's going to turn off Derm Dyna. And then again, he has, this particular matchup, right, just the suppressions is going to be like the real MVP in this case for what we were expecting to see.
Yeah, the Nexuses just ultimately feel bad all the way around, really, because when you're the red player, you're trying to take advantage of, you play the Nexus, you use them for the cost reduction, but then you also use the aggressive side, right? You want to be attacking so that you get the bonus battle power, but you also want to be attacking to get the card draw, etc., etc. But the reality is you're not doing a lot of that in the early stages of the game, and so you don't really need the extra card draw to continue to keep the gas in your tank, right? So getting rid of them, turning off the Mech Lord, as you said, all of that seems to make an awful lot of sense, and does look like they're gonna keep there. I see a lot of early drops on the side of Mr. Valentino this time, so this is hopefully going to be a bit more competitive.
Yep, getting to see the, triple. I was going to say double rain needle, but that does in fact look like triple. With the White aggro, they have 2 options. They either go super wide, and a lot of their stuff is going to be just a 1K body, and those rain needles are going to be great to block that. Or they do have cards like Bullet Ray, which can go up to a 5K attack, and that can be quite scary to deal with, right? We have the Dino Man. We can make this a 6K if we really need to, but then the point comes to like how wide can we afford to go on the board? Because keep in mind, Dino Man only wants 2 spirits on the board, like exactly how we're going to see from Ryan here. So he is correctly identifying that he's just going to want to wall up, try to have some higher BP thresholds that for Animosity to connect on damage, he's really going to need some of those Valkyrie Mists or Dream Bombs just to remove a couple blockers and chip through the damage where he can.
Yeah, there is a bit of a gamble to this, right? Obviously, the risk is that if they do have a Dream Bomb, then they're going to be able to push some extra damage in. If they have multiples, then suddenly this backfired on you, right? Because they'll be able to continue to push the damage while you're unable to defend. But ultimately, I think that if you're playing the percentages, this is the right path. You want to make it so that every time Admasu attacks, they have to lose a unit in trades to continue to push damage, and eventually you won't run them out of cards in hand, right? We've already talked about, especially with the slow white versions of control decks, etc. White struggles with card draw. Well, that doesn't suddenly go away as a weakness just because you're playing the aggressive version. So you can win through attrition in this matchup.
Yeah, and we were talking much about those 5K bodies, but looking at Ryan's head, we had a couple spirits, like namely the Gigano Rex that was in hand. The Volcanic Break is going to have a little bit more expensive. So there are lines that we can take where, a point or two of damage is not that bad. And then we can just force Gigano Rex onto the board, making sure that we're chipping away his spirits with Confront. So then you put the white aggro player in the position of like, look, you either have to crash into my wall of, 4K in higher spirits I might have, or Gigano is going to start chipping away at your board with that just big beefy Confront. And again, they do have Dream Bomb. They do have some instant speed reaction to it.
Picked up a Burning Force.
And the Flamefish, very nice.
Yeah, this is looking very, very good. A much different game here for Ryan, right? Last game, not only did Edmasu have the hot start, but Ryan did have some of those nexuses, right?
Yep.
So you were kind of hosed on both ends of the deal, whereas now those have likely been sideboarded out like we were talking about, which means the cards you're drawing are going to be a lot more relevant. Even something like Volcanic Break, where it's not great in this matchup, it's still better than the Nexuses were, which were essentially dead cards before.
Right, and again, Flamefish also forcing our opponents to, yes, as we just mentioned, things like Bolt Ray, right? Those have 5K battle power, so they can actually get over Flamefish's Soul Core based effect to delete something of 4K or less power, but ultimately, they have the ability to, they can bounce it, they can go bigger than it. It doesn't have that same maybe value that we see against a lot of the other aggro decks like Purple, as we saw in the previous rounds, where it's like, okay, now this Flamefish is for sure shutting down two things, where in the white aggro matchup, they can, if they need to, play around it or bounce it. I really like identifying the threat here of the Librarian Saga, because it's as an ability, it can get back the Soul Core from trash when attacking, which does two things for you. One, it's going to increase its battle power by 3,000, which again, we talked about these just high BP thresholds that white aggro can hit. But then also it's letting you get a core back for your regain combo, where you can keep restanding it and attacking with a large unit, right? So you attack with something else, get to pop the regain, attack the Librarian, get the core back, right? And keep cycling this through.
Yeah, it's one of the ways that you really get that core efficiency. On the one hand, a lot of the white aggro threats are just already efficient, but then on top of that, when you're getting cores and re-expending them, and then getting cores and re-expending them, all of that efficiency goes way up. But I was just saying, hey, Volcanic Break, not necessarily great in this matchup, but we do see the value. Again, that was already a great play compared to where the Nexuses were dead in game one.
Right, always having that removal on backup is going to be really important, because again, 6K, hitting that threshold, I'm going to keep repeating it, unfortunately, but that 5K threshold is really the big part of where white aggro could be, because that is literally the two options you have in the deck. You go super wide, or you hit 5K and try to get over some blockers that way. But Ryan, again, quickly dismantling the board from Adamasu with the Librarian going down, and then Curiosity as well going down off the Volcanic Break.
Now, we will have to point out that while Ryan is doing a great job of stabilizing, still did take some damage, has not been able to take any away from Edmasu at the moment. And at some point, you do have to turn the corner. You have to go on the offense. But I think that we're still a couple of turns away, right? You want to kind of play this game of attrition, and you never want to put yourself in a position where you're left without, ideally, the most amount of blockers that you can possibly need, where you're counting threats on the board and potential threats from hand, right? So against white aggro, if your opponent's got 4 cards in hand, that theoretically could be another 3 or 4 threats. So you just leave up maximum blockers. We're going to see a lot of this. It's very weird, right? Normally you talk about white as being the control deck, but in this matchup, the red player is playing like a white elk deck would. even though there's no Moonsky in the list.
Right. And I really like Ryan's block here as well, and in kind of keeping the spirits what would have been 2-3 on the board, because with the defensive play, right, you sacrifice the Rain Needle and then boost Dino Man back up to a 6K, which is going to be able to block pretty much everything out of the white aggro except at this level 3. Gotta see on the board. But as I had mentioned, Giganorex is going to come down, threaten that confront, and start chipping away at Adamasu's board. So this is now the part where red player is saying, hey, I can sacrifice the Eagle, which is going to be a 5K to take something out. Dino Man then becomes a 6K again to block something else out, and it puts all the pressure on the white aggro player that says, hey, you have to do something about this Gigano turn after turn. And guess what? He gets to be played for super cheap because you're going to keep playing out these Emperor Beasts and Pterosaurs to make it only cost 2. So the efficiency of the Rex deck is really going to start to shine from this turn forward.
One of the other neat tricks that you kind of have to pay attention to now is that with your ability to kind of like shuffle around cores, and again, we saw that sacrifice of the Rain Needle earlier, you can also just turn on the Giganorex effect where he's buffing like your entire team if you need to in a pinch. So obviously right now the Eagle kind of gumming that up, but if you start to play a lot more Pterosaurs and Emperor Beasts and you get a little bit of some oomph there, then you can really put the heat in terms of battle power on the side of the white player who is very clearly trying to stack to go tall, right? So right now, the one thing that Admasu has working for him is that his units are big, but if Rex can start pumping, then you'll still go over the top, or you'll win those trades, force it out. Does look like this is going to be a Dream Bomb, slowing things down.
Yep, so Dream Bomb, again, as we mentioned, is going to be one of the ways to save your spirits on the board. But it looks like he did have the second Dream Bomb that we saw, so if he's trying to push for the damage on the next turn, he may consider that as a play here as well, just to remove another blocker.
Yeah, we saw the wave off there, right? I think Ryan was getting ready to just kind of like reset things, and Admasu said, wait, hold on a second. So I think the consideration is there, but
I think we both missed it. I think Adamasu and I had the same thought there for a second. It's like he was actually a course short, because then he would have had to sacrifice the spirit to play the other Dream Bomb, which effectively just negates what you wanted to do, right? You want to remove a blocker but not lose an attacker as that trade-off.
Yeah, then it's a net zero, right? We don't
play that. We don't play that around here.
We don't like net zeros. I mean, with these bulletfish, you don't like nets at all. They are not friends with nets.
No, you want to continue to dodge those. And I do like the suppression here as well, but it's an interesting point where the Gigano is going to end up buffing the board anyways and negate any suppression, for value, right, that Adamasu would have of getting 3K to 3K. So it might be good as a catch for a turn, but ultimately the Gigano is going to be able to come back down and threaten that confront once again, and we're going to see how Adamasu wants to develop their board to make sure that they can be mindful of Giganorex coming right back down.
Well, one of the things that we also are going to keep an eye on is that Ryan kind of has this where he wants it to be, because if Admasu decides to shift gears and start going wide instead of tall, we know that Ryan is sitting on that Burning Force, for example, right? So Ryan's got some outs depending on whatever it is that Admasu chooses to do, but it looks like Admasu's doing a good job of kind of like riding that line here as well, though. Another spirit is hitting the table.
Yep, satellite coming down. Good free spirit to play in this case, a 2-cost 2 reduction. So again, sometimes with white aggro, and what we're likely to see in future sets as well, there's a lot of 0 drops that can attack, as we were talking about earlier. There's a lot more of 1 cost 1 reduction spirits you have. So you do again have the ability to play this very low to the ground aggressive strategy, but you have things like Burning Force or Exhaust Nexus that can keep it in check quite easily against some decks. Now, of course, these low to the ground decks are great at combating against those that want to stabilize. Like the white control decks, they take a long time to get set up, where these can just get you, so to speak. But we're going to see how this Burning Force can line up pretty nicely into this board.
Yeah, what we're going to pay attention to now is really just the sequencing, right? Where if Ryan can get the value out of the Burning Force, that would be great, but it's going to require some of the cores to come off of these blockers as well. So you kind of have to figure out when you want to assign them as blockers, what you want to stop, because playing the Burning Force now, for example, as a leadoff would mean that they would be smaller blockers as a result. So you kind of have to weigh what you expect from the side of Idmasu.
Yep, like the Burning Eagle here is going to be great for just the 5k block. So you could do like a block with a 5k, making sure that it's going to be bigger, and then play the Burning Force, because Dino Man's always going to have that 6k buffer as long as there's only 2 spirits on the board. But looks like we are just taking a chip damage here down to 2.
That I was gonna say that also makes it a lot easier for you to fire off that Burning Force now between the reduction and the extra core. So I like this recognition. That's the word I'm looking for. Sorry, I'm just such in awe of the play here from Ryan that I can't even come up with the right word apparently. But yeah, I like the recognition from Ryan just to say, okay, I can take this one and then still find relevant value going forward.
Yeah, it looks like Adamasu might be trying to set up a play where he gets some of these early attacks in, frees up those cores off his spirits, and then goes for a Dream Bomb to close out the game that way. But again, he has to be mindful of that Burning Force, and he has to also then sequence like, hey, I need to keep these guys above 5k, like the Bulletfish. Well, the Bulletfish is going to attack next in that case, so it doesn't just get removed by the Burning Force. So here again, we have to make sure that before we go to blocks, there is a flash timing window that opens up. The defending player always has priority, and then the priority would then pass back to Adamasu to play, for example, that Dream Bomb that we know is in their hand to remove the blocker.
Looks like the option there was to pass, so we do have the block go through. And I would expect this to be the force at this point. You can't take both shots here. No? Okay.
Nope, just has the
power.
Oh, there's him showing the
Dream Bomb
as well as another removal option.
Yeah, it looks like the battle power threshold was just too much for the Burning Force there. I forget that those are so big.
Yeah, I think this is also a case. I have to. It's been so long myself. I have to look up the exact wording on Curiosity as well, in terms of what it's protecting. But there's also the ability to protect your spirits from BP-based removal, which does mean the Burning Force wouldn't be online otherwise. So I think that is the consideration that happened there, where the Burning Force wasn't actually live in that regard, because it protects your mecha spirits.
Yeah, okay, so that's what it is. Because I was, in my head, I was like, I was relatively certain that the battle power was low enough that Burning Force would have been able to do it based on that. But you're right, it's the shielding effect that I was also overlooking. So that is my mistake. But Idmasu gets a very fast victory, wins 2 games in less time than it took for game 1 of last round to resolve. So congratulations to them. They are moving on, and I'm just happy that we've seen a wide variety of different lists so far today. We didn't get to see the cool tech that you were kind of alluding to, but Ryan Valentino was running Swordosaurus in his list, and I'm a big fan of Swordosaurus. I just really like that kind of machine gun feel of, I'm going to attack, and then obviously most of your pterosaurs are also pretty sizable, right? So like you can attack with the Swordosaurus, then you can swing with one of your pterosaurs, and then potentially get an additional swing out of the Swordosaurus and kind of rinse and repeat. And it's a play style that you sometimes see in yellow, but Swordosaurus kind of also enables it in red, and I just really enjoy it because I am not a fan of yellow. How dare you,
Yeah,
sir?
Swordosaurus is really good at just breaking up our board, because it says anytime that it's Pterosaurus blocked, it just refreshes. So hey, yellow usually wants to just gum up the board, play a lot of those low-cost spirits, and get value off things like Blessed Cathedral or Freezetol, right? And they say, hey, you can block all you want. I am just going to keep turning this thing sideways, and I'm really excited for the green spirit that's in set 2, that it's at 4 cores every time during attack or blocks. Actually, if he destroys something by BP comparison, he also refreshes. So there's like this really cool red-green style of multi-attack, multi-block we might end up seeing out of set 2. Now, yes, it is going to be very heavy on more of the Pterosaur package, but there are some fun combos you can do with Lightning Aura that I'm really excited about.
I'm also interested to see how those two combine when you consider Confront as well. I think Confront is a bit of an underutilized mechanic in Red right now. It does a lot for allowing you to kind of control the tempo of the board through combat. And so once you get some of those refresh effects where you can maybe utilize Confront, get the trade you're looking for, but then also still get that chip damage in, I think that it's at least worth considering, right?
Yep.
Might not end up being a meta superstar, but it is something that when I look at it, I'm like, okay, I can see, where the pieces start to come together.
So I know we're going to be doing some special spoilers on the stream today, so make sure you're sticking around for those. I know you might have seen it go out to some of the local game stores near you, where the Ancient Heroes poster has made its way. So there's some rumors that there might be some really cool cards appearing on the stream. And then we also are going to be doing a set 2 match. Just brewed some decks together, of course. Spoiler, you're going to see something yellow. It's what I like to play. It's what I know best. But then I also have some, King Dragno stuff and also some Tokiwa. So there's going to be at least a little bit of kind of like the Savior versus the Void Lord side of package. But we're going to be figuring out shortly in what order we're going to be doing all of this. But that was a 10-minute match is what it felt like by comparison. But that's really getting to see the different shifts from very heavy control decks going into time to, hey, sometimes 2 aggressive decks can just close out a round in, okay, it's probably 20 minutes to be fair, but still very fast considering to what we've seen up until this point.
Yeah, that second game took a little bit longer. The first game was legitimately like 4 or 5 minutes. I mean, it was over. I think I blinked twice, and I was like, oh, we're going to game 2. But you are correct. So we are going to be sharing some new cards, some spoilers. I'm really looking forward to that. I believe we're doing that first, if I remember correctly. And then you and I are going to face off in a bit of an exhibition show match, which is perfectly well timed because we're going to have the extra time after such a blazing display there by that white aggro deck. So I'm just waiting on the word. Now, here's the interesting bit. I have not actually seen the cards we're going to spoil. This is going to be a live reaction. So when they do decide to reveal them, we don't have inside info, right? You're going to get a full initial breakdown from the man himself, Kozmic.
Yeah, I guess
about how they're good or not. I don't know. And then you're going to get me just being excited no matter what, because my favorite time in any development cycle for card games is always reveal season.
Yeah, so I think we are going to be taking a short break here, and then we're going to get into some, spoilers and set 2 match. So definitely stay tuned for that. But very excited for more things to come in the Pro Tour here in New Jersey, and fresh, the first Pro Tour of many coming this year. Got 2 more, one in Europe, one in North America, all leading up to the World Championship. So a lot more matches coming for you next. Stay tuned, and we'll be coming up with the exhibition.
Pro Tour event here in New Jersey. I am once again Charmer, still joined by Kozmic on the desk, and we hope you enjoyed our exhibition match, kind of showcasing some new stuff coming in set 2 that we're really excited about. However, we're back to the actual main event. The Pro Tour is underway, and we have again some more diversity, another exciting matchup. I'm actually very pleasantly surprised at the number of different decks we're getting to showcase on the broadcast today, and this is again no exception.
Yeah, we're going to have a mirror match of sorts with some really cool tech pieces in both of them, but we're actually going to be diving right into a purple control versus purple control matchup, which it's always fun to see how the players are going to navigate and how they're going to focus on their big threats versus the removal that they have and which one that they prioritize for each spirit their opponent plays. And I do have to give a special shout out to Marco, who is on the left side here. They are flying all the way in from Australia. We do have quite a few people from Australia and from our LATAM community who are able to make it into the event. And it's just truly a warrior's journey to make the travel. I was talking to someone in the lobby last night. They were in airports for, I think it was like 23 hours in total to make it out to this event. So I hope all the summoners are having a great time.
Yeah, you mentioned, obviously, Marco has come all the way from Australia. I believe Juan, that we featured earlier on the stream, was from Chile, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so again, this is a Pro Tour event from all corners of the globe, and here we have some, again, pretty traditional starts here from the purple players, but I'm really looking forward to what happens when we get to the top end, because that's where these decks really do start to differentiate from each other. There is some wonderful spice. And
So we have the Shadow Elemental coming down, and
Yes.
perfect. Finally, this happened
Finally.
on camera. So
That's
this
what I
is
was waiting
really the
for.
power of the zero drops, right? They are effectively ramp and allow you to play things a turn earlier than you might not have been able to. Now, of course, Luis does have the monster play of that Burning Force here to punish it. So effectively killing, the Elemental and the Nexus in that turn. But otherwise, getting that Nexus down, early is so important in this matchup, especially in the mirror, because it does come down to that pure, hey, who has the depths and who has the card engines online first to really run away with the game. And a second depth, so back-to-back Netherworld depths turns from Marco.
Yeah, Marco really wants to get this online early and again has the backup. But I'm also so happy we got to see that zero drop ramp play. So if you are maybe new to the game or you don't understand, when units are in play, they are working toward the cost reduction of a card. But the cards that cost 0, you don't have to put any of your cores into the trash for the turn. So the core that you place on it, plus the cost reduction you get from it, means as long as you're willing to sacrifice that unit for the greater good, you get to play things that much sooner, which is why we saw the turn 2 Netherworld, which is just outstanding. But now we have Marco trying to set up some walls, right? You've got your Netherworld, now you just kind of need to survive a bit, and we are going on offense, it looks like.
Yeah, the Dragonaga Assassin here is really just like a double threat, right? When it's at level 3 and has a Soul Core on it, it's a 4K curse that's netting you a card. And then, of course, with that Depths Online, if your opponent blocks it, he's going to draw another card. So it's one of those key cards that we talked about.
Oh, that's a great answer, though.
Yeah, short-lived, it turns out. But, trying to threaten 2 cards, draw a turn, now just shut off. So the Elemental here, because it is at level 2, does get to attack. So it's only a 2K attacker, but Marco is getting to draw first off the depths. And again, in the purple matchup, sometimes you realize that when you stick at depths this early, the game plan very quickly changes to, hey, we're not going to play this slow, value game back and forth. It's like, nope, you have the depths. I don't. I need to close out this game fast, or you will just bury me in advantage. Maybe you can usually give it like a turn or two, but Luis is definitely going to be turning on the gas here and try to, again, where you can out of this purple deck, be aggressive in this matchup.
Well, we have a very wide board on one side, but we have a Netherworld Depths on the other. We also have the Burst card deployed face down on the side of Marco, so if that is the Ice Shield, we have one of those weird situations where it looks like Mr. Flores is well ahead in this game. However, with one good stall turn and being able to get all those additional cards, Marco could really take advantage of it. We are also potentially, I never thought I'd say this, but we are potentially hitting diminishing returns with all this card draw because we only have so many cores. It's actually incredibly early in the game to have this many cards in hand. Yep. So what do you even do? Like, you have all those choices, but it doesn't matter when you can only play, 1, maybe 2 cards a turn.
And speaking of like those higher costs, that's exactly what Cursed Dragon is coming down to do. So very nice play by Marco here, being able to eat 2 of the spirits from their opponent's board and getting those 2 extra cores back. So it's a great way that, hey, Depths is refilling our hand, and now Cursed Dragon is going to allow us to get some extra cores to help smooth out our turns. So Marco is very heavy on the Dark Bishop, Baculus, and Cursed Dragon combo, which is the 2-card combo that's been running rampant the entire time in this Dawn of History meta for just the over-the-top purple control that says, hey, strip all the cores down to 1. Cursed Dragon is going to eat them all up and then ramp you a bunch of cores. And again, purple and green is going to be such a great combination as if you got to catch the exhibition match, because it's that nice combination of ramp and getting to play these big late game threats that you want to stabilize with.
Just like that, we have now hit the mid game, which is really where purple's kind of meant to shine. Like, yes, we have things like the Infernal King, Cursed Dragon on the top end. We know that there are also things like our good friend, the Underworld Queen trio, Maduke. But this is, I think, normally where the purple decks start to shine, those 4, 5, 6 cost cards. And I expect a lot of back and forth. One of the things that I'm continuing to think about is just this fact that we have a Beldregor on one side, right? So that level of recursion, it kind of makes up for the lack of the depth on the side of Luis, but it's also just a body over and over again.
Yep.
Right? I know when we saw the hand of Marco earlier, there was a lot of magic cards and, more nexuses. So sometimes when you have, a 10-card hand you still might only have 2 spirits, and that could be a problem.
Yeah, I think we saw a deadly balance in there as well, which can always also be very difficult to play unless you're doing it during the main phase, right? Because anytime you do it during combat, you're threatening a Beldegor coming back from your opponent, depending on what they're selecting to remove. Now, that might just be the play that you have to make because you have to, Beldegor one turn over others can be better, but you want to make sure that they're keeping count of the deadly balance because it's a way to just bring Beldegor back during combat in your favor as well, to be a multi-attacker for the turn. So here we see another bishop coming down just to shrink the cores down to 1, and a cursed dragon coming across.
Dark Bishop Backlist is such a good card because it allows you on your turn to kind of temporarily take advantage of the fact that you can move around your cores and your opponents are locked in place. So not only is it potentially removal at times or whatever, but it's also just shrinking everything. So when you open your turn with the Dark Bishop and then you can move everything right back, you're just like, all right, well, I used my shrink ray on your entire side of the board, and now what are you going to do, right? Are you going to give me these value trades? Are you going to take the damage? I know we always talk about the obvious combo, right, which is the Dark Bishop Bacillus into the Infernal King Curse Dragon, but even just by himself, that bishop is incredibly strong.
Yeah, and want to call it out here again because on the right side we do have the Metal Soul Core, which is appearing on Camelot Knight, which again is going to give him Curse, but just to keep track of it for those at home because it is doesn't stick out as much as the bright red Soul Core that we're used to seeing in many of the other matches. So Camelot Knight coming down for free, getting to play out that depths, and then Black Lance here as well, getting to draw some cards. So very quickly, we find ourselves, at least it's just regas their hand, and it has quite a wide board here, staring down just a bishop and curse dragon. Now, attacking out like that, it's got to be an absolute ice shield in the burst. We at least expect it to be. But again, we find ourselves in a position where, yes, we need to attack. Yes, we need to play around like a single curse dragon as well, but we're giving our opponent even more cards, and we're trying to see, if that's an ice shield or not. So you can't just let it sit there too many turns, but trying to find the right window where you can be aggressive can be really difficult in these mirror matches.
This is, in my opinion, a wonderful time to kind of pay attention to the skill of the players, because when you have these purple mirrors and both players, wow, okay,
oh man,
all right, that kind of reverses what I was about to say. What I was about to say is when you have these purple mirrors and both players have a Netherworld Depths on the board, what you're essentially saying is attrition is out the window. What it comes down to is who can play the right cards at the right time. It's all about timing and sequencing, and that's a lot of times when you can see that kind of skill gap between players and get that separation. But when you also can just dream bomb somebody's Netherworld Depths back, that buys you a lot of time.
Yeah, even if it's only going to cost 3 because they are playing purple and can get the max reduction value, it's also turning off their draw engine for a turn. But we see a double Beldegor discard off of the Core Theft. So again, if at any point if Marco can align a 4 or 5 cost spirit on the board, now we're looking at multiple Beldegors coming back, ready to machine gun down the board if Luis attacks with 3 costs or less. And just again, the multi-attacker can be so important. Like Immortality is a very, very strong effect in this game, and I cannot wait to see where the Immortality deck lands up in set 2. Wow, that Dream Bomb was huge.
The Dream Bomb was huge, but honestly, that Core Theft, when you discard 2 of those Beldegors, you kind of create this landmine, right? Where all it takes is for you to play something, and then you're just daring your opponent to attack you. Like, you want them to make your day. You're saying, okay, bring the heat, but we do still have to find something to get that trigger, as you pointed out, right? You need that 4 or 5 cost card to kind of set things in motion if that's the way you want to go. But one thing that I'm also personally enjoying is look at the wealth of cores on the side of Marco. If you are just tuning in, you may have missed the exhibition match where I was sitting on a Dragon's Horde of cores playing green from set 2. But happy to see this here as well.
Yeah, so speaking of those key 4 and 5 costs, we do see a Mordred coming down here with this when summoned, being able to strip the core off the camel at night, which, of course, for maybe those who are unfamiliar, all spirits do require at least 1 core on them to stay in play. So at any time if those cores are depleted, they get removed. And here on the attack, we get to see the other removal from the spirit, the elemental spirit, which did not have enough cores to get the draw. And then also it's purple. They remove the cores, so they can't get the draw if it doesn't meet the level requirement either. So we are looking at a board of, well, 5 purple reductions on one side and 0 on the other. So really a great job at setting up those the core thefts and the dream bombs. Really huge plays from Marco, and then also just the Mordred kind of doing the cleanup job, and then still having the Beldegors in the trash, mind you. So if he has a deadly balance, he can then be very defensive, sacrifice off the Mordred, and bring back all those Beldegors.
Looks like there's a Beldegor in the hand that is hitting the table now as well.
And it does need to hit a exhausted spirit of 3 or less, so no legal targets here, but it is just a, we gotta get some blockers on the board.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was actually why you play it here, because you want to get it out, right? Use it as your own blocker, but also you want to be able to set up your own chain of events as well. We know that there's already 1 Beldegor in the discard pile, so now both players are going to have access to at least 2. We're just saying, it's so funny. We're staring at a wealth of resources in every direction. Both of these players have so much at their disposal. So it's really about tempo, right? Who can control the pace of the game? And I would say that Marco has been in the driver's seat because he has had some big, setback turns working in his favor, where he has just set back the board development of the opposing player. So
yeah, when the boards start to get this established, right? Curse Dragon and Dark Bishop Baculus, because they are higher costed cards, they do have a natural higher BP threshold. So even if they don't have Curse, they usually can smash through in the mirror and take something out with them. But here I was just going to mention that with that depths coming back online, Luis really does need a off turn. Like, you just need to develop your board again, come back from that Mordred play and build out the reductions, and hopefully have an absolute ice shield and try to gas back up from there with the depths, drawing you additional cards.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the burst face down for both players, so it's a fair assumption that it's an ice shield in both cases, because we've seen players draw like half their deck at this point. The choice of cards is likely whatever you want. It's just, again, all about that timing. When do you want it to trigger it? And then we have the core theft here, and they're just going to call it there. So
yeah, anytime I see a purple player look at their hand, start placing cards in front of them face down, like, oh no, it's got to be a core theft. They're just trying to plan out what they want to discard for it.
So congratulations to Marco winning game 1 of this round. My apologies. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. How well that went. It was setback after setback. It was 2 very good core thefts, the amazing Dream Bomb on the Netherworld, but also that hot start, right? We saw a Netherworld that was ramped off of the 0 cost. It was immediately answered by a Burning Force, and he said, all right, well, turns out I have another, and then just rode that to victory. So if I'm trying to figure out a way to win that, right, after I've just lost, I think what I'm hoping for is that my opponent doesn't have back-to-back Netherworlds on turns 2 and 3.
Oh, really came out of the gate, just all cylinders firing. Again, that huge play with the sacrificing the 0 drop, and we felt bad for a second, but then just following up with, hey, I have a second one. You're able to really get back into the game. So going into some sideboards here in terms of what we have. So looking at Beans in the sideboard, we do see another single copy of Dark Bishop Baculus to go into a full, or not a full combo, but heavier into the combo of Curse Dragon Baculus, because really a lot of the matchup, there are some plays where of course you get lower to the ground, and there are some windows where it's like, oh, the Mordred value in Beldegor, right, and you can chip away value that way. But a lot of times what you can see develop is both players kind of stalling out into this Bishop into Curse Dragon combo that is going to clear the field on one side, and you can kind of do those back and forth. So you want to try to find yourself applying a little bit of pressure, getting those Beldegor and Mordred plays where you can really start chipping away at spears without fully committing to the combos, but sometimes you do just need to windmill slam both and ramp you a bunch of cores. So I think out of Bean's side, we definitely are going to see the Dark Bishop Baculus coming back in. core drains are interesting, but likely players are playing around them in a lot of cases. And a Dream Bomb, you know, if we expect to see like Maduke, which we didn't see at that game, but something that we might consider because looking at Marco's list, we do have them main deck.
Yeah, the interesting bits that we didn't get to see in that first game are obviously the differences in top end. So Maduke is being played by Marco, has 2 in the main deck. The other side, however, you and I were very excited to see that a Pandemium, a set of 2 of them, is in the list for Louise.
Yeah, I really hope we can see that fire off on the stream this weekend, because it's just can get a lot of value for you. And then actually looking at Marco's list again, we do go up to the 3rd Maduke as well. So really could see just a Maduke value train come down and try to get the most value out of the Blood Curse. So I'm curious to see how both players will end up sideboarding in this matchup going into game 2. And also, there's some Star Blessed draws for Marco out of the sideboard. So that, will, of course, will be able to draw you a bunch more cards in this mirror, because purple has a lot of when summoned effects, it turns out.
Yeah, it's kind of the color identity, really, of purple. When I think of purple, most of the key units I think of have some sort of when summoned effect. I mean, yes, you've got stuff like Camelot Knight where it's more about the curse, but for the most part, you know, when you think of purple, you think of, you know, the Infernal Dragon. You think of Bacillus, right? The Dark Bishop. You think of even Beldregor. So I think the draw is potentially a really solid tech here. And we're going to start with that Camelot Knight. Again, as you noted, the metal soul core, so it's a little bit harder to see, but it is there, so it does have the curse.
And one thing I really do like too, Rotting Swamp, it's great for its level 1, which just allows you to be aggressive if they block something, like you trade off one of your cursed units, you're going to draw a card anyways. But then what's really neat too is the level 2 effect can actually be used to save Maduke, because she's a serpent, and you can discard a card and return Maduke to your hand. So if by some stretch of the world, if they try to do like a 3-card combo play to remove the Maduke by destruction effects, right, you do have the Rotting Swamp to save it. So I'm curious to see if we'll get to see that level 2 Rotting Swamp coming online later in this match.
So it does appear that there's a hefty amount of action here very early. Louise obviously played the Knight, got 2 damage in. Marco answered with the Assassin to remove 1 unit, and then also got a damage in. And I think we're just going to be kind of trading blows back and forth. I think both players kind of realize the importance of Netherworld Depths in that first game.
Yep.
And they want to pressure their opponent before they can find a second one, a third one, a fourth one, whatever, because we saw how impactful it was. And Burst going down on both sides now.
Man, the just turning things sideways, getting that aggression. But again, the Rotting Swamp, right? So Marco has to take the points of life, or says, okay, well, I'm going to have to block something and draw.
Or you can just Burning Force.
Yep.
Turns out lighting things on fire is still very effective.
Yes, and we will get to see some extra draw here because of both the Rotting Swamp, because they were in combat, as well as the Elemental being able to... Oh, the huge play! Because he had to play the cores off the Spirits to play the Burning Force, Marco was keeping them at 4K to dodge the Burning Force, but finally opened up a window where Louise could fire back and reset the board. So lots of Burning Force is going to be thrown around this weekend, but that's the thing I love about Battle Spirit Saga, right? Those cores can come off your spirits and be resources available to you. Right after using a Burning Force, Marco responds with, hey, here's the depths.
Yeah, it's almost like they were waiting patiently. Okay, we expect the Burning Force. We're going to bait it out, and now we're going to windmill slam this depths. Now, the downside is you've got no blockers, and you're already down to 2 health. But we do have some cores sitting over there in the reserve, so you're telegraphing that potentially you have some sort of answer. Obviously, the burst card there as well signals that it might be something like Ice Shield. We'll have to wait and see.
So a second Rotting Swamp. So whenever something dies on Louis' side from attacking perspective, he's going to draw 2 cards, and then actually technically draw a third if they were to block with something. So really just able to fill that hand back up quickly, but we will see a draw off Marco, and we're going to find out very quickly what that burst card set was.
And it is an Ice Shield, but you don't have to do the payment because there's only the 1 unit on the board, so it's just going to keep the health. But a lot of cores to work with now on the side of Marco. And as you said, those Rotting Swamps plus the depth mean that right now Louise is in the driver's seat in terms of resources, but also has been in terms of tempo as well. This is kind of the exact opposite of what we saw in the first game of this round.
Yeah, really going to go to the distance with that Camelot Knight, because again, it might only be a 1k or 2k, I guess, at most spirit, but that curse can really say, hey, no matter what you throw in front of it, I'm going to make sure that this Camelot Knight takes it out with it, and then drawing a bunch of cards as well. So it's really going to be curious to see what other spirits follow up with it, because right now he only has 4 cards at hand, but again, at any time, he's like, Marco's going to have to block soon, and we're just going to see a bunch of cards enter Luis's hand, which again could find some of those other Black Lances or Camelot Knights or Beldegors, right? Just more good threats that we can slam onto the board, because now that Marco has depths, we want to make sure we can close out the game quick enough so that they don't find the value to get themselves back in off the depths, drawing us a bunch of cards.
And looking at the hand of Louise, we see a Beldegor in the side of that, and a few other tools there as well. Yeah, this is a much better shot. So I believe I saw the SPR version of Absolute Ice Shield, which tells me that there's already one face down as well as the one in hand. Louise appears to just really be in the driver's seat because of the health lead, but also the resource lead. Between the Rotting Swamps and the Netherworld, the card advantage is definitely in favor of Louise.
So very interesting to see the cores go onto the Netherworld Depths for its level 2 effect. If you have 3 or more cores on it, during combat you can remove a core from it to effectively give your spirit death touch. It gives curse to one of your spirits, so like you can give Beldegor effectively curse to shortcut it for the stream. But at this point, the Beldegor isn't threatening anything yet, but maybe he's just leaving those there as a mental note for the next turn, where we might have some other non-cursed spirits that we want to just try to connect with.
So that was a second ice shield that has been burned by Marco. That means there's only 2 left to protect them. I don't see any currently in the hand, no. So there might be a window of opportunity opening up if Marco can't get some defensive options going here. It turns out this is one way to do it. Finally gets rid of that pesky Camelot Knight after it put in so much work.
Yep, Black Lance getting to move the cores around, because remember, when you summon a spirit, you can pay the cores from your other spirits and move them onto it to count as level 2. So he's getting to draw 2 cards from it being level 2, and then very quickly move them back to Mordred. So again, anytime during your main phase, you can move those cores around quite freely, which is why Black Lance can be so strong, because even at level 1, it's a 3k curse. So it is still a very good attacker. You summon at level 2, and you're like, okay, I got my card draw. Back down to level 1 you go.
Right. The card draw portion is really just, did you play this when you had a surplus of cores, right? If you theoretically had enough to put it on there, then you're going to get the trigger and then likely just reposition things around. But this might have been enough for Marco to stabilize, right? This is a nice wide board.
Yeah, we do have 5 cards in hand from Luis. I think there was at least 2 of those being spells. We'll have to see if we can get a better look at his hand to see if there's what type of spirit density he has available to him. So we see a Cursed Dragon at the front.
I mean, we know one of them is the Ice Shield.
Yep.
And then we have looks like more Camelot Knights.
Well, that's still really great here, because Luis does need to try to filter in something. Especially, it looks like he just had those 3 spirits then, from what I can tell. Looks like 2 Dream Bombs maybe at the back end. So now only one of them is going to have curse, unfortunately, because Camelot Knight does require the Soul Core for it. But you still have those Rotting Swamps, so you're now threatening a removal plus drawing extra cards.
There is also the additional cores that are on your Netherworld Depths as well. So you don't even need the second one to have curse, because we got curse at home.
We do. As I just mentioned that in the previous turn, but you are correct. So this Beldegor, I said myself to leave it as a mental note. And see, I already forgot, because I'm not at the table. I'm not the player. I'm not in the driver's seat. But yeah, that Beldegor and second Camelot Knight, who does not have the Soul Core, are threatening some lethal executions if they connect with the depths.
And this is a Dream Bomb. So
not the depths.
Not the depths with all of those. Just instead sticks back the swamp, which is interesting. But perhaps it might have just been for show, because you also still need to survive.
Right, and thankfully that first Camelot Knight still has the Soul Core on it, so it has Curse, right? So you're still able to connect that and threaten a spirit getting removed. Oh, nice. I do like this play a lot. So he's able to declare the block, so the Camelot Knight does not connect. He also then denies the Camelot Knight dying because the Black Lance removed it, denying the draw off the Rotting Swamp. So very, very wonderful sequencing here by Marco. Yep, and they're just rewinding here just to play it back.
It's all the, at least in my opinion, all that much more curious why you got rid of the other swamp with your Dream Bomb, though.
Yes. Sorry, I try to think. So, like, there are some scenarios where you want to make sure that you're playing enough depths that you can draw through your deck. And some, if you know your opponent's list, there are some fringe scenarios where you want to play the depths. But, oh, well, that's why.
Oh, that's why.
Fair enough. He had the Burning Force. But what I was going to say is there are some scenarios where you just end up milling your opponent out anyway. So this is a way to cut back on the reductions on Luis's side of the board. The Rotting Swamp at least stifled one of the draws that we saw, and then the Burning Force is a clean cleanup for the Netherworld Depths itself.
Yeah, I was just wondering what it was because we know these are good players, right? Like, they're at the Pro Tour for a reason. You know, they're both doing well into round 4. So when you see them do something and you say, like, well, man, I don't understand that. There's a reason, right? So we just needed to be patient. The Burning Force makes an awful lot of sense there. And now at some point we have to wonder when Marco is going to be going on offense, trying to get some of that chip damage back. On the one hand, Marco's at 1 health, so it's imperative you don't give your opponent any sort of window to close the game out. But on the other hand, you also need to kind of find a window to capitalize because you don't want to run into the like backless infernal curse.
I love that Marco is
combo, and
Marco's just scooping his cards. And it's like, hey,
I was just about to say, like, you know, what you don't want to do is run into it. I feel so bad. This was the caster curse. I was literally saying, hey, you don't want to run into. Oh, it's that thing. Yeah, my bad.
Yep. So we are going to. Oh wait. So I'm assuming they're resetting the board state. Oh, no, did he not have it? Okay, so it looked like it was a shortcut, but I didn't catch how many cores that Luis had available to. I could have sworn that he had an extra core left on the Spirit, but he's still going to ramp, right? He's still going to ramp, what is that, like 7 or something that was on the field? So no matter what, you know, if he has extra Spirits to play out of his hand, he can certainly have access to that. But it looks like he is short Double Dream Bomb, Absolute Ice Shield, Netherworld Depths, and I missed that last card. So it is, hey, do you have the Deadly Balance or a Dream Bomb?
Yeah,
Dream Bomb does it too. I was going to say,
we know, I saw it earlier, we know that Marco has at least the ability to survive here. It's just that question of with the health differential, right? You still didn't want your opponent to play the Dark Bishop into the Infernal King Cursed Dragon.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have a Burning Force from Marco as well. So you still have the kind of protection from the ultra go low style, like, you know, Aglovale, Mordred at level 1, Beldegor at level 1 as well. Like, there are a number of purple spirits that do get caught by that Burning Force if you don't respect it and you're trying to set up a go wide turn. So we're going to be really curious to see how Marco wants to reestablish his board and just get some blockers out, right? Because he's going to need something. Oh, the second depth. So well, this is the hopefully we draw into something play.
Well, the interesting thing is I think Marco has to know at this point the same thing that we know, which is that Luis doesn't have a lot of spirits.
Yep.
Because after the Cursed Dragon came down, when you have that big open field, if you will, it would have just been game over if you could have played, you know, 2 extra spirits. But the fact that there's been several times where Luis has ended the turn with a lot of available cores, or he's been jamming a bunch of extras on his Netherworld Depths, for example, that has to tell Marco, okay, what I'm really running into is either a bunch of spells or removal. So, you know, what do you do in that scenario?
Right. Or the Nexus that we saw played here as well. And we do have enough cores? It goes down to 1 or 2. The Soul Core, again, being silver, is blending into the cards.
There is the Soul Core there. So there are 2 cores on this Infernal King Cursed Dragon. I love all of the cards with 5 names, you know, 5-word names.
All right. So we're going to be drawing 2 cards, 1 for each depth. Leaving 1 core in the reserve. Looks like, nope, he just didn't did not have it. So again, Curse Dragon, even at level 1, is going to be big enough along the to get around the Burning Force that we did see in Marco's hand, but couldn't see if there's any other. So we know it wasn't Deadly Balance, it wasn't Core Theft, things of that nature, but it could have been just double Burning Force or something, right? Which would have prevented. Normally would have prevented smaller spirits, but Curse Dragon is big enough to let us go to a game 3.
Yeah, we are going to be going to a game 3, and so perhaps we are finally going to see some of those 5-word named units, right? And the Infernal King Curse Dragon is so close, but what we really need is, of course, the Grand Underworld Trio Queen Maduke.
Or Pandemium of Dark World 7. I do see that in the sideboard. So it looks like he did bring it out. I'm assuming then that he brought that for the Axe Spiders of the weekend, right? Where they're very spell heavy and relying on those spirits. Because, hey, you have a really hard time removing Axe Spider, but you can also just remove all the spells that are going to give them answers, right? If they have like the suppression stuff, go, oh, well, too bad, you're going to lose those. And now your Axe Spider is just blocking one thing, right? So especially if you have
it looks like they're currently in the sideboard here, so they probably were removed. And as you said, right, it's for those other matchups. I do think that that's a very wise meta call. If you expect a bunch of Axe Spider and similar things, then you want an answer to it. But here, not so much.
Yeah, I'd really love to see how that plays out in the matchup because, man, I know that, the Axe Spider can be starved for cards at time where, especially in the more white-red variants of it. I know there are some people who are playing white-purple, but just discarding 5 can be so huge against that deck that should be their hand, unless they've already ran away with the game or had depths or something. Just discarding 5 cards could be huge. So we're going to get some shuffle up going. Maybe they swapped out a few cards. It looked like, going first, going second versus, oh, I put in this card, but maybe not exactly what I thought this matchup was going to go. But Luis probably recognizing that Marco has a very, very heavy top end list, right? As we can see with the caster vision, we do see the full 4-in-4 split for Dark Bishop and Curse Dragon. And if that's the scenario you're in, right, there are some lines where you go, hey, I am the aggressive deck, I have a lower curve, and I am just going to be able to go with these low spirits. And it's enough to get that chip damage in, like we saw during game 2.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if we're going based on history, game 1, things went out of control very quickly when we had the double Netherworld, right? Marco also was able to play a lot of very expensive things as a result of that. Meanwhile, game 2, Louise was able to start with, a Camelot Knight, get that early pressure, and it looks like we are attempting to do the exact same thing. I know that there's nothing on the side of Marco, but obviously that burst is down, so if you're just tuning in, that's why Louise is attacking. It's not technically the turn 0 there.
Yeah, we did catch the core there. Thought it was a 0, maybe thought it was a 0 drop. It was just the 1, so you do have to pay 1 for the Camelot Knight. But it looks like we're just going to be turning things sideways, try to get that early aggression plan down quickly before they can stabilize behind a depths at 3 or 4 life. It worked really great the last game, hitting them down to 2 before they got the depths online. So probably trying to recreate that for game 3.
Yeah, I mean the other bit as well is simply. When you force your opponent to use something like a Burning Force this early on a lonely little Camelot Knight, like that's a win, right? You'll take that.
You're feeling pretty great about that. Hopefully it gives your depths a little bit more life. But otherwise, Cavalier here just drawing a card and being a 4K body can do some work for us too. So doesn't look like we have a Nexus yet for Luis. Well, I guess both players don't have it yet, but really need to see those Rotting Swamps. They did, again, such a great job in game 2, helping us get that value that we needed to draw into more answers when we were just stuck on, a Curse Dragon that we'd really like to see the Rotting Swamp or Depths come online. Or if we're just going to match them with, hey, we play that card too. It's just a really good card in set 1, it turns out.
Yeah, it turns out this card is A-okay.
But of course, Marco does have the Starblessed draw here with the I thought there was 4 cores on there, but no, there's only 3. So looks like we're just going to be drawing the 2 in this case.
Yeah, but it's a free 2.
Yes.
Like that's the beauty. In this matchup, it's essentially a free 2 whenever you play that, because the other purple player will always be playing something that occurs on summon. And also, when you need to dig for your absolute ice shields, it turns out that free 2 cards is a great way to do it. So we see another burst getting ready to be played by Marco. Holding up just a moment, but at one point or another, I expect that to go down there.
Another Shadow Elemental coming to play, maybe trying to ramp up towards a Nexus. Nope, just the Black Lance trying to decide if they're going to sacrifice something, because now the opportunity to, like in game 1 with the depths, we can just sacrifice this 0 cost, to get the extra core to draw 2 cards. And that's fine. Like, these 0 costs are very flexible in what they want to be doing, and we're a huge pickup in EX01 for all mid-range and control style of decks.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is it doesn't matter what card game you're playing, resource manipulation has always been strong. Whenever you have to pay, whether it's cores or, you know, some other resource type in other games, whenever you have to pay a cost for something, if you can do it, you know, faster or cheaper or, you know, for free or at the expense of a card, you'll happily do that, right? And that's because whenever you have these kind of progressive game states where the longer the game goes, the more powerful cards you get to play, you want to be doing that. And as we've seen from the side of Marco, we also know that it is a top-heavy deck. So you want that cost reduction available. The Shadow Elemental Amethystis is a great way to do that.
It looks like we're trying to maybe set up a more defensive side from Luis's angle. The Dark Knight Cavalier going up to 6 cores at level 3 is not something you see all that often. It's it's great at 2 for 4. That's usually a really good BP threshold that we see often. Most of the time, you want to die off of a Beldegor or something to get or to die so the Beldegor comes back. But nope, looks like we are going to be pushing out a Beldegor just in case. And getting an extra core on the Agleveil so it can have Curse. So we might see just an attack with a Curse, because if Agleveil dies, you are still drawing a card and taking something with it.
Yeah, and again, I know we keep mentioning it, but there is the Soul Core there. It is just kind of hiding. It is the shiny silver core, and was that a Ferrari slash?
Yes, the community name for Ferrari slash or Feral slash from the core set promo, which can usually hit something for 3k and destroy a 4-cost Nexus. So thankfully, there's no rotting swamp there to you know, get hit, but otherwise just a super landmine, as it were, to reference another card from set 1.
I just really like to say Ferrari slash. I was hoping I'd get to say it once this weekend.
Yep. But yeah, it's a really great card that we see against the Lord of the Ground purple decks that are like all in on Rotting Swamp, or against some of the yellow decks as well that want to play like the Blessed Cathedrals and Paradise. You know, we've talked about this earlier in the stream, that it is a really great card. Like, getting to be able to kill something and blow up a Nexus is a huge swing.
Well, you know what else is a pretty huge swing? Anytime you play a body that also removes a body.
Sounds like purple. Sounds like a lot of purple.
Sounds like purple, but also if you're Marco here, you're really doing a good job of opening a window to pressure back, right? Luis started strong, was chipping away at the health total of Marco, but I think we see an opening.
Yeah, this goes back to what I was saying earlier with those, like the 2 lines you take, right? So you have those kind of card for card takeaways or pickups with purple, like the Mordred in this example, trying to chip away at their board, or you just try to stall off big enough to where you can do a big Dark Bishop and Curse Dragon combo. But here, Marco is just being very aggressive off these 2 spirits that are left and be able to chip away some life from Luis. So I think that should take us to 3-3 if I remember correctly. So, or 2, excuse me, on Marco's side.
Yeah, I think what happened was very, very early on, we saw a damage that was done to Marco, and I don't think that the life total was updated to reflect that, and it's been kind of one behind throughout this, but it should be, I believe, 3-2 at this point.
Discarding a Ice Shield off the core theft never feels great.
Feels bad, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. You know, on the one hand, you know, I go back and forth on this, right? Like, on the one hand, you always want to get value out of your Ice Shields, but on the other, if, you know, I was going to put the Ice Shield down and pay for it, and it was just going to stop the attack anyway, and I'm going to discard it now, but also, like, you know, remove the threat while also stopping the damage, it's still like you got the Ice Shield value. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I also could just be lying to myself, trying to feel better about it, but this is what I'm going to go with.
And yeah, Beldegor, you know, usually such a great card for purple, being able to chip away the early threats. But Marco's, you know, as we're talking about from round 1, how greedy do we want to get this weekend, right? Like, how top end heavy do we really want to focus on? And I think that's exactly what we're seeing here with Marco's list. Like, you're able to have the Black Lances and the full 4 Curse Dragon, 4 Bishop. There's 2 Maduke, but there's probably a 3rd Maduke even, right? You know that these matches are generally going to go longer, so you can just have that very explosive top end. And, you know, the zeros are also great at stalling the game until you can get to that point. So going to be curious to see what Well, there we go. The depth's coming online too, helping you draw into some more of those pieces.
Yeah, that is not what Luis wanted to see, because we know what Marco can do when there's a Netherworld out on the board. This is what happened in game 1. Granted, the Netherworld came down much, much earlier in that game, but whenever you can get a card that will then generate 2, 3, 4, 5 additional cards out, and you're the first person to play yours, right? When both of you are running it, you've got to feel really good about the tempo. And with the life totals kind of tied up, I think Marco wants to get this down, but Luis kind of taking advantage of this window and just jamming some spirits. Might be trying to go wide here. There is the burst on the side of Marco, which, you know, we have to assume is an ice shield that can maybe stop this or shut this down. But if not, we actually might see Luis get some significant pressure.
Yep. So I like the swing with the Black Lance here first, because it's going to force out a Burning Force, or it's just going to force the Absolute Ice Shield. Which, there it is, the Absolute Ice Shield to stop the aggressive turn. And you still have 2 4K blockers on the back end as well. Now, Black Lance is a 5K at 3 cores, so it is still able to, as if it didn't have Curse, but you know, you're still able to pressure attacking through those Beldegors.
So
wow, that is double core theft with an absolute grip as well from Marco's side.
Well, and the other thing that stands out to me is, while there's no Absolute Ice Shield, there is another Starblast draw. So not only do you have the double core theft, but you have the ability to just like refill if you want. Oh, well, yeah, it turns out Dark Bishop into the Infernal King Curse Dragon is still a very good combo, and it will win you games. So Marco able to pull it off there. The hands are shaking. Marco is going to be the winner of this, and congratulations. It was very well navigated. I think both players played very well.
Yes.
But what really stands out to me was just the way Marco started game 1. You know, being able to use that 0 cost to ramp into the Netherworld and then play the second one after you lose the first with the Burning Force. It was just incredibly well done. Hello and welcome back to the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour event here in New Jersey. I am still Charmer. I know you probably wanted it to change at home, but unfortunately I'm still me. But the good news is I also still have Kozmic, the fan favorite hero of the community. And just for him, just to show my appreciation, I went out and I found him a yellow deck that is doing well in the field so that we can cover that for round 5. So with that in mind, how excited are you for this?
I am very excited. So I want to be very clear. This is a top table deck right now. Fabled Beasts is something that, thanks to the TP promos and once we got them out in the circulation, it really started to shine as a deck and did get to appear quite often in the top 8 for all the Grand Open. So we are going to see Fabled Beasts take a spotlight here once again, one more time in the Dawn of History meta. And of course, on the other side of the table, we do have White Purple Axe Spider, which really was the deck a lot of us expected to see a lot more of into this weekend. But I've been very, very happy at the variety we've had. Like, we have another, unique showcase here where we get to see Fabled Beast and, another variation of White Purple.
Yeah, we have actually seen a very wide variety, far more than I expected. And I'm also very excited about this particular matchup because this is the Battle of the Seas, right? We have Zivko Nettlechev, who is piloting the Fabled Beasts, against Daniel Zeidenberg. And Daniel started with a Rocket City to kick things off, and that is pretty huge.
Yeah, I was going to say how happy I was that as a Fabled Beast enjoyer myself, right? We got to see the turn with Phantasmal Paradise that says, hey, I'm going to start to draw some cards. But unfortunately, Daniel had the perfect answer in Rocket City that, hey, instead of getting to get above on card advantage and get all the card draw we want off the Phantasmal Paradises, now it says, well, sorry, you got to discard one as well. So we might just see a case where that Rocket City is going to just stick on board and really try to combat that Phantasmal Paradise.
And that damage does get through. So we see Daniel here is using the core cards as opposed to the little tokens, but that also means that the core cards up there represent the life as well. So 1 damage taken does go to the reserve for Daniel. I am curious to see whether or not the Rocket City maintains its presence, right, as the denier of cards, or depending on what you want to play, whether or not you're going to kind of like sacrifice the ability to shut things down. But it does look like we have the Beldregor coming down, getting rid of a unit. We're still going to have the cores on the Rocket City. which is very important because one of the things yellow does is it draws cards. And obviously this kind of like purple-white hybrid that's centered around Axebiter, it also can draw cards. But whenever you can limit your opponent from net gaining resources, you do have attrition as a viable game plan.
Yeah, and this is a great opening that we've seen with the Deadly Balance and the Beldegor. That we had a great start. We had some spirits on the board, but now we're just left with this Phantasmal Paradise once more. So what's really interesting though with the interaction with Flying Turtle here from Zivko is that it is a reveal, so it does not get hit by the Rocket City, and then the Phantasmal Paradise is something you can activate after to then draw the card. And of course, as so we all know that Heartbreak at home. It's always the opposite order that we wanted it. So we do see the card off the top, which is a Fabled Beast. But again, we are forced to discard from the Rocket City. So just a great setup by Dan to keep the hand in check for the yellow player. And we do see our Carbon coming down and just trying to go wide on the field and get some reductions going. Hard to see.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, what you want to do is just kind of go wide. If your opponent's going to keep 2 cores every turn on that Rocket City, what you want to do is find a way to capitalize on that, right? That's 2 cores that are not going on spirits. You're not going to have the bodies there. Yeah, you can still use them for effects, but when you force your opponent to do that, then that potentially opens up a window for you to then draw cards as well. And the Beldegor is going to block, and then we are going to see the 1 damage make it through.
Yeah, really great interaction there with Rocket City for the level 0 as well. Does give it to buff 1k whenever your Spirit blocks. So it did give enough power for the Beldegor to hit 3k to match the Spirit on the other side. So they did both go to the graveyard. And spoiler, Beldegor wants to be in the trash anyways if you have the 4 and 5s to line up with it. So we do see Daniel going down very quickly in life. I believe that's 2 left, or it might be 1 left. The disadvantage of core card is just off the camera and really hard to see just exactly how many are left there.
You know, one of the things I love about card game communities is you often have people who do these kind of like custom alters, right? Where you take a card and you kind of alter the art to represent something. I really need a Beldegor that's an Oscar the Grouch because he just loves to be in the trash, right? And when he shows up, he's so cranky, so grumpy that he just gets rid of opposing spirits. I think it's the perfect fit.
Perfect. There we go. Thank you. For those on the floor, we're able to move it over, and it is 2 left exactly. So Bridget is a interesting card here that we are all going to get to read. But for its Soul Core effect, you get to freeze something, and then at its level 2, or these effects might be backwards in the top off the top of my head, but one side of it freezes a spirit so that it does not recover, and the other side bounces it. So Daniel's just going to try and stabilize with these double Rocket City, double discard effects. So effectively saying, hey, you don't get that Paradise anymore. If you want to try to filter for a card, you're going to end up discarding 2 instead. So not at all where the yellow player wants to be. But it is only during their turn. So there is a window where I think that's a Blessed Cathedral we see in Zivko's hand that you could use it defensively and still get your card draw that way. At some point, Dan does have to try to close out the game and attack you, so that is one option that we still have a card draw outlet with this Blessed Cathedral.
Yeah, and while the additional card draw has been kind of robbed of Zivko here, we are seeing Zivko just punish the health of Daniel. So we might see a situation where the 1 card per turn is still enough if Daniel can't find a way to kind of turn the corner. So yes, Daniel is walling up here. We're going to see this block, but with no burst on the table here as well, we haven't seen any absolute ice shields or anything like that. There is a window. The Beldegor does come back, does answer the other spirit. But there is a window where at some point Zivko might still be able to capitalize and push this final 2 damage through.
So I think the turtle went back to hand off of Bridget's bounce effect. So I think that the bounce, I guess, was the level 1 for it, and the freeze effect is the level 2. But we did still see it go to the graveyard again, bringing back that Beldegor, which is just a good blocker in this case. Oh, and the depths as well. So saying, hey, you can attack me if you want, but I'm going to just have such card draw over you. And again, very careful on those Rocket Cities, just making sure you're keeping the cores on them to say, hey, I don't want you to get ahead in cards. So trying to draw out the game as much as possible.
Yeah, when you're really trying to jump ahead on the whole card advantage game plan, 2 Rocket Cities and then your own Netherworld Depths is one way to do so. So whatever Daniel wants, they'll likely be able to find. But again, I can't help but point out, so far, still no bursts laid face down. So while there's a number of cards available, the health is still at 2. No Ice Shield, theoretically online. That was an unfortunate whiff here as well. The Alice going to the trash.
Yeah, Alice is another card that can be quite good in this matchup just for the sake of being able to go wide and then shrink something on your opponent's turn. And now Daniel recognizing that, hey, I have 2 Rocket Cities. I know you're just trying to filter, but please discard 2 cards while you're at it. So trying to see what's in Zifko's hand. Trying to think about what else they might be digging for. So,
hey, that card looks familiar.
Yep. Oh, we're just going to be playing out all of them, actually. So that we have there, the Flying Turtle coming down as well, which is going to do the same reveal. Does get a card back to, again, our hand, which, hey, we just need bodies on the board at this point. So we are going to see what our opponent has on Dan's side. Just said, hey, I am going to try to set up a, attacking going wide, and these turtles are going to just go under it and be aggressive at 1K. And again, we're going to ramp off Blessed Cathedral as well. So we're forcing our opponent to block. We're ramping, which can then give us more cores to do the defensive Blessed Cathedral plays I was just mentioning, and hopefully get us some card draw back online, because our opponent does have to attack us at some point.
Yeah, the ramp is going to be the kind of final payoff here. Does look like that is the hippocampus, correct? That's also hanging out there.
Hippocampo.
Hippocampus, right?
Right. Whatever nicknames we are giving it to the community cards, as it were.
Yeah, I know it's the hippocampo.
And there's an X-Spider.
During our exhibition,
yes,
that I was abusing a little bit, but I kept saying it's because my hippocampus didn't like it. Yeah, the X-Spider comes down. This is actually a massive development. So we saw a very strong start from Zivko, but Daniel now, between the Rocket Cities, the Netherworld, and these kind of unkillable blockers, we have to ask ourselves, what is the path to victory? If Zivko is going to try to turn things around at this point, how do you get there? Because right now, it feels like Daniel has achieved almost like a board lock.
Yeah, if we could see Daniel's hand, just see what other food he's cooking with over there, right? We do have defensive plays available to us. He does
combo.
Whoa. So as I was going to say, we have the opportunity to stall out for a couple turns, go wide and try to set up the Blessed Cathedral so we can start drawing cards on our opponent's turn, because, hey, they have to attack us eventually. But that's kind of exactly what Daniel here wants his opponent to do. Like, you want them to go wide and set up so that you can get max value off of that Bishop Curse combo, and then there's usually no coming back from that as well. So here again, we're just trying to, as I mentioned, we're going to set up a body. We're going to try to we're going to mill ourselves a card here. We're going to set up the Blessed Cathedral so defensively we can block, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Bishop Curse come down, because then you just board wipe them. You have no cards in hand as the yellow player, and that will probably close out the game quite quickly.
Yeah, it would not surprise me if when that combo does go off, we just see the handshake. Like, I'll be honest, the writing would be on the wall at that point. We're just going to have to wait with bated breath to see if that is the line of play. But as I'm looking over the number of cores available, I do believe we have enough to pull off the combo when it comes back to Daniel's turn. So we're also seeing just a lot of cards milled. Again, this double Rocket City opener means that all of these would-be draws are just going right into the trash pile for Zivko.
Yeah, and as we were thinking about like the set one meta as it were with Axe Spider and these purple decks, like yellow can already have a pretty difficult time into purple, and now they just have the unremovable side of Axe Spider and then Rocket City on top, just kind of denying our card value engines that are available to us in yellow. It's really we have to play the unblockable style of decks in set 2 that we're going to have, but this is a really great showcase of how this matchup can go in set 1 and just closing you out again from all angles.
And that was one of those ice shields from hand. You and I have mentioned them as kind of like a fabled event a few times.
Yep.
I know we're against the Fabled Beasts, but we kept saying like, hey, at some point we're going to see somebody do this from hand. Well, that was the time. So
And we actually get a Beldegor back because a 4-cost died too. So getting another attacker. But again, it was an Ice Shield. So we can't actually attack out anymore this turn. But we still have an Axe Spider on board. We have those Rocket Cities we got to navigate through. And again, we know that Daniel has the combo in hand, but we'll have to see what else he wants to use resource-wise, because he only has 1 purple reduction on board, which is really important to note. So getting to play full Bishop and Curse is going to take a lot of resources to do so.
Yeah, one of the things we have to remember is that when the Bishop comes down, that's actually going to help with the cost reduction. So we are, I was about to say like one or 2 cores short of that, but when a second Netherworld comes down, the writing's on the wall. There will absolutely be enough because of the second cost reduction, but also the additional cards that you're going to be drawing here. Daniel just has to survive for 1 to 2 more rounds before that combo goes off with the burst face down that was just placed. So that last Ice Shield played from hand, but now we have a burst that I think it's safe for us to assume. We know that's another Ice Shield, so no danger of Daniel's just suddenly dying. We're just kind of going through the motions. This is one of those moments where, because of our caster vision, we know this is kind of already locked up, but poor Zivko here just trying to find some sort of break, get any sort of hole in the wall so that they can punch through and get that last 2 damage. And we're going to start with this swing from the Beldregor.
Yeah, and we know that he is playing a number of Beldegors, so he might just be trying to self-mill to get to that point. So you find yourself a 4-cost, and then you say, okay, well, now I'm going to be bringing back 3 Beldegors in a turn, which will allow me to attack. So I think that's what we're trying to line up here. And again, all this time you are ramping off the Blessed Cathedral as well. But when your opponent's drawing 2 cards a turn off of the depths, I mean, you're giving them unlimited resources, it feels like, at times to find the pieces they're looking for. So here we do see the suppression coming down with the Axe Spider. So again, locking up the board. And, again, one of the key combos I believe that we're still going to see into the set 2 meta. So Axe Spider stonks on the rise, as you might say. So a lot of cards that we'll see on how they combat, just tapping it down and seeing if they have another suppression in hand, or just trying to go under it with some of the unblockable stuff in set 2. Or in set 1, we just try to Derm Dyna and get them out that way.
Yeah, it turns out the Mech Lord is still very effective, but so is some of those green exhaust mechanics that we got to see on display during our exhibition match. So I think set 2 will have enough to potentially shake things up. I think we're going to see a healthy amount of variety. And here we go. Now we have the Fortress, the Mammoth coming down, which is going to be a very big development. It's not that Daniel needs the cards, but this is a very relevant body. And once the cores get on it with that kind of refresh that will start triggering as well, we're going to potentially see the offensive side of Daniel finally come out.
Yep, and so this is the point where I mentioned, like, hey, Daniel is going to have to start attacking, so we do have an opportunity now to try to play around the Rocket City in a way. But again, keeping in mind that we are finding ourselves in a position that you have to set up a defensive play, draw a bunch of cards, and then still likely have to deal with the Rocket Cities on the next turn. So again, likely just trying to mill for the Beldegor here, putting a bunch of cores on our Spirits and seeing how we can attack through for damage. And then again, we know that there is a Beldegor in the trash, so if they want to, our blessed guys can only be blocked by the Elephant, so Axe Spider here are going to do the heavy lifting, but we have a full grip on Daniel's side that likely has a suppression or Dream Bomb or a number of answers to play here.
Yeah, so the Axe Spider stepping the first attack of the Hippocampo is probably a Telegraph, right? If you're Zivko, you have to assume that by sacrificing the Axe Spider there, it's just bait into a suppression, perhaps, but so many cards now available to Daniel, so many cores now available, and is just going to utilize that Ice Shield.
Going up to 7.
Yeah. Don't have to pay to stop the turn here, but decides to anyway, just in case, right? No harm in doing so at this point.
Yeah, you have the cores to do it whenever you want to. Plus, I guess it only has 1 reduction, but there's also, I mean, we played 2 depths, right? So there is also a mill out plan that's available to us if we can start seeing some of the Freezatals in lower end. So we might just want to wall up and mill out the purple-white deck, that's something that we've seen
Well,
quite a few times happen as well once they start playing the second or third depths.
I mean, I would normally agree with you. However, we've also seen poor Zivko have to put a lot directly into their trash because of that double Rocket City. So it might even take a while for you to catch up if that is going to be your game plan. Again, unfortunately, we know through the good old caster vision that there's a very big combo sitting in the hand of Daniel, as well as so much more now that we get to see it. All right, so
yeah, that is answers for days, it turns out.
Yeah, I see a second Dark Bishop in there. We see another Beldegor of the Dark World 7. Again, we got to put some respect on him. He's been doing some work. So not the shorthand. We get the full title, Beldegor of the Dark World 7 Esquire.
Yeah.
Might as well just give him some additional love. And another Axe Biter as well. So Deadly Balance is there. It's really, you know, it's that moment where you know you're going to win. You're just trying to pick how you're going to win.
Right.
I really feel like that's what we're seeing here.
I'm really curious to know what the cards in deck are on both sides as well, because, you know, we did see Zivko reach across there to count, and there might be a window where he's like, oh, that's low enough. I want to play this match out, right? Because you have to remember, we are playing a best of 3 here at the Pro Tour with a 60-minute time limit. So these matchups are going to go long. So there is a point where you think to yourself, like, hey, we are now 20 minutes in. I want to make sure we have enough time for game 2 and game 3 to get to that point. So do I scoop early and try to find the window where I win in game 2 and game 3? Or is there still a deck count here that matters to where I can win through a deck out, right, secondary plan, and then win in game 2, hopefully? And we still see, so if we're going for the deck out plan, right, we probably want to remove the cores from the Blessed Cathedral, because that's actively milling us out as well. Now, to be fair, it is 2 cards on depths to your 1 card off Blessed Cathedral, but we really have to be careful about how much we're milling, especially because this Ervatot, when it dies, is going to bring back a 2 cost. We might see Turtle come back, which is then going to mill another card. Like, you really got to start counting how many cards are left in deck on each side. Okay, Beldegor. There we go. Another attacker. We talked about, we were waiting for the mill, and this is only the second Beldegor, right?
I believe so. And that might be exactly why they kept the cores on the Cathedral as well, because they knew that they had to dig deeper to get some of that. But there is the Friesatals that you were talking about.
Interesting.
And we do have the Beldegor of the Dark World 7 now in the trash. AKA Oscar the Grouch, as I said.
We got Dual Eagle, we got Friezatal, we got Penton, we got all the short names in yellow. That's why it's the best realm. And then you have all these official grand titles out of purple, it seems, between Maduke and Pandemium and Beldegor. I mean, they're so long, I can't even remember all them all the time.
Infernal King, Curse Dragon.
Yep. Dark Bishop, Baculus. Yeah, there's definitely some
not
tongue
to be
twisters.
Confused with Scott Bakula, right? We are not quantum leaping anywhere, but
I think we missed one more mill. Double Ice Shield there for our mills.
That's actually not what you wanted to see get milled if you're Zivko, because I think you're reaching the point where you need those to stall. If your game plan is to deck, then you have to be able to survive, right? And now if you're Daniel, seeing the absolute ice shields go to the trash, you have to wonder if this isn't just open season to start pushing. I do appreciate right now, though, because of the, blessed stuff and so forth, that the life total is just officially 6+.
Yep. Even in our exhibition match that we got to play between the rounds, Bless, there is no life limit in this game. There's no hand limit. There's no life limit. If you're connecting with Bless, guess what? You're drawing and getting all those cores into your life, which are then going to go into your reserve at the start of your turn when you take those damage. So it's just a great way to ramp and get, hey, we might have 10 life at some point, but it is not uncommon to go above 5 when you are playing Yellow Blessed.
I would like to point out that perhaps our exhibition game was a bit prophetic. You and I were talking about off the broadcast during one of our breaks that you had gained a ton of life and then still ended up losing. And we might actually see that from Zivko here, doing their absolute best to try to stall this out. They've gained a ton of health. They've got the Beldegor recursion kind of working in their favor, but is it still going to be enough, right? When I look at this board, it looks like Daniel is just going wide, and eventually we know that Dark Bishop and friends are going to show up, and that will likely push for lethal because there's a bit of a drought in terms of the ice shields.
Well, I think we definitely know this is going to be in 2, right? We've already milled 2 absolute ice shields. I'm pretty sure there was a 3rd one in there, and we don't have a burst set. So it's got to be top deck, into that last ice shield, because Beldegors are going to block out here, get the card draw. But then we are just setting up a very go wide board that we can just
look at that hand.
Oh,
that's
man,
not somebody
you have
looking through their
everything.
deck. Sometimes you're like, okay, well, are they tutoring? Did they play something where they get to search their deck and they're trying to find? No, that's just their hand. Daniel has that many cards in hand.
Still have all these, as we like to say. The value of depths, getting us to draw us all these cards. But again, Zivko might have recognized that the mill out plan is kind of what you want to do here.
All these cards going sideways, but again, Zivko had enough health where they can just kind of tank it. Say, all right, what do you got?
All right, okay, so this block makes sense, right? Because you have the 3K curse versus the Beldegor, so at least it removes one of the threats, right? They're still going to draw off of it anyways. You're still going to lose another life, but it does decrease the amount of spears they have to attack you with on the next turn. And then, of course, Elephant with its level 2 ability to refresh everything. We're throwing all the cores back, and a top deck is going to be... It's going to be a Windmill Slam if you have it, or the next... Yep, and next game.
What they top decked was Concession. So Zivko did their best to try to stay in that, and they had a really great start. Again, it felt like Daniel was a bit on the back foot. There was a lot of pressure, but once the Nexuses, right, got settled in, we had 2 Rocket Cities, we had the Netherworld, and then you find the Axe Biter. You just kind of wall up, and it becomes that much more difficult for the yellow deck to punch through. We did also see some whiffs, right? We saw the Alice go away, for example. That might have been able to be something that helped, and ultimately we're going to have to see whether or not Zivko can push through this time around, because again, the start was exactly what you wanted.
Yep.
It's just whether or not you can close it out before your opponent
game tempo, and so much so that we're now looking at sideboards, and Daniel has actually the 4th copy of Rocket City in the sideboard, as well as 1 more Dark Bishop and 1 Cursed Dragon. And I gotta say, those are all very live threats to bring in here against this kind of more rainbow Fabled Beast.
Also another Maduke in there, and one in the sideboard, which is rather interesting. I don't think it's going to make an appearance here, but when I look at this, it's almost like they just chose the best top end threats as like a 1 or a 2 of, and then trusted that the Axe Biter will get you to the end game, right?
Yep.
It really feels like this is just I'm going to have a very strong mid game, and I want to have the potential to have whatever answer I need for the late game, because again, we also saw the Mech Lord as well, just a number of ways to close things out as needed.
What's interesting here is then also on the other side, looking at Zivko's sideboard, we do have more Axe Biters if we want to bring in just to stall out, but I think that's not the exact angle you want to be at. Like, I think this is definitely, you are the aggressor as the yellow deck. We do have a Derm Dyna, which, spoiler, there was a lot of Nexus cards, so Derm Dyna can do a lot of work in this matchup. And then 2 Dream Bomb. So Dream Bomb just being a great catch-all card, but also hopefully giving you those windows of opportunity where your opponent is just sitting on that Axe Biter that you can bounce out of the way, and then unless they have an absolute ice shield, right, try to close out the game that way. So I do see quite a few things coming in from Zivko's side, and I was gonna say maybe you bring out the Beldegors still, because there's not a lot of great hits against Daniel, but I almost like it just because of how many 4s and 5s we have, and just like the multi-attacker angle. So because I was preparing for the event and other stuff, I didn't have a lot of chance to jam into this purple-white variant, but Beldegor is definitely a consideration for if you go for the multi-attack side, which also Erevatar can also help us with, or if you just need to bring in those sideboard cards and realize that we don't have a lot of great threats for Beldegor, so it gets a lot less value as the match goes on.
Yeah, I would not be shocked if we still see the Mechlord Derm Dyna make an appearance anyway, or at least be shuffled into the deck. As a 1 of, whether or not it shows up, that's a completely different story. But with, as you said, so many Nexus available on the side of Daniel, it feels like it's almost a no-brainer, right? You just want to slam that down. And even still, like, we're looking at this opening hand potential. I already saw Netherworld. I already saw the Rocket City, right? All of the things that you want to run it back if you're Daniel were there. And we're going to start with a Cathedral, I believe, on the side of Zivko, but unfortunately it's going to be met with that Rocket City, and we're going to be filled with all those Fields Bads.
Yep. Well, Dark Knight Cavalier here just giving us a draw filter early on, not under a lot of pressure, still has a decent BP, and lets us draw to see what else we might want to streamline our turns on the following. So again, or maybe not wanting to show that Rocket City just yet. Double. All right, let's play, let's ramp the cores game. So we're going to have double Blessed, double Blessed Cathedral and the Paradise coming online here.
Well, we didn't see it that first turn. We're going to see it now,
yep.
right? I find it very hard to believe that it's not, or well, I was going to say, or are you going to make a liar out of me? You are. Okay, so Daniel says, I will see your card draw and I will raise you a Netherworld.
So flashback to an earlier round, I think this is bait because we know that the Rocket City... Yellow needs their turn. They need their card draw to be live. Like you can battle through Adepts. It does take a little bit of work, but you can battle through Adepts. But having a Rocket City come online against you is going to be very, very rough. So hopefully he's going to hold it here. Recognize that the Rocket City is the bigger threat, especially now that we have two Paradise, right? Because the way it works is that a single Rocket City, because it's two different activations for Paradise, you only need one Rocket City to shut that off. So we are going to see the two card draw off the Airvital coming into play here because it is a Fabled Beast, and this is definitely going to signal the, hey, it's time to jam this Rocket City down and try to shut off that card value engine.
Yeah, I do think that you are correct. We did see earlier in the day where, you know, we saw the bait of the Rocket City into the Netherworld, and now we saw the reverse where it was a Netherworld trying, you know, to be the bait, and then Rocket City comes down. So yeah, you windmill slam this here because your opponent finally played a Spirit and they can start utilizing the card draw. But
yeah, this
now,
would be
now I was gonna say, what do you do if you're Zivko, right? If you don't have the answer for the Rocket City here, you don't want to repeat, and there it is.
Yep.
So very well navigated, saving the Burning Force for what they knew to be the actual threat, because they probably just felt it all through game one.
They got burned by it very much in game one, and now we're going to burn them back with Force even on their Nexus. So Rocket City just taking its way to the graveyard, and now on our next turn, right, we're live. We have a bunch of Fabled Beasts. We're going to be drawing a bunch of cards, and we have all of this yellow reduction as well for whenever Alice decides to show up again. So we are able to curve into that quite easily as well. But yeah, again, quickest burning force of my life.
Let me tell you, it's not just Alice that you have to worry about. The other thing that this big cost reduction gives you is access to exhaust. And let me tell you, if you don't play around that, there is no worse feeling than getting blown out by a one-sided sweeper. So I fully expect that we're going to see some high BPs, or at least above the thresholds, as we stare down those 4 Nexus cards doing that cost reduction, because otherwise you're just kind of mailing it in at that point. And yeah, speak of the devil, we're going to throw all of the cores on this unit.
Yeah, we love core cards just getting to extend onto our opponent's side of the playmat. In fact, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, let me just stack all these up and go onto your half of it. So we do see a Maduke, we do see a Cursed Dragon, we see a Axe Spider in the hand as well. So just trying to figure out which turns we want to deploy it on, because Zivko has not deployed a lot of Spirits, and we could just be holding some threats, and having the Paradise allows us to draw into even more of them. And we've seen things like Arcana Knight Hex that can be played for just a single core off this board state. So we are able to pump out a lot of threats in yellow from this board state out of seemingly nowhere.
Yeah, that's kind of the guessing game, right? If you're Daniel, you have to wonder, is it because they're sitting on a bunch of threats, or is their hand gummed up, right? Do they have multiple exhausts and other things? But we do see the Dual Eagle come down. This is wonderful on the side of Zivko because, again, it's a Fabled Beast. It's very threatening. Also has that fun keyword that's going to allow you to potentially ramp back up. Though, so far today, between the exhibition and game one of this round, going above 5 health has not boded well. I would almost be superstitious at this point.
Yeah, the weekend might not be blessed after all for these key yellow spirits coming across. But Dual Eagle going up to a 7K because, funny enough, Paradise is a good card. It does a lot at level 1. Drawing cards is always great. Spoiler, it has a level 2 effect that makes it stronger when you have 2 cores on it for your Fabled Beast. So we're able to pump up that Dual Eagle to 7K here. And now we have to wonder, does Daniel have white cards in his deck? I don't know. It looks like it's all purple to me from this side, but of course that is just how this deck can play out. Sometimes that you have the purple side and the white side, and sometimes you see one side or the other. Or again, because of how the reduction system works, you develop one part of the deck, and you might have white and purple cards in your hand, but it's just infinitely easier to develop the purple from this position.
I do think that I remember seeing an Axe Spider earlier that we had mentioned, but without the Rocket City there, you don't get the reduction. And again, knowing that you want to keep your BP power at a certain threshold because you know that your opponent has the potential to play exhaust, we might just be seeing Daniel be extra careful.
Yep.
Right. And so again, we mentioned it the one time she showed up, whenever the Underworld, what is it? Grand Underworld Trio Queen Maduke comes down. It's not just the title that you're reading. There's a lot of text there because of Blood Curse and the other abilities. So, we see the reach across. Hey, can I read what that does again? Wow, it does all of that? Oh, okay.
Refresh my mind one more time, please. So we actually need to get a little counter going in the corner that says number of times Queen Maduke has been picked up. So I just have the Maduke counter. I think that's 2 for the weekend, and I'm sure more to come. So setting a burst here, we did get a good chance to see Zivko's hand, but we know that there was a Dream Bomb in there. So there could be a 3. That's 3 now. Yep. we could see a turn where we have the Dream Bomb being able to bounce Maduke and Depths, which would be absolutely huge. But I think Daniel properly recognizes that they are on the more defensive spot right now. So it's unlikely that we see Daniel connect for damage over the next couple turns while they're just trying to still stabilize. But the Dream Bomb could be very deadly for sure.
Well, it does appear that we're going to have the Maduke block the Eagle, which is fine, right? You don't want to allow your opponent to continue to ramp with the blessed part, but...
Yep, so it was the Dream Bomb after all, because it is just loss of life. So it allows you to... play a weird mid attack, as it were, bounce threat just to reset your opponent's side of the board. And now Erevataz is going to die, ramp 2 cores, and I'm not sure if we saw a 2-drop in the ground. That's exactly what Daniel's going to check if there was or not. But Erevataz could be threatening another attack behind it as well. But again, just kind of ramping some cores here might be nice as well.
Yeah, if you're wondering what happened there, again, as you pointed out, Dream Bomb has the burst effect trigger requirement of when you lose a life. And so when the Dual Eagle swung into the Maduke and she was trying to trigger said loss of life, that actually gives you the opportunity to play Dream Bomb even though you're the one on offense. 9 times out of 10, when you see a Dream Bomb played from the burst, it's because you're the one being attacked. But instead, what a heads-up play by Zivko, knowing, hey, I'm playing into a deck that's likely running Maduke. Oh, look, I saw one. Let's put this into the burst and pull a little chicanery, and it worked out incredibly well.
Yep, absolutely. So we have the Mordred coming down, which is going to threaten the attack across at Dual Eagle. Because it is going to happen during combat now, we are going to get some more ramp off of the Blessed Cathedrals. 2 more cores. I mean, Zivko is sitting on a pile of cores. You'd think they're playing green at this point, but that's really the power of Blessed Cathedral, just ramping you a bunch of cores. But again, we had that early Blessed to give us a little bit more life total, make us a little bit more comfy, but a quick turn of events that puts us down, or back down to 2 life. But again, I mean, there is just nothing but cores on Zivko's side. So let's get a look at his hand here and see what he's going to do to, and quite a bit of cards, right? See what he's going to do with his hand.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, the one that I was most interested in, unless that was it at the very tail end, I didn't see an Ice Shield to buy time, but it looked like there might have been one.
Please do the draw 4. Please do the draw 4. Is that what we're about to see? 2 more Paradises coming online.
I think you have to do the draw 4 because, there was no Ice Shield. So defensively, you have to find something here, right? So this comes down and we're going to do the draw 4.
The yellow player in me just loves this because you feel great every time this happens. Dream Bomb, Axe Spider. Oh, it did bring the Axe Spiders and Freeze-a-Tall. And then, milling the Alice.
That's twice now we've seen Alice.
Maduke's
been read 3 times and Alice has been discarded twice.
Alice does not want to join the tea party today, unfortunately. She is just hanging out in the cemetery, unfortunately.
She's late.
She's
late for a very important date.
Yes. Oh, man. Unfortunately, the key spirit that helps us kind of clear the field and really get the value of being a multi-blocker as well, because when you have 3 other spirits, she becomes the immortal blocker that ramps you even more cores. So
kind of the OG Axe Spider, if you will.
yes, certainly so out of set 1. And again, we can see just tons of cores being thrown around here, and it looks like we are going to side on the Axe Spider to get us a level 2 blocker to just permanently kind of gum up the board for us, because we do not have the Ice Shield, but was that a burst set exhaust Nexus? Oh, please.
I believe it was a Dream Bomb.
Oh, was it?
I thought when we got the draw 4 that I saw another Dream Bomb get picked up. I was more watching, obviously, for the Absolute Ice Shield because I think that's key, but I think that's another Dream Bomb. The important piece, though, is that it could be an Ice Shield. We've actually seen quite a bit of bait and switches with folks where just by putting that burst down, you force your opponent to respect the Ice Shield. And
you can say it. You got me.
Yeah,
you got me.
I gotcha. Well, I mean, we've seen it throughout the course of the day as well, right? And so when you don't have one, all that matters is your opponent thinks that you have one. Sometimes that is enough. Both these players have fistfuls of cards. This is wonderful to watch.
Yep.
If you're somebody who just likes options, I said it before during the Purple Mirror, right? When players have almost endless options, it's really then about timing, sequencing, right? As far as how you navigate this. We're going to have to see if that continues to be the case here, or if the lack of Ice Shields does finally come back to catch Zivko.
Yeah, and having that quick look at Daniel's hand, we actually saw a triple Curse Dragon, a Maduke, and the big old 8-cost Elephant Nomengard. That is a lot of heavy top end. So Daniel's option, while holding a grip, we really just need to play these 4 and 5 costs out of our hand, try to get more reduction on the board before we can kind of transition into these bigger, beefy threats.
I think what I'm most worried about if I'm Zivko is just that I'm already down to 2 health, and Daniel's still at 5. I'm finding myself in the same position I was last game, but last game I A, lost, and B, I was in a reverse situation. I had 6+ health, and Daniel was down to 2, and I still couldn't punch it through. Does look like we gained the one from the Blessed Trigger. We do still have the Axe Spider here, so making a little bit of progress.
Yep, and that turtle finding its way to the cemetery, which can, of course, be brought back later off an Erevatar, but importantly, ramping us off the Blessed Cathedral. Because, again, hey, we are going to draw 5 cards next turn. And you know what? When you draw all those cards, you definitely want extra cores to play with. So Zivko definitely has the other side of it, where both players have options, but Zivko has far more cores because those Blessed Cathedral ramping up.
You know what? I still love this, right? So you have the Axe Spider, but you swing with it because you're, again, just trying to sell this I have an Ice Shield message, right? Why not swing if you're trying to sell the fairy tale of, hey, I'm just, going to get some chip damage in because I'm
and a Dream Bomb to remove a blocker as well.
Yeah. So I actually, that makes me wonder if that was an exhaust then, because that might have been the Dream Bomb that I thought I had seen when they did the draw 4 before, unless it was just a second.
So drops back down to 2 because the Hippocampo did heal him up on the previous turn. And yeah, so again, Exhaust Nexus played out of the burst is going to get stronger for every Nexus your opponent has. For every Nexus they have, it's an additional 1,000 power that they're getting minused. We have, spoiler, we have Fabled Beasts to play here, folks. We are drawing 4 cards. We are ready to get this engine going again. Yep, tap, 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 tap. Play this Hippo. Let's see what we rip off the top. Eagle.
1, 2, 3, 4. So Freeze Tall, I think I saw 2 Eagles.
Yep.
Another turtle as well, if I was correct.
I do like the Arcana Knight Hex here as well, because it is going to draw us a card as well when the Hippocampus connects, because anytime your life increases, you get to draw a card. Yep, that's exactly what's going to come down next. And it's just a nice BP threshold spirit. So again, really getting the value out of these paradises, getting us a lot of wiggle room that if our opponent, Curse Dragons us, or they get the combo, we still have a grip, and we're still going to be able to draw 5 more cards on our next turn. So we are able to be the third. All right, y'all, this is Nexus the game at this point. This is where you want to be for yellow, because now we're ramping 3. Oh my goodness, 3 cores for every yellow spirit that dies, as well as now drawing a card when a yellow spirit dies off of the level 2 for that Blessed Cathedral. Of course, Daniel likes drawing cards too, so they are still going to draw off the depths here and try to find some additional answers for them. Because again, we have, look at that, grip of 8 cost cards. There's a lot of very heavy top end, but looks like we have a Deadly Balance that can at least remove 1 attacker. But again, Zivko is going to be able to ramp the cores and, and we're going to ramp cores, we're going to heal, and we're going to draw off the Arcana Knight Hex, but we do have an Absolute Ice Shield coming down immediately out of the burst.
Now, that Ice Shield had been hanging out for a very long time. And with the number of cards that Daniel has drawn, we have to assume that they are going to just replace it, right?
You would think so, but I didn't see one on the first fan. I just see the Dream Bomb.
Just the Dream Bomb. So that might come down again to just fake the message, unless you're worried about having to replace it later and you want to keep it in your hand. But I would think that at this stage, with your opponent drawing 4 cards and they've got a wide board, you would at least want to make them respect it, perhaps.
Man,
what a weird position to be in, where you've essentially drawn like a third of your entire deck and no ice shields.
And we're going to see a really interesting interaction happen, because Dark Bishop does have that when summon ability, but there is a window where Dark Bishop ability has to resolve fully. You lose all the cores on your spirits down to 1 on your side as well. And then the Exhaust Nexus is actually going to kill Bishop and Curse Dragon. And it's hard to see the cores with the core cards stacked up, but because the way the reduction system works, that actually can prevent you from playing the Curse Dragon sometimes, because you lose 2 reductions before you have the priority right to play the Curse Dragon. But instead, we are just going to see a Beldegor to kill the Hippocampus as well. So still holding on to that. I believe we did see both parts of the combo in Daniel's hand, but I know we have the triple Curse Dragon, no less. So maybe he doesn't have the Bishop. I could have.
I thought I saw a Bishop, perhaps not. Either way, we do have. Oh, I see. We get.
There's triple Curse Dragon.
And
oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay,
there it is. Okay.
I'm not crazy.
Yeah, I thought I saw it too, and then I was surprised as well. But no, it is there. It is one of those things that Daniel had available in game 1 as well, but was very patient with it, right?
Yes.
So it might just be something where if you're not going to close out the game, it might not be on their radar. And, getting Beldegor up and running, that's also entirely reasonable. You want to play him, a few times, right? You want to play him from hand. You want to play him from the trash. You want to play him a total of 7 times. He is, after all, from the Dark World 7.
Yep.
So I think you win a prize if you manage to deploy the same one 7 times. That's how it works, right?
Yeah, there's really an interesting game of cat and mouse that's almost happening here between Zivko having all the card draw in the world and, of course, being able to go ultra wide if he wanted, but then that's a perfect opportunity for Daniel to play the Curse combo on the way back. So trying to find that right number where you want to check just enough spirits to where you can crash through for those last 2 points of damage. Axe Biter.
Okay.
Or sometimes you just want a card that says, hey, I don't care about your Curse Dragon combo. Be my guest. Both Axe Biters will stick on the board itself.
Honestly, the second one is very, very clutch, because now it means that the Bishop into the Infernal Curse will still not be wide enough, right? Because you're going to have at minimum 2 spirits, so you're going to have to go even wider. And as you said, the more stretched thin you go, the more likely the Exhaust Nexus will lead to a blowout and kind of stop that combo. So honestly, the second Axe Biter is huge. That's a massive development for Zivko staying in this game. Now, the other elephant in the room, pun very intended, as we know that there's an elephant in the hand of Daniel, is the game timer is ticking down.
Yep.
And we know that Daniel won game 1. If Zivko here can not close this out, and I know that sounds crazy, right? We're just under 15 minutes to go, but if he can't close this out and force a game 3 in the time, that's going to be a problem. And while he's doing a great job of not dying at the moment, I haven't seen anything that's going to allow him to win either. Because when push comes to shove, you can have units that stay alive when your opponent does the Dark Bishop combo, but you're also not pushing damage either, right? It's just a back and forth of stalling. We also see the burst that was played by Daniel. So I don't know what the path to victory is here. And 14 minutes is not a long time. I mean, it might be enough to get it done, but
nope, he just accidentally put the core to the... Okay, he caught it. And then he also does still ramp 3 cores off the Cathedral here as
Yeah.
well. So they might be running out of cores at the table at this point. So hopefully they got a nice stash of Tic Tacs nearby to give us some additional cores for this matchup. So we sacrificed off the Carbuncle. We still want to keep our Dual Eagle alive because it's a 7K with the extra cores on the Phantasmal Paradise. So it is going to be able to crash through with this Dark Knight Cavalier. Yes, a Beldegor is going to come back, but spoiler, it doesn't have any good targets here. It is just coming back as a 4K blocker in this case. And if it is the Exhaust Nexus, there is an opportunity to replay it, but it would only shrink it by 3K, so both of his spirits do stay on the board. So Exhaust Nexus does get a little bit less value here now that we remove the depths, but I think it's one of those things like you have to remove the depths in this situation still.
You could also just double Nexus.
True. Very true. You could play it out of the burst and with another one from hand, but we did see Zivko draw 4 cards, and there was still no Absolute Ice Shield, so I'm not sure what else, if he drew any more magic out of that hand.
Right. Again, this is why it's so important that you put that burst down, because even if that's, that Dream Bomb over there, it's making Zivko have to respect it as if it was an Ice Shield. So, double exhaust, isn't enough.
Yep.
Right? If you assume that your opponent has the Ice Shield. We know if there's not one there, hey, you could probably push through, but...
Yeah, we did get to see Zivko's hand, which was, oops, all spirits. So no Dream Bombs, no extra Burning Forces, right? Nothing on that side of it, but we do see another Brigid coming down to get the bounce. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. We are going to see the bounce and freeze effect from Brigid, both effects coming online now with only 2 cores, but can be really problematic when you're trying to just not go overly wide in this matchup. But, I think you got the cores and the time to really start pushing in this matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting because that Brigid is rigid, right? It's going to ice them
Yep.
Kind of out of the game. And I know, again, I don't want to beat that horse to death, but we're now down 2 extra minutes, right? We're now sub 12 minutes.
Yep.
And I'm still personally not seeing a way that Zivko can find a path to victory. We're seeing a lot of board development. We're seeing Zivko not be in a position to lose, but unfortunately, playing to not lose is not good enough right now. There has to be some sort of play to win.
Okay, we have drawn 15 cards at this point and have seen a single Burning Force so far from Zivko. And that's exactly why we're counting the cards left in deck at this point, because we do just need to put on the gas and get these cards to connect. And you know what? Why not have 3 Axe Spider while we're at it, right? Those are still just able to attack through when you need them to.
We were talking about the time left in the round, but the time might not also be the biggest issue. It might just be decking. We have had somebody drawing, 4 or 5 cards a turn for most of the game. And again, with no way to punch through it, that's all I keep thinking about. What do you do to finally get this last 3 damage in on Daniel?
I think he had the Aravata as well, which would have been a great development because that's forcing you to have 2 attackers as well. So I'm really curious if we're going to hold it up for like one more turn as a way just to check what's in the burst zone here, if it is an Absolute Ice Shield. But the Aravata, I think, is going to be really important for the victory here in the next turn if we get to check this burst or not. So we do have 10 minutes left in the timer. Getting close here. Right, and then the bounce effect off Brigid, bouncing back an Axe Spider and giving us a Beldegor, which, again, in this case does not have any good targets against the field. The field of 5s and Eagles.
It just needs to block, though, right?
Right.
That's the important piece, right? The target is protecting your health. And Daniel... It's so funny, right? Daniel won that first game, and so now Daniel does have the luxury of just playing to not lose. And that's not necessarily the same as playing to win. And we see that because Zivko is forced to try to figure out a way to be offensive enough to close this out. And with all of these stall tools, and, speak of the devil, here's some more.
I think it is time that... it's going to strip everything down to... Or nope, I guess that was another Mordred, my bad. I thought it was the Baculus we saw.
No. This is not the Dark Bishop. No,
but there's a depths online making our... If they try to go for the Baculus play, and if we're holding up this Exhaust Nexus a little bit better. All right. let's draw another 5 cards, see if we can hit a magic card as a way to interrupt. And then there's the reminder for the Bridget keeping the Dual Eagle tapped down for this turn. All right, let's see what Zivko draws here.
Just everything. Just all the things. That's what Zivko's about to draw.
Yep, there's an Erebata. I'm pretty sure we have a 2-drop back in the graveyard there that we could at least get the multi-attacker. Axe Spider coming back down that was bounced the previous turn. Or just more Dual Eagles. That is an opportunity. We do want to play a Fabled Beast this turn. I guess the question now becomes of how many cards do we want to draw?
Can we find the 4th? Can we have a dual Eagle?
And again, here they're all being 7Ks, so we do hit the BP checks as it were, so that we're able to make sure these Dual Eagles are staying on board. And of course, if you wanted to, there are 4 Paradises on board. We could actually make them all the way up to 10K Eagles if we wanted to. Yep, so Mordred's going to die. Beldegor is going to come back. We have to make sure we're putting him at level 2, so it can still get blocked. And it's a 4K and a 5K, I believe, for Mordred. So the rest of the board here is still able to threaten some attacks.
Yeah, but we've also had that other burst over there for forever.
Hey, we got to check it at some time.
I know we have to, but I think that's perhaps the most frustrating thing is when you're Zivko here, you've been doing everything you can just to even see if that's an Ice Shield, right?
Hey, and there's another Ice Shield that we just picked up for the turn.
So, I mean, what do you have to do to even make them, kind of show what they're sitting on, right?
Oh, and here it comes. So here's the count to say how many cores do you have left for Cursed Dragon.
All right.
So things are going to get messy. Baculus, again, removing everything down to 1.
Oh, there's the Nexus.
So it is going to kill both because Exhaust Nexus, as we mentioned a couple turns ago, is going to lock things down. 4K, which kills both because Dark Bishop removes all the cores from your side of the field as well. And now we just have the Curse Dragon that says, hey, ramp 2 if you're going to ramp 2 to play it. But then that's the only threat that they're really developing on this turn. But again, Axe Spider, being kind of immune to those effects, is just going to say, hey, I'm still level 2. Yeah. We're just hanging out.
Now, what's interesting here is that depending on what you have to expend, if you aren't going to have enough cores left over to play your Ice Shield, you would almost want to hold up, right? But I do think that we're going to see enough left over. Yeah. Yep. We are going to see enough left over, so we don't have to worry about that if we're Daniel.
And again, Cursed Dragon just being able to ramp on itself as well, which does give you the opportunity to play some lower end spirits as a follow-up. But again, big turn for Daniel, just trying to say, I got to spend all my cores to set this up.
Lower end spirits, you say, like it's not just, an Axe Spider.
Oh, what's 7 cores between friends? Just deploy him and get the full 3 cores on him. Why not? But hey, that's a lot of Axe Spider on the field right now. Okay, so there's the Erebata that we were mentioning, which is going to activate a double attacker for us because Erebata is going to swing. It's going to die to, everything out of our opponent's deck and then allow us to get a 2 cost back from the graveyard, which can then attack again because as a reminder, in Saga, those spirits do not have any type of summoning sickness. As soon as they hit the field, they are turning sideways if they want to.
And there's another reveal and miss. Gotta say, I'm feeling for you, my yellow player friend, because we have not seen many reveals connect, if any, this particular round.
Yeah, the turtle is does get a lot better in set 2 when you can actually develop a full Fabled Beast deck that it's going to hit the majority of the time. But at least for right now in the set 1 with how these decks have developed, you are pretty light on actual Fabled Beast targets because you are running a bunch of things like Alice and the Freezatol and the Pentons, which don't count towards it. So yeah, I mean, we have, technically 7 attacks here, so we're going to check if it's an Ice Shield really quick. So again, Erebata's going to die. We're going to ramp 3 cores because of the Cathedral. We're going to go back a...
There is also, the potential for what I would describe as like the full disrespect play, which would be to just play the Ice Shield from your hand and not the one from the burst. But what I expect to happen is they're going to go through the motions and... Because, right now with no additional way to pay for it, right? Like you have the one cost reduction from Axe Spider, but with no cores over there in your reserve, you're going to end up having to lose this dragon anyway. And
yeah, exactly what you said.
Yeah, we get the full disrespect.
Oh man, out of all that hard fought, trying to swing through it and get the air vital plays, you know, an Ice Shield is just here to lock things down for us.
All right, a lot of options. Turns out both players have drawn a significant portion of their decks as the timer is also ticking down. It's kind of amazing to think that this is also just game 2 of this series. Like if we had an untimed round, we would really be going the distance.
Yep, and it looks like we are just going to see a series of axe spiders here, which are going to be great to you know, stall out the game in Daniel's favor. Because again, he had the opportunity to win the first game, so it is his game to just stall out it and take the win that way. So a lot of axe spiders are definitely one way to do that.
Yeah, and no targets here for some of these other threats that are coming down, but it doesn't matter. This is all about what can I play and also have be at level 2, right? I have to be wide enough to make them work for it, and then also potentially rely on that burst. You know, there was a turn a long time ago where I felt like when we saw Daniel's hand, there wasn't an Ice Shield there. Is it possible that the reason Daniel played the Ice Shield from hand is that that's actually a Dream Bomb still?
I think it might be, which if we can find an avenue to go wide enough, that might just be enough here. Because I don't think I see a suppression or anything. There's no... Oh, actually, that might be a suppression in the very far back end of his hand. Let's see if Daniel fans it out again.
Yeah, I was going back through what we had seen in the past, and I do remember there was a situation where one of the Ice Shields was popped and there wasn't another one present. And we know that Daniel did draw a Dream Bomb. I don't think we've seen it since. So there is the possibility that that is just him kind of feigning an Ice Shield, and that's why the one was played from hand.
Yep, and there is a suppression all the way in the back, so we know that this is as good as another Ice Shield in hand as well for Daniel.
Unless Zivko can somehow double Dream Bomb. But yeah, as long as those axe spiders are there, suppression is going to just stop the turn. And of course, I say double Dream Bomb like there's not a third axe spider that's about to hit the table.
Yeah, maybe drawing because you know your opponent has drawn so many more cards than you over the course of the match, thanks to the quad Paradise. So I guess we're going to count anyways. I have to assume that the yellow player here is on the lower deck count just because of how much more draw we had. But again, as you mentioned, we have that extra axe spider that can come down, help come up the board. We have another suppression, and we are just about down to 1 minute left in game 2. So it's going to get closed out very, very quickly, or Daniel will be the winner for this round. Oh, the Derm Dyna finally coming down with 2. Oh my gosh. Hey, my entire board is unblockable. What you got? Like, this is a huge... We saw it in the sideboard.
Yeah.
It is a one of...
Wow.
Oh, he has drawn so many cards. I cannot believe this is all the way now this late coming down.
Is this where we get to see the Ice Shield check? Because, again... It is the Dream Bomb, and that's not going to be enough because once you've swung the activation, it's going to give everything else the unblockable. So this should be able to connect unless before you die anyway, because you do have the Netherworld Depths. You could draw an Ice Shield that you could then play from hand, right? That would be one way you could stay alive.
Oh my gosh, with 10 seconds left.
What a rip. Zivko dug essentially through the
nail biter
deck, through the entire deck, 4, 5 cards a turn, and lands it.
Sorry, folks, I'm absolutely speechless here at that development, because again, you have to remind Zivko had 10 cards or less left in deck, right? Like there is no shot that he didn't have under 10 at that point. And hey, if there is ever a game that Zivko thought to themselves, you know what? I probably want a second Derm Dyna. Yeah, that was definitely it. So an absolute nail biter here right into, again, 10 seconds left. I just windmill slamming that Derm Dyna. And again, here's 7 unblockable things, right? Or it might have been 8, actually.
Right, wait, hear me out. You're going to game 3, but it's overtime rules, right? Do you just play the pile? Like,
Oh God.
because how many turns are you really going to realistically get? So like if you you get to sideboard before game 3, is the big IQ play here literally just jam your entire sideboard in because you might go to the deck tiebreaker?
Well, Bless does have, or Yellow, I should say, does have the maybe small advantage with Bless that like Hippocampo again can put you up. Dual Eagle can come online and make sure that 2 Blessed connects instead. So I think, at least from Daniel's side, you really do have to respect the early game aggression that's going to come down. And again, we did see in Daniel's hand that game, there are some turns where you're just like, oh, well, I'm stuck on all 8 drops, or I guess 7 and higher. So I think for Zivko, you really want to try to play that lower end game and not want to ruin that consistency. But it is a close call that, are we going to see players just shuffle stuff in? Like, you're sideboarding out your Nexus.
We just saw the Rocket Cities and stuff come out because you don't want to have them. It's something I wanted to pose, right? Because I don't think it's as cut and dry as you think. You want to be as consistent as possible because you just want to kind of draw first blood and then ride that out to a win.
Yep.
Right? So low deck size means greater consistency. However, when you're at equal health, the next tiebreaker is cards in deck. And so if that is what you are potentially game planning on, obviously sideboarding in more would get you there. So there's also, again, just thinking out loud, right? Trying to metagame this. What if you mulligan on purpose so that you get one less card, right? It's weird, and I know, but this is a very niche scenario that I know when these players were testing, they were not like, okay, what if I'm starting game 3 already in overtime, right?
Yeah, this is not something anyone can plan for.
There's no buzzer beaters when you're testing where somebody wins with the Mechlor Derm Dino with 2 seconds left on the clock, right? Like, this is not something that you would have thought through. But I do think that there are some legitimate like thought experiments that need to be done for something like this.
Yeah, what an insane, again, play, right? With like, I think it was like 12 seconds left technically, right, on the timer. And we do see the mulligan from Zivko because the hand just was not low to the ground enough.
No.
And it's, the Alice and Dual Eagle back-to-back are like, well, I'm going to throw this away. I'm going to, hey, get one more card back in the deck, right, if it does come down to that. But Daniel actually does have a very nice kind of low to the ground hand.
All right, so we do have the turn 1 play. That's very important. I think what we're also going to be keeping an eye out for is the bursts, right? Whoever can find an early burst that they can potentially utilize will have the potential to come out ahead. A little bit of a dig deep there, right? Daniel did draw, so we're going to have to wait and see whether that also comes back.
Oh, a Hippocampo too. That's going to be... Oh, this is such a rough... Like, you wish you had a little bit more turns to develop and see how things went, but especially these 2 decks, right? They are a little bit slower. Like, if it was Rex or something, right, or White Aggro, you'd say, okay, those decks are going to be the aggressive. You're going to be able to knock them down at 2 or 3 pretty quickly. But for Fabled Beast and this version of Purple-White, they are a little bit slower in what they need to do to set up. And now the Hippocampo is threatening that says, hey, on my next turn, I can make this a 4K and hit through with Bless. So that's something you very much have to consider.
This Purple-White deck wants to kind of really activate itself in the mid game. And I know that yellow has a lot of, cheaper threats, but traditionally what you want if you're the yellow player is to set up kind of these big combo turns. Yep. So while you have cheap things, you're not like a true aggro deck the way white aggro is. So we do see the punch through, but now we're going to see Daniel just snap back, trying to say, okay, I'm going to come back on the crackback.
Yep, and that's exactly enough to get the damage.
That's going to be enough to get there. Wow. What a way to end this game. After Zivko did everything they could to stall and survive and find the Mechlord. Look, there's the exhausts too, but they were 1 short.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's... The tiebreaker rules do come down to play, and Purple was able to find, in the first game that we had, or the second game I said we should have, had the 8 costs. We had all the top end that sometimes you want to see in the late game. We want to see the exact opposite going into this game 3, and that's exactly what we saw with the double Aglovale coming down for just 1 core and just turning things sideways to get in that extra bit of chip damage. So some very, very good games, game 1 and game 2, with a lot of back and forth, and in that game 3, it's just who rips the aggressive opener sometimes for how the tiebreakers settle.
Just an absolute insane ending though, right? Again, that Mechlor Derm Dyna coming down at the buzzer to close it out when your opponent has so many nexuses and you can just turn on. And then also, again, like us identifying, hey, that was a dream bomb, right?
Yep.
So it wasn't the ice shield that could have closed it out. But congratulations nonetheless to Daniel. Very well navigated throughout. Both players, honestly, I think did a fantastic job. Because that was a long game, and we're already kind of into the twilight hours of today, right? We're approaching the end. This is where the mental fatigue starts to set in. So, yeah, with that in mind, we are going to take a short break so that we can refresh our own mental fortitude here. But when we come back, we're going to have another round of the Battle Spirit Saga Pro Tour event here in New Jersey. So don't go anywhere. We will be returning with more action after the break. Tour for Battle Spirit Saga here in New Jersey. I am still Charmer, still joined on the desk by Kozmic, and we have a fantastic round lined up because these are two players that are essentially trying to keep their tournament life alive as we get ever so closer to making that cut to the top 8. Again, this is a big event, $100,000 in prize pool with $25,000 going to first place, and the two players that we have lined up for round 6 both suffered an early loss, and so they are kind of in this until the very end, right? So they are trying to play and continue that winning streak. If you take a loss at this point, I think you can say, well, you're probably not going to make the top 8. So this is a very big deal, a lot at stake for these two players.
Yeah, this is a very big money match that's going to be coming online between these two. And they might not know it yet, but we know it. This is going to be the purple-white axe biter mirror match. There's a couple cards that are different between the lists, but if you joined us back in round 1 at the start of this wonderful event, we talked about how this was a deck that we expected to see a lot more of. We did see it in the first couple rounds, but now it's really on the bubble of if they win, they can probably lock up a top 8 spot. So I'm curious to see how many of these purple-white axe biter lists in particular ended up making it to this kind of winning in position, as we like to call it.
And with that, it looks like the players are getting ready to kick things off. And we are starting with a nice 0 drop. Again, this is one of those amethystus that you and I have been kind of singing the praises of quite a bit throughout the day. Very, relevant for the cost reduction. But you know what else is relevant? An axe biter right out of the gate.
I love too hey, we can just put this at 1. That's fine. You're not going to have a burn spell for it, and then you have the axe biter alive for turn 2 onward.
Are you sure though? Because I'm pretty sure that these run the theft, right? I think we were looking at the lists earlier, and there was a core theft that was in the main for one of these players.
Well, it has purple yellow. You have to use a burning force or volcanic break on it to get the BP reduction if you can catch it at level 1. So
you mean armor's relevant?
Yes. Turns out they have the opportunity to, especially in this matchup, we're going to see how far it goes, but keeping the purple spells kind of offline is going to be really tricky for how you remove or ultimately go around your opponent's axe biters.
Yeah, absolutely. The axe biter is kind of the real threat, the real thing that you kind of have to work around. Even if it doesn't do anything to close out the game, it's just such an immovable object that you have to figure out what you're going to do to get around it to push that damage. And again, right now, we're just kind of seeing a draw pass from both of these players. They did deploy some bursts face down, so we have those ready to go. I believe I saw that Anthony had an absolute ice shield earlier, so I suspect that's what he just placed. But Florin, on the other hand, is still, I think, just going to pass, right? Keeping the cores on the axe biter there, doesn't really have anything else. So, no, once again, going to make a liar out of me. And instead, we are going to deploy a second spirit.
Oh, and just getting aggressive, trying to get the reduction off the board from Anthony's side, which, hey, we get to draw a card, which would be nice. We didn't get a good look at Anthony's hand, but there might just be looking to dig for another answer. And again, just being able to preserve your life total off these 0 drops has been so relevant all day long.
Now, because of this line of play, though, it does appear that the axe biter is just going to have the 1 core. This would be a scenario where if your opponent had a volcanic break, there might be a window, but instead we're just going to play our own Axe Spider.
Yep.
Turns out that's the way to win this, is to just win the arms race, or in this case, the Axe Spider race.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that because it's this late in the rounds, right? Players might both know what the other is playing, so there might be some inside knowledge, or they could be, people who worked on this list together. I know there was quite a few members in the community who were all talking about Purple White Axe Spider. It popped up in one online event, so there has been some kind of community building and community discussion leading up to the Pro Tour about this Purple White Axe Spider list. So dropping the Axe Spider down twice to kill range of a Burning Force, which are in these lists, can be scary. But if it's the soul read that they just don't have it, or you play it early enough where they're significantly less likely to have it, it can get you these turns where you can get Axe Spider to just one core and not have to worry about, or hopefully not have to worry about, I should say, the Burning Force.
All right, so some damage connecting on the side of Florin, getting through, reducing the life total of Anthony a little bit. And honestly, I'm looking at this, and this is kind of what you expect when you say a mirror match. I know that the deck lists are very similar, but we're also staring at both players with an Axe Spider, both players with a Rocket City, Florin with the upper hand. But this Netherworld Depths is coming down, and that is very important, because that's going to have Florin have to decide whether or not to keep cores on the Rocket City to prevent the kind of net card draw. You will still get the filter effect, but you would slow them down. Or are you going to invest those cores into more threats? Or are you just going to continue this mirror trend and play your own Netherworld? Holy cow.
Yeah, this is definitely a looking in the mirror moment for how this is developing. And I mean, I could see we'll have to, because they have the Bridget on the board as well, they do have, one less core available to them, because they have to keep Bridget, the one core on Bridget, as well as they haven't been attacked yet. So Florin still has all 5 life, and that one core can be relevant if you're trying to get this depths online while still holding up something else. But it looks like we are just going to continue that mirror match flavor and play the depths and Rocket City for both sides.
Yeah, Florin has been very, very kind of cavalier about just saying, all right, my Axe Spider can go to 1. And so far, there's been no punishment. So as you said, maybe there's some sort of read on the deck lists. Perhaps, you finished a round early and you walked around to see what other people are playing. That happens at these events. So by the time you hit the end rounds, as you said, kind of some common knowledge, so on and so forth. But
yeah, so Anthony, when we were just checking over the list here, just to be absolutely sure, so that is one difference in the list, is that Anthony does have the Burning Forces here. So there is a very scary window where he might be able to catch Florin with it, where Florin does not have any removal, other than, of course, your Dream Bombs and other ways to bounce Axe Spider, but no hard removal in this case to get it off the field. So we could actually, I mean, the way this is going, we could see an Axe Spider get Burning Force for the first time this weekend.
I would be shocked.
I too, but it's not impossible.
It's not impossible. I mean, there has been a window a few times now, but it just...
They're scaring me.
It seems impossible. When I think about it, I'm like, oh man, that's just not going to happen. And yet, sometimes you have to take some risks. Again, both of these players, they're trying to keep their tournament life alive. They each have 1 loss. And if you're trying to make that top 8 cut, you need the win here so that you can continue to try to squeak in and be one of those 8 that'll be moving on tomorrow.
Yeah, so a lot that they're going to be playing for again here in these final rounds of a very long and very competitive day with a lot of these control decks, right? We talking about the fatigue that starts to set in at this point when you've been playing 5, 6, 7 rounds, and you're playing these decks that generally go to time every round as well. You're not getting a lot of breaks. So we did have a fantastic lunch break earlier in the day, but certainly players are thinking about the different caffeinated beverages that they might get to enjoy to give them the power to go through these last couple rounds.
So Florin does develop one of the Fortress Mammoths. I absolutely love that card. It's one of my favorites in set 1. And now we are going to go back on offense, but it's going to be answered with a Dream Bomb targeting the Netherworld Depths. I like this. There's not a lot of purple cost reduction on the side of Florin, so this is going to be a rather impactful tempo play.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm glad you brought up the mental fatigue part, because I will point out that one of the things when you are playtesting for an event that you do is you target matchups. You say to your friends, hey, I want to try this against that deck. Will you pilot this? But it's very hard to replicate what it's like to play this many best of 3 in a row, right? Even when you're doing your testing to prepare for event, there are very few instances where you sit down and like, hey, I'm going to play 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and we saw the Derm Dyna or the elephant get bounced, and now seeing on Anthony's side of the board a Derm Dyna. So maybe not a long game, because this is immediately going to start checking the board and say, hey, we're going to make this unblockable. We bounce your depth so you're not getting the card draw. We have, I'm sorry, 2 unblockable spirits, and this is going to force a very, very early Absolute Ice Shield in the following turns. So not this one, we can go down to 2, but from next turn on, Anthony could be playing the Do You Have Ice Shield game very, very quickly.
Yeah, the Mech Lord has been, honestly, the lord of day one here because it has resulted in so many wins. I love the call. Again, if you expect a lot of Axe Spider, then what you want to do is do things where, you force around or through the Axe Spider. But this is a deadly balance here, and that is, I believe, going to get rid of the Axe Spider.
So there's a very interesting sequencing that's happening here. Because Derm Dyna, when it goes to 3 cores, it has a self-protection built in that it's going to refresh it off the deadly balance, and then Florin has to select his Ice Brigade Bridget to then bounce the Axe Spider. So we do have the option here for the Derm Dyna to attack again, but it will be frozen, if I remember correctly. I have to remember the exact wording on Bridget. But yeah, really big read from Anthony there to keep the 3 cores on Derm Dyna, or I should say 4 cores, right? Because you have to keep the Soul Core on it to use it for the effect, then spend the Soul Core, go down to 3 cores, and still have that built-in protection into Derm Dyna. So the deadly balance, of course, you can't select Axe Spider, so you're forced to select Derm Dyna in this situation. So we are going to... All right, following up with the core drain, we are getting rid of that Derm Dyna. So Florin did find the early answer for it, but they are now sitting at 2 life.
I mean, they had to spend a lot of life and a lot of resources. However, that's still a really big deal because, as we've been saying, the Mech Lord Derm Dyna has been an all-star on this first day of the Pro Tour. And now when you're looking to kind of restabilize, you still have your own Axe Spider. We're going to redeploy this fortress, this absolute house of an elephant. And that is, with the cores, going to allow you to attack, but you're also going to have the refresh as well so that you can play offense, play defense. And Anthony says, all right, I see the writing on the wall. I don't want to take too much damage here. We're going to use the Ice Shield.
Yeah, and it would have been absolutely wild if we could have seen another Dream Bomb activate here, which would not only bounce the elephant, but shut off the refresh of all those cores that were just spent to kind of reset up this board. So now it's going to be on Anthony after losing, one of your key threats in this mirror match, saying like, hey, I need to, rely on the unblockable side of our opponents just walling up with Axe Spider. Now you have to wonder how many key threats are left on Anthony's side in terms of things that can reliably close out the game. You might go wide. You might be able to run them out of suppressions eventually or dream bombs and what have you, but Derm Dyna can close out and check the game a lot faster than the other cards in your deck.
Yeah, you said it would have been absolutely wild if it was a Dream Bomb, but instead it was just absolutely an Ice Shield, which still does buy you some time, but does not give you that kind of like big tempo play you were looking for. You are still, I think, going to put your foot to the gas here, right? So Florin, with only 2 health, you can swing with this Axe Spider and say, all right, well, do you want to block with this? And if so, you're going to let me draw the card because of the Netherworld Depths. That does end up being the case, but it's just essentially a free card draw on the side of Anthony.
Yep, and really important here, we did not see a burst get set, so no Absolute Ice Shield, no Dream Bombs. So there is a opportunity here. Now, again, both lists are ones that want to go to the late game. It's not very easy to rapidly deploy a lot of spirits that can be offensive, but in some cases, if you have just enough cores, we have the Nomagar is going to refresh everything, we might find a window where we can deploy enough threats and just swing wide, because both players are running 8 zero drops that, yes, require 3 cores each, but if you're holding on to them, those can turn sideways under a key turn for you.
All right, and appeared to just be developing some nexuses and passing with a lot of cores still in the reserve.
Yep. So another interesting interaction here as the way it plays out in Battle Spirit Saga, you are always forced into your attack phase, and then you must go to end phase. So even if you don't attack, Nomengard is going to get its refresh ability. So all your cores are going to come back at the end of your turn. So again, giving you more options for the various magics that both of these decks want you to play. Again, very light on spirits, all things considered. Ignoring the zero cost for a moment, but in terms of like key threats that are going to stick on the board and be a problem, but we're just going to get some zeros on the board, threaten some draws maybe, and continue to play around these Rocket Cities from both players.
Yeah, the double Rocket City here is honestly a bit troublesome because now Anthony's in a position where every time one of his cards turns sideways, whether it's attacking or blocking, like you're going to draw from the depths, but then you're going to be forced to discard 2 cards as well. This actually might be a bit of a way to kind of force a discard game plan on the side of Florin.
Yeah, so the interesting part with Rocket City is that it does have to be during your opponent's turn. So we have 1/2 of depths now that is live, because if you attack with it and they block, then you're going to discard. But if they attack you and you're drawing cards off of it, you get around the Rocket City. So now we get to play like the Rocket City shuffle to see when you want to be aggressive with it and when you can set up defensive turns where you don't mind as much with the Rocket City. But yeah, the draw 1, discard 2 is going to be very painful to deal with if we can't find an answer here for it soon. All right, Agilvale coming down, just a good old Curse Spirit that can help chip through some damage. Obviously, Axe Biter can still block it, but we only have 2 life, remember, on Florin's side. We do have a burst set. It could be Absolute Ice Shield, but if it's like something like a Dream Bomb, we could be getting very aggressive here. But a quick look at Florin's hand does reveal double suppression, so it might as well be 2 more Ice Shields with the Axe Biter on that side of the field. And with Anthony's hand, also a suppression. Again, we're going to be seeing a lot of these.
Ice Shields as well. Yeah. Neither of these players are in danger of losing anytime soon. I think it's going to be mostly about kind of trying to feel out the best way to force those defensive resources out, right? You want to invest the minimum amount of your effort to get them to play an Ice Shield, play a suppression, do something like that, right? And with that in mind, I think Anthony has a bit of a leg up just because you've got the health as an additional resource. You can kind of be a bit more aggressive as a result. But right now, we're just seeing a lot of, feeling okay with my board state, draw, go, go, waiting for, perhaps a big combo. Maybe we're trying to set up a, bishop into the Infernal King Curse Dragon on one of these sides. That would be a pretty big deal.
Yeah, there's a lot of great, I should say there's some 1-ofs as well, but 1, 2, or 3-ofs for the top end, really just giving you that flexibility. But again, losing that Derm Dino early, he could have closed out that game by himself if it wasn't answered on the exact turn that Florin was able to answer it with. But I'm curious to see, which player is going to dig into those answers first, because we do have the elementals. We can just draw, and it's going to feel really bad for either player. We're in this who's going to draw it first scenario, and you don't want to just give them the extra draw from the elementals or the depths. So I think we're in for a really long game of hurry up and wait from both players. I saw Florin's little hand shuffle to slam your hand on the table like, all right, well, I have a lot of stuff. I just don't want to do any of this in this matchup, right? So you don't want to overextend in case they do have the Curse Dragon combo for the pieces that can actually get removed. And at the same time, the Axe Biter, you have both players have the suppression. So it's just going to be a who uses their suppression first or who draws into their other Derm Dinas or Elks in this case. So we are in for, we're going to hurry up and wait for players to play the draw go game for a little bit.
What's also interesting is that there's a lot of draw go, but there's also just no other spirits being developed. We know that they're in, some of these hands, right? But I think we are just waiting for the combos. There we do see the Dark Bishop, so 1/2 of the combo available on the side of Anthony.
Yeah, and it's also that part of, any spirit you play out from this point is giving your opponent free information when you have the suppression anyways. So I do like Elephant in this case because it is going to be something that says if they answer it in some way, like, cool, let me draw 3 cards. That's fine. I need to find our bigger answers here. So it's going to be interesting to see at what point does either player decide, well, look, this is what I'm just going to attack, right? What does that hand look like? Do we think that they finally turn the gas on and want to go through with it. But I think it just has to be those like winning pieces, like Derm Dino, like I mean, Maduke, maybe not so much in this scenario. Well, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. They have Rocket City, so Axe Spider does become a 6K. So I guess Maduke is very live here as well on both sides. There is a lot of late game bombs that either player could hit here to really try to put pressure on these last couple life points. Otherwise, it looks like we're just going to, again, draw up, throw cores on stuff, look at our hand, see if anything else we might want to consider, maybe check our burst. But otherwise, it's just hold onto these threats on both sides and see who draws that piece first. Is that triple suppression now? Okay, sorry, double suppression still. So,
yeah. One of the other interesting bits as well is that, you know, Florin has this double Mecha Beast fortress, but because of the Rocket City, you still kind of don't want to try to force them in. A lot of times when you don't have a more relevant late game bomb, what you do is you play them and then you just kind of force them in until your opponent, you know, answers it in some way or another so that you can get the core ramp, draw the extra cards. But even now, with the way things are, I think you kind of just want to hold back. It could be waiting for combos. The other thing that stands out to me is whether or not you're waiting to remove the opposing nexuses. So on the side of Anthony, for example, if you can find some of those forces and remove the Rocket Cities, well, now suddenly you're in business, right? So what they're waiting for, who knows? But there is a bit of, you know, kind of picking and choosing how you want to navigate this from both players.
Yeah, and we're also now getting at the elephant parity, saying, you know, if you have something that can swing through, we're just going to leave this elephant at a low cost, because the great thing about elephant in this matchup, right, there is going to be some core stripping abilities, but Nomengard's effect to draw 3 cards and ramp 3 cores is not tied to a level. So any type of core removal will also trigger that effect. And here's where we're going to start seeing a lot of deck counting going from each player, because now there's also a consideration to play deck out with the Rocket City, the Depths, and the Elephant, and also the Elementals, right? If you want to attack with them, that's also a source of draw. So there's a question here, how many cards does each player play in their starting deck? You know, some of these lists have gone to 51, 52, 53, right? And that's one area to attack, but it is going to be a longer match with Axe Spider and Suppression, right? This is the game that we alluded to at the very start of the stream this weekend. So glad to see it come here in the 6th round here at the Pro Tour.
Another interesting bit that I kind of want to highlight is that while there is a lot of time left in this round, knowing that this one is already going to go long and knowing that both of these decks have a lot of ways to stall, how much merit do you as a player put on just trying to win one? Right? Just waiting this out. If I can win game 1, and there is one of those burning forces that I was talking about. So a Rocket City will leave the side of Florin. That is step 1 for Anthony trying to kind of pull this through and get an edge, because again, one of the things you highlighted, Anthony does have those main deck burning forces. Florin does not. That, you know, the longer this goes might be an area where he can excel and pull this ahead. But yeah, I look at this and I say, all right, 39 minutes. Normally, not a problem. Lots of time left in the round. But the way this game is going, even with the fast kind of like draw goes, right? There is a chance where a player plays to win 1, knowing that game 2 is not going to go the distance.
Right, and especially with the rules update for if you're in game 2 and a winner is not decided, it goes to the victor in game 1. But also, you know, to be fair, we did see a very aggressive start from Anthony that could have closed the game out, you know, I wouldn't say immediately, but in those 2 turns. So there is also a chance, a small one, to be fair, because this is what the decks want to be doing, but there could be a game 2 that's just... you know, dual gun mech lord closing it out very, very fast, and also some elks, if you find them early enough in these lists that might struggle to remove it, elk's burn damage can get there too, and it only takes, you know, 4 turns or 3 turns at that point when you've already gotten in a little bit of chip damage. So there is a, you know, point here to when we get into the game 2 to see how they're going to sideboard, and if there is those, you know, more aggressive openers that can get them the early win, and then we see a game 3 even.
I just feel like both of these players are exploring all of their options, because what we could be seeing is these players being okay with just the filtering, where yes, you draw from the depths or the whatever, and then you turn around and you discard from the Rocket City, but at least I find what I need faster. But the fact that these players have not been doing that tells me that they are very aware that cards in deck is also something on the table, right?
Yep, and so here's where we're going to see Anthony getting to draw off the depths, but because now it is his turn, he's also going to have to discard off of the Rocket City, which, hey, you at this point, that depths is more than okay to get tossed into the graveyard.
So of the two players here, I think it makes sense for Anthony to be the one to kind of break this stalemate, because you've already found and played one Burning Force, and if you can find and get rid of that other Rocket City, well, now you're cooking, right? Also, when you're looking at things, you have the health lead. You've already pushed him down to 2. You kind of want to be aggressive if you can help it, and so we're going to continue that trend. So this is going to be a draw from the depths. And there should also be a draw on the side of Florin, right? Because that is one of the Amethystists.
Yep. And we're catching up with the discard from Anthony, so they caught that as well, because the Rocket City still being in effect.
There
and then the second discard, there it is, the Nomengard.
Yeah, you don't need a second Fortress when you're already like up against certain things. And so now they're resolving the Amethystis. It looks like that was a second Axe Biter that was just drawn on the side of Florin, which will potentially slow the pace of this down even further. But knowing that you've got potential refreshes coming, and since you've already kind of committed to this being an attack round, Anthony does send their own Mecha Beast Fortress on offense here.
Yeah, and it's only a 7K, so now we're threatening like, hey, we'll draw some cards, and again, because the way the interaction works, Rocket City is only going to force one discard off that 3, because it is a single source of draw, or we're just going to check what the burst is, and that's fine too. So I don't think Florin wants to just straight discard off the top. I don't think Florin wants to use that burst just yet, but we are going to see the draw 3 happen. And also get 3 cores, which can be relevant in this matchup as well.
Yeah, the 3 cores is actually very relevant. Now, I see a lot of good stuff here. Yes, you likely have something that you can discard. All right, we do find, it looks like another Amethystis that went to the trash pile there. But when I was looking at that hand, I saw Dark Bishop. So we're just trying to find the other half of that combo. I see another Axe Biter as well. Ice Shield. So a lot of tools. Both of these players are essentially working with half their deck at this point.
Yeah, Anthony might have realized as well here that his opponent's showing 6 draw on the board, that if he lines up the curse combo, that's going to be enough to swing the, who decks out first favor into your side and win that way. So I think Anthony might be playing here for not a main consideration, but it's certainly that the game goes long enough, we could just see the deck out option as well. Discarding the Axe Spider is very interesting, though. That is going to be, on the other side for Florin to play around like the Dark Bishop Curse Drive that's coming down at you. Axe Spider can't be removed by that, so every block of those certainly counts. Yep, and here we see the suppression. So, okay, Florin is going all out in protecting this burst, so it has to be an Absolute Ice Shield in this regard, because you want to preserve your number of Absolute Ice Shields as long as possible in this matchup while staying at that 2 life. So Anthony still at 3 here, and we are at 34 minutes here for the round itself. So again, we finally got some action to break through on both sides here, and we're going to be watching very closely to see how Florin is going to follow up, because Anthony is saying, hey, I got defenses down. I did my turn. You can do what you want. Of course, we know that he has a suppression, so that Axe Spider is going to be enough by himself, but it does give Florin the chance to see how they want to play out this turn.
And not only do they have the suppression, but we also know that in hand they have an Ice Shield. They also still have that burst down below, and they have more than enough cores to work with. After losing their Mecha Beast Fortress, they got to ramp up their resources, and we can just see the pile over there. And that's exactly what I love to see as a player, right? I love just having cores on cores on cores on cores whenever I'm playing Battle Spirits, and it's a very satisfying experience, because then when you play something, you can level up whatever you want. But we are going to kick things off by swinging with the Amethystis to start. Just a casual poke to say, hey, how you doing?
Yep. And knowing that if we are trying to line up this deck out plan, we're going to stick at 3 life. We're going to recover it and just try to not overdraw with our own depths where we can force our opponent to hopefully line up some blocks, because we know that they are protecting that absolute ice shield at all cost here. So it's got to be something good there. And we're going to see how Anthony, again, has all these cores available to them because they were able to ramp a little bit off the elephant. But, you know, we still have big threats in the deck. We still have to spend a lot of cores to set up an extra turn. So we have to at least leave suppression behind, and we're going to see what else Anthony is going to deploy this turn.
Well, 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 if it isn't our little fox friends.
Once again, staring down across the field, across the realm of frost.
Oh.
These giant elephants getting in the way. But speaking of giants, we have an entire airship carrier Enterprise who at level 3 is going to be able to protect your board from red, purple, and white, notably, spells and effects. So no more dream bombs, no more deadly balances for the couple hits that it had, right? This is Enterprise is saying, like, look, if you have the combo, you have to use it on this next turn to break my protection, or else Enterprise is just going to gum up the board for the foreseeable future. Now, again, both players do have access to depths, which, as we've seen in a previous round, it's level 2, can give pseudo curse to one of the other spirits. So Axe Spider can be a very real threat into Enterprise. But again, when both these decks require so much magic to really bring on their strategies that you want to have interaction with your opponent, Enterprise says, hey, sorry, I'm just here to hold down the fort and say you can't use any of your spells. So it's really curious to see how Florida is going to answer this, or how many turns they're going to let it sit on the field.
The Enterprise is also a fantastic pickup because if you do find another burning force, you could get rid of the Rocket City. But now that we're in a position where, you know, deck size is very relevant, you might just get rid of your opponent's Netherworld Depths to turn off that curse-like effect, because then the Enterprise also serves as a blocker twice, right?
Yep.
Because it has the, when I block, I get to refresh once per turn, and it is a very healthy, you know, 9,000 or 12,000 in the case right now, because it's level 3 BP, which is not easy to overcome.
Yep.
That's a bit of a chunky dragon there.
Yep, absolutely. So it looks like we are going to see the draw 3 from the elephant finally dying on Florin's side of the board, ramping 3 cores as well. And I mean, that is just an absolute grip that he has, a Black Lance to draw even more cards. So I think both players just, you know, doing the, hey, I'm going to attack you, please go draw a card. And they're going to probably do another deck count here, unless they've already kind of know what the plus or minus is on each side.
Well, besides the deck count, this is also a good time to revisit the point we made earlier, which is the time count. We have crossed the halfway mark. So again, very relevant, because we're still in game 1 of the round. So whoever does end up taking this, if you extrapolate and we have a similar game 2, well, that would take you to the end of the round, right? So as we're kind of paying attention to the averages. Now, that's not to say that the second game is guaranteed to go that long. We've had other games today on the broadcast that were like 40 minutes long, and then we did manage to finish game 2. But we are slowly getting to the point where time is important, deck size is important, and the health totals are important. And so all of that has to be navigated by our players. Again, if you're just joining us, these players have both lost once earlier in the day. So this is a win to keep your tournament hopes alive, right? If you lose this, you are essentially eliminated from the top 8 contention.
And again, it is no small cash prize pool here at the Pro Tour in New Jersey. It's going to be $25,000 to first place, or $100,000 for the total prize pool available. So we do have Dark Bishop coming down. Both, I appreciate the hand gesture there. Florin clearly saying that Bishop does remove all his cores from his spirit, so technically you're supposed to painfully take them off one by one until they're all down to 1, and then you place them back. And he's saying, look, I'm going to shortcut. You see what I'm trying to do.
He's saying, look, these hands, when I wave them back, that's the cores coming off. When I wave them forward, that's them going right back where they are, right?
Yep, and here it is. We finally see the combo, because, again, you have to respect that Enterprise. So Florin says this is the turn. We are going to get those off the board. It's going to strip all those other non-Axe Spider spirits down to 1 core. Curse Dragon comes down, clears them all up. You don't get the draw off the Snow Bit.
Well, so you know, we know that there's a huge fistful of cards on the side of Anthony, but if you're on the side of Florin, what's the thing that stands out right now? No burst laid down. So we actually might see some offense here just to force something out of the side of Anthony, or at least make him respect it. And we're going to start with, I believe, this Amethystus.
Yep, absolutely. So,
oh no, going to be the Axe Spider first. That's fair too.
No matter what, you're forcing them to draw a card.
Yeah.
Probably not swing at the 0 cost, just because if it dies, they can come back with it to draw a card as well. But I guess we're just going to use a Dream Bomb. Say, you know what, that Axe Spider is going bye-bye for now.
Yeah, and now because of the shift, we do see that there is an Ice Shield in hand, so can be manually played to turn off the turn.
Spoiler, that's exactly what we're going to see.
Yep. But again, you forced them to use it, right? So
yes.
On the side of Florin, it was a very respectable game plan. It's so hard when I'm seeing the hand cams here, because I'm like, man, are they looking through their deck? Oh no,
right now
that's just their hand. Like right now, if I'm looking, I actually think Florin's hand is bigger than the remaining deck. When it was on the table there, it was very close.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are playing the, wow, that was a triple Axe Spider, double Absolute Ice Shield right in front. And yes, we are currently playing the how many Ice Shields and how many suppressions game have you played. And again, too, Florin not seeing, a Derm Dyna or a Maduke, and Anthony might have only played one. We'd have to go back to these lists here quickly.
Well, Anthony's also saying, hey, that looked really cool.
I'm going to do that too.
I liked what you did. Dark Bishop into the Infernal King Curse Dragon. Well. Allow me to try this tasty combo. What a delightful treat. I would like to ramp some cores, and it's also going to trigger the draw. Again, we've got the Mecha Beast Fortress on the side of Florin, so you see that draw happening now. Again, very weird that is kind of an offensive play here, but when deck size is relevant, yeah, that works.
Yep, and this is something that we've seen happen a lot. You generally want to be the person who does the combo second, because unless they have another immediate answer, right, you now have more spirits on the board and can apply a significant amount of pressure. But the Enterprise did exactly that. It forced Florin to say, hey, if you got the combo, you're going to play it this turn where I want to attack into. And now we're shutting off the suppression plays available to Florin, which we know that he has in his hand, right? So the Axe Spider is going to get bounced back. Anthony now has a window that says, look, all right, it's time to jam. Let's turn some stuff sideways. And we're going to be able to see a point of damage come across the table. Now, again, is that an Absolute Ice Shield in the burst? We're going to find out very quickly. But we know that Florin does have a couple in their hand as well. And of course, a draw into, so it's not. So what's interesting here is he's still
Or you just don't want them to know yet, right?
Well, unless he uses a Dream Bomb, I mean, he's still going to take the damage from it.
Well, yeah, that should have...
No, there should have been a loss of life on Florin's side.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I was pausing there as well, right? So it looked like what had happened was he actually drew one off the top as well. I thought what we saw happen was Netherworld Depths triggered, so he drew, and then it looked like, okay, well, that was another Absolute Ice Shield, so he just laid it back down immediately, which is why there was two in hand. But as you were noting, when you're playing from hand, combat stops after that resolves, but that one still needs to resolve, right? And since it wasn't from burst, you don't get the putback, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, in the interim, it looks like players are potentially proceeding forward with playing their Axe Spiders.
Yeah, we'll have to see if there's any word from the judges about if the camera cut or what happened, if there was some other exchange of that. I'm pretty sure we should be down one life on Florin's side, but otherwise it looks like we're just going to deploy the Axe Spiders, which again, if from a perspective of Curse Dragon combo, they're going to stick on the board. So now we just have a bunch of blockers that are sticking around. And again, here it looks like we're just counting back and forth to see how many cards are left in deck, how many cores are available. So again, the game of how many Ice Shields, how many suppressions, how many cards left in deck. And we're going to continue to go back and forth. And, we're almost down to the last third of the timer in this match.
Yeah, we are still in game one of round 6. 23 minutes, 13 seconds left in this round. And if you take the first game, well, so there is the Ice Shield. So
So unfortunately, this is going to be a player error because you have to play it out of burst, and he played it from hand instead.
Yeah, that tells me that there must have been a judge that's on the side there asking them, right? They might have now finally caught up, and
we'll see if the one life matters. You know, in the end, we're going to let the judge resolve at the table.
Well,
but...
so I think what happened there is they said, hey, you know, the one that you played wouldn't have stopped you from taking the damage. And I think what they have done is said to Florin, if that's one that's in your burst, then you'll get to keep the life. And Florin's deciding that that's the case because we haven't seen him dig the other one out of the trash yet. So if anything, what's going to happen is whether or not that second ice shield costs him as far as the usage, right?
Right. And again, it's been a very long day for these players.
Absolutely.
They are in game 1 still of this mirror match. And these are, especially when you're bringing this style of deck to determine, right, when we saw the white aggro early on, that game was over. Game 1 was 4 minutes, right? And then you have the breather between rounds. But if you come to a major event with a deck like Axe Spider, you have to be mentally prepared to be playing these 60 or in some cases 65-minute rounds with overtime. And, you know, you might only play that game 1 in the end of it.
I'd like to point out that did not look malicious in any way, right? It was just a simple, hey, I have this ice shield, I'm going to play it. We know that there's another one under there. It just happened to flip the wrong one.
Absolutely.
But also, what we had talked about earlier is when you're preparing for these, it's very rare that you sit and you play, you know, 6, 7, 8 best of 3s in a row. So this kind of mental fatigue does catch up to you. But what also we need to factor in is the potential nerves. Again, these players are trying to slide into the top 8. They both have 1 loss. They know if they lose here, their tournament is essentially over for the day. And there's a lot of money on the line. So when you're factoring all of those things in, it very well could be a bit of a mental load. So.
Okay, and just to confirm, we do got a note from the judges that they did rewind because when it was caught to have the burst getting used to heal the 1 life instead. So the 2 life is the correct state here from the judge at the table.
Yep. And it looked like that was what was happening. And there wasn't a lot that had happened afterwards because when all you're doing is playing Axe Spider, we kind of know how that's going anyway.
It does not change the outcome of the play sequence that followed whatsoever. It was like, look, I am playing all these Axe Spiders. That is my turn, and then I'm passing after.
So some core theft occurring here, right? We have cores coming off of an Axe Spider. But this Axe Spider was also swinging, and then they are going to be pulling off. So this is also a bit of an interesting twist, right? What happens when you get to a point where like you want to attack to force your opponent to have to draw, but also you want to have enough blockers on the reverse, right? Like there's almost like this 2-pronged approach to how you navigate this because both players, you know, not at full health. You do have health as a resource, but not at full health. But you also want to make sure you're attacking to try to, you know, force your opponent to deck out.
Yep. And yeah, we're going to see a very well-timed Beldegor discard off the core theft. These Axe Spiders staying at level 1 so they can actually die in combat. And now we're saying, like, look, this is, what is that, 3, 4, 5, 6? If you have all the cores for it, it's like 6 attacks in 1 turn that you can line up if we know that there is the Ice Shield as well to protect yourself from it. So we are going to just force Anthony to draw a lot of cards if they've I correctly identify that they are on the deck out plan at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the Deadly Balance goes off. The Beldegor comes into play ×2. As you said, that's more attacks, and every time you attack because of Netherworld, you're forcing your opponent to draw. So it's weird, right? You aren't making any sort of progress on the health total, but on the deck, you absolutely are.
Yep. So now we have to make sure that we are absolutely at the number that we think we are, because we do have let's say like the core drain, for example, in hand, right? We can use that to pay the core off Beldegor before it connects for blockers, to pump something else up, and to still force our opponent to draw the card. So we have more spells in our hand that we can chew through, but you have to keep in mind, how many cores left do we have available to us? We have to make sure that we're counting through exactly enough to where we can still have an absolute ice shield or something on the back end. So again, it looks like we're going to see a pass back and forth here. Again, the defending player does get priority, and both these Beldegors are going to die because they're only at 2Ks at level.
Well,
I'm sorry. The Axe Spider is at 1 core.
The Axe Spider only has 1 soul core on it. You called it earlier. Granted, it took 43 minutes for us to get there, but you said we're going to see a Burning Force potentially kill an Axe Spider, and we did. I didn't think it would happen, but Anthony making it work. And
live here at the Pro Tour, an Axe Spider dies to Burning Force.
You know what's also interesting, as I'm staring at the deck size on the side of Anthony, at what point do you absolute Ice Shield just so your opponent stops turning things sideways to mill you?
Yep. It's got
to be soon, right? There's what, 4 cards?
And we'd be curious to see how many is on Florence. So like I said, you're going to pay the core, deny the block. Beldegor is going to go to the trash. We're going to buff your opponent's spirit, because you can also do that just as any spirit. So that Curse Dragon that's doing nothing, by the way, let's just give him 2,000 BP, because why not?
His BP went up, his blood pressure.
Yeah. My blood pressure is going up watching this deck go down to 0. Like, we are actually seeing the deck out plan in action.
Yeah, well, we have another draw. So that's 1 less card in the deck. Again, that's why I was saying, Absolute Ice Shield to just stop them from turning stuff sideways is incredibly relevant. But I think when you play the game, you become accustomed to, all right, I know when I go to 2 life, that's like the magic number for making sure my Absolute Ice Shields stay on track, right? But when you're talking about decking yourself, I think you actually want to start protecting your deck with Ice Shields more at like 7 or 8 cards, because with the Netherworld, every time they attack, they get at least 1 card from you before you can turn off the attacks.
Yep.
And then you have to draw 1 for your turn as well. So when you're kind of planning ahead, you're really in the danger zone when you're around 8 or 9 cards, because even with 4 Ice Shields left in your deck, you're still in a position where you're going to be trickling down like 2 cards per turn. So we might have already crossed the threshold without even realizing it on the side of Anthony.
Yeah, and here we see the Beldegor dying from a block. No field left on Florent's side, but I mean, we know we have the Ice Shield in hand. That might be Ice Shield 3 in the burst and Ice Shield 4 in hand, but it looks like Anthony only has what I believe is 3 cards left in the deck. So, we can have that Absolute Ice Shield. He can try to attack. Florent's going to shut it down. And unless we immediately stop the attack on Anthony's side, which we don't have it, it looks like, unless it's in the burst already, this could just be the wrap up for game 1. And we are getting very, very low on time here with only 15 minutes left.
Yeah. And so I do wonder on the side of Anthony, if that is an Absolute Ice Shield that is over there in the burst area anyway, whether or not they waited too long to pop it and turn off the kind of draw effects that were occurring. And now we're going to put a Fox on the field as well, that, if it dies, you draw a card.
Oh, the Enterprise coming back online, again, to give you a lot of protection in case they try to Dream Bomb it or something like that. But again, the scenario here is going to be, is it Ice Shield or is it Ice Shield when you have no spirits on the board to defend with?
Yeah, whether or not Anthony can survive essentially this, well, you have this turn that you're playing out, right? But then you've got 1 more turn after that and 1 more turn after that you have to get to, right? Because we have to assume we're going to eat 1 Ice Shield this turn, then it comes back to you, eat 1 Ice Shield that turn, and then what do you do? And I do not think there's enough cards left when I'm looking at that deck for that to happen. Look at all of the cores on Rocket City.
Yeah, it's just...
Have you ever seen, in all of the games you've played for Battle Spirits, have you ever seen that many cores on a Rocket City?
No, I can't say I have, but when the games go this long, I mean, it's just a field, of course, so we're just going to scoop it up because he knows that with the other Ice Shield, it's going to be enough to deck him out in this case.
Yeah, and so He's saying, you know, hey, I've got this ice shield, and you know, when I could have used it, you know, probably it had already passed, but all right. Game 1 goes to Florin, and now 13 minutes, 11 seconds, and counting left in this round. You're going to have to try to fly through this if you're Anthony. Now, the good news is we saw him almost pull it off, right? The Mechlord Durham Dyna was very close to being a fast win before. That did all of the damage that Florin took that game. But whether or not you can do that again is a completely different story.
And Anthony, looks like they just threw the sideboard in for right away, just to see, you know, he might be cutting them after the shuffle, just to not let his opponent know how many cards he sideboarded in. But, you know, this is game 2, so it's really going to be on the pressure of Anthony to say, look, I got to close out this game in what's effectively going to be 10 minutes. So if they can find that Durham Dyna early again, like we saw what could have been a very short game 1, but instead we got to the point where both purple versions of Axe Spider can really stall out the game and just sit behind a wall of wait until you have the Curse Dragon Bishop combo, and you know you're only left with Axe Spiders on the field at that point. So it's going to be interesting to see where we go from a you know, shuffle up and go perspective. But it looks like we just got word that we're gonna have 7 rounds as well. So after this, we still have one more round of Pro Tour New Jersey for Battle Spirit Saga. So we are gonna see what we can do with this, you know, game 2 that's about to happen. But very excited that we're going to see one more match, and we'll try to, of course, grab a match that's on that bubble where, you know, it's the all or I shouldn't say all or nothing, because players, you know, even in top 16 are walking away with a very sweet cash prize this weekend. But, you know, it's really about playing for that top 8 and seeing if you can go all the way to get that 25 grand at the end of the day.
Yeah, what that tells me is that we're going to be left with 2 undefeateds going into round 7. So they will be duking it out for the top spot, the top seed, when we do make that cut to top 8 and we return tomorrow. But as you said, there are still plenty of people who want to keep their tournament hopes alive and sneak into that top 8 so that they can continue their quest for that $25,000. And we're going to have to see some fast play from Anthony if they want to close this out. And unfortunately, I'm staring at a hand that's got a Dream Bomb, an Ice Shield. Yeah, I was going to say, you keep that. There's no spirits for the suppression, but you have to assume you'll get there eventually, right?
Yeah, this is one of the things when I was playing the versions of Axe Spider, it's like, well, sometimes you just rip open and you have no spirits to play at all. But in this newest, you know, latest and greatest version of it, you have all the zeros. So you do have those early game spirits you can play now where, yes, we're going to ramp our opponent some cores, but we're going to give them some draws, because we are not going to be that aggressive in this list, again, because it's going to be a slower start from both players.
So burst, pass, which is, again, not what you want to see if you are Anthony, right? Because you know that you have to race this down and you're already going, oh, well, I guess we'll make it work. But the good news is you get your own Axe Spider to start. You can turn it sideways and get that damage in. And on the side of Florin, we're just ramping our cores. We don't care about taking the damage.
I mean, slam the depths, I guess, right? And just hope you draw into some stuff. You know that Anthony is going to be playing a slower start, so it's very unlikely that they hits you for 5, right? Because we know that's an Ice Shield, so they're going to heal 1, so that'd be 5 attacks they need. Even with all the zeros, because they require 3 cores, you know, that's not going to get you out there either. So we'll see what Anthony can kind of pull together here.
Now, that being said, if you could still do 2 or 3 here, that's a really big win for Anthony, because then that means that your Mechlord, should you find it, would be able to potentially close things out. But instead, we're going to see the Burning Force just kind of give some tempo advantage, right? We're negating the entire turn that Florin took off to set up that Netherworld Depths by simply removing it and getting more damage in with the Axe Spider.
Yep, and he really needed it because he didn't have a spirit. And then, of course, off the top, we had a Burning Force off the top, and then guess what? An Axe Spider off the top.
I just realized the 2 Ice Shields that were in the opening hand are still in Florin's hand, so that means the burst card down below is actually the Dream Bomb. And that might be why he was taking the damage.
Yeah, I like the idea that you can just bounce a problematic threat for you. And Buffalong Bill here coming down on a great turn because he's going to be able to bounce the Axe Spider. You're gonna have to take a turn off here, unfortunately, to set it up and then have enough cores on it to activate its level 3 effect. But it's really putting Florin on the pressure. Like, you got to find an answer for this.
I think that was another Dream Bomb that was just drawn as well.
Wow.
Florin is just drawing everything.
I mean, you have to rip that. Well, so it costs 3, right? So he had 3 cores left. So there's also consideration here for the core theft, like rip it this turn or else that Axe Spider is just going to get bounced right back to your hand. But what are we discarding from Florin's hand if that's the
Do you want to know what the biggest
take?
flex is? You want to know how you establish dominance in the mental game? Discard both Ice Shields.
No. Yep, so we do see the core theft.
Yeah.
Get rid of the Dream Bomb.
I just wanted to see the absolute stunning revelation of like, yeah, I'm going to discard both Ice Shields, and then what?
Yeah.
Come at me.
Yeah, the like in game 1 that we saw with the immediate answer for the core drain, we're now seeing a very, very timely core theft to do exactly what Florin wants to do to stay ahead in this match. And there we go. There's
here
the double.
Comes our elemental friends. Yep, the double 0 drop, the Amethystus, and of course our friendly Fox.
So just shy of being able to get Axe Spider to 3 cores. So he has a protection, but we've kind of established early on that it's not as important. So we want to put the 3 cores on the elementals instead so they can help draw a card while still pressuring like, hey, do you have the suppression in hand? Because we're going to check it right now. And of course he does. So he can pay the 3 cores, but looks like we're just going to.
I was going to say, I think you
take
can
it
just
instead.
take the 1, and then if the other Axe Spider comes at you because it doesn't have the 3 cores, like this could be a bait moment, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, well played by Florin. I love what just happened here.
Yep, so that is going to be an Axe Spider down on Anthony's side. We have 6 minutes here left, so we have to identify if there's going to be more spirits or not, or this might be the Axe Spider that sails the game from here.
I would like to point out, this is what winning game 1 when the clock is so low does for you, because there is no way in the world Anthony takes that attack if he doesn't need to win right now, right? So getting that grindy marathon win in game 1 for Florin is what caused that particular kind of setup and bait. And in many ways, it's not really a misplay, but it's not an optimal play. But again, Anthony's almost required to do it at this point.
Yep. And what's nice here too, it's to make, the important note here is you have these 0 costs. They are attacking, but they're also drawing you a card. Florin doesn't have an engine online yet to draw through. So these elementals, like, how bad does it feel to bounce a... Oh, there's the other suppression, right? These 0 costs are forcing him to use this suppression. And we have the Dream Bomb from Anthony that had to have been off the top of the elemental. So now we're pushing through the damage. There's 5 minutes left. He has the Derm Dyna in hand. If Florin deploys a Nexus, that's going to close it out too. Because the Absolute Ice Shield's not going to be able to save him. We know that there's a Dream Bomb down. He has to use it.
Yeah, there it is. Has to use it. Now,
this is huge.
There are still 2 Ice Shields in the hand of Florin, but he's down to 1 health now. So you got to have a blocker and then activate the Ice Shield if you want to shut down a wide turn.
Yeah, Anthony still has the life advantage here too. So Florin's got some work to do. He's just trying to stabilize. But at any point, if we find a Nexus, this dual gun Mech Lord is just going to close out the game. The Absolute Ice Shield can't save you at that point. So if we could see what else is in Anthony's hand, like we saw the dual gun Mech Lord, which is going to be a key threat to close out this game. But if he gets a Nexus, right, because it could be your own Nexus too. We saw the Rocket City, but we have another 0 cost. We can keep filtering. We can keep playing that game as well. But
what an interesting thing. Less than 5 minutes left on the clock, and we've already seen today somebody force a game 3 at the buzzer. Are we about to see this again? Is today just going to be a day of Pro Tour buzzer beaters?
Yeah, and here's again the elemental coming down. Wow, so this is great, right? Anthony realizing, like, if we can find a Nexus, we can likely close out this game. The 0 drop, drawing you cards. The Soul Core on the Algal Veil, drawing you cards, because he has to block out this is just two very live draws here for Anthony. And again, you have the luxury of having a couple extra points of life to deal with. So say like, hey, you are not killing me next turn no matter what. I have the buffer to attack with both of these spirits, force you to let me draw cards and find the answer I want.
All right, so the elemental comes in, is again going to force out the block like you said, but that's going to allow Anthony to dig a little bit deeper, draw a card. Clock still slowly trickling down. We have a
Dream Bomb. Dream Bomb again! And the attack is still going through. Does he have... Oh, I think that is a suppression that he has.
It would be the third one, yes. So the third suppression comes out just to keep Florin alive.
And still going to draw off the Agleveil as well. Anthony is applying insane pressure in this match with beautifully timed Dream Bombs. And we got to just play out the Axe Spider again. Okay, so the Elemental here, again, forcing some draw now. But, I mean, this game really showcases very well how impactful these elementals can be. Like, the zero cost is really going the distance for helping them dig.
This is where Anthony's about to rip off the top a Rocket City. Windmill slam it down, pass so that it comes back around and he can get the Derm Dyna up and running.
All right, let's see the draw. Okay, well, it's an elephant.
Yeah.
Not quite there yet, but
Not
what do we got?
Not quite there yet, but we do have just more filter, right? So another elemental there. We have the Amethystis, but is this a Dark Bishop? It is. I think we're going to try to force...
Oh, I like this because it's going to deny the draw from the elemental. You know that Florin is hurting for cards at this point. So if you're able to find a window where you can play a couple threats and get those attacks out, we are now forcing a double block again. So, yep, here we come. Our own elemental.
We're going to force the double block again, but we're also going to deny the draw, continue there. If you have access to even just one more spirit, you also might have to force yet another answer out, right?
Yep.
Because... that's 2 purple. I don't think that there's anything else that's going to help you with the cost reduction at the moment. So we go straight to the attacks. Amethystis coming in.
Oh, can't see the third card in Florin's hand, but Ice Shield and Curse Dragon, it looks like.
Yeah.
So not an ideal threat in this situation. But it looks like we are just going to force out an Ice Shield.
I was going to say we're going to just force out block and then force out the Ice Shield because, again, you have to do it this way, right? You have to have the block at the start, and then you want to turn off anything else potentially. And after being Dream Bombed over and over and over again, I think Florin is just saying, all right, at this point, like I can't even risk it. 42 seconds in counting, though.
So it looks like it's paying the cores off the elemental just to force the shadow block to deny some draw here on both sides. See, draw another zero cost elemental. Yep, just windmill slam it down and pass. Why are you revealing the Ice Shield?
I don't know. There's still time on the clock. I think he was...
so that might have been...
I think he was just trying to say something like, hey, I have this for next turn as well.
Okay, he wasn't drawing the...
But I was just about to say, yeah, there was potentially the Derm Dyna. What a display by Anthony to try and force that game 3. I really thought we were going to get our second buzzer beater of the day, but Florin showing... turns out, right, when you have a Dream Bomb, a couple of Ice Shields, and 3 suppressions to go with your Axe Biter,
man,
that is quite the wall to try to push through. So, congratulations on the victory. Very well navigated. Again, one more round, right? We have a final round 7 before us, and then we will essentially crown our top 8 that are moving on to tomorrow. Florin's still in the hunt. Unfortunately for Anthony, that second loss is likely going to remove them from the contention.
Yep. So again, a very good game that we saw in that game one just goes the distance, and it really comes to show, as you mentioned, you just have to play to win that one game, because as we saw just there, maybe he could have drawn the Rocket City, forced that game 3, but then also game 3 in those 2 decks is not where you ever want to be either. But I think there's a real MVP of that match in particular, those 0 costs. I mean, going the distance, getting the filtering, it really showed that Anthony was able to, filter through and really apply the pressure and still get to draw a card every single time with it, where Florin was forced to block and forced on the back foot. So again, I think we're going to see a lot more of these elementals in the next set with, the map butterflies we saw during our exhibition match for green, but then the elementals out of EX01 for purple, white, yellow, and red.
Well, with that in mind, I believe, are going to be taking one more break as we set up for round 7, which is the final round of today, after which we will have our top 8 competitors locked in for tomorrow, where they will continue to compete for that $25,000 going to first place out of our $100,000 prize pool. So again, don't go anywhere. We have one more round, but we are taking a short break, and round 7, when we return, will be on the way. Hello and welcome back to the Pro Tour event for Battle Spirit Saga here in New Jersey. I am still Charmer, once again joined by Kozmic here on the desk, and we have a great round 7 ahead of us. This is the final round of the day, and while we were thinking that we were going to see some undefeateds battle it out, it turns out Rex Mendoza, as far as the Swiss rounds go, is the only undefeated. I say as far as the Swiss rounds because I myself am undefeated on the broadcast as well today, but we do have some players that are essentially on the bubble, which means they need to win to stay in it, and we are going to feature them, and it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, this is 2 players who had lost the very first round, it turns out, and have continued to climb through the ranks and win round after round after round. So this is the moment that they've been waiting for, literally this entire tournament, all 7 rounds. This is the moment they've been playing for, and they are ready to see if they will be making it for the top 8 cut that is happening tomorrow.
Yeah, I also like the decks that they are bringing. You said before we started back on air for the broadcast that it's kind of the old champion versus the new champion, right? So we're going to have Matt Ortiz-Belcher on Gigano Rex, which is a deck that has done very well historically and was kind of dominating a lot of the set 1 meta. And then we have Ryan Miles, who's going to be piloting this new purple-white Axe Spider, which has kind of been the star of the show today. So a bit of a passing of the torch potentially, or we might see Matt say, hey, you know what, this Rex deck is still pretty good.
Yeah, the consistency of red is nothing to sneeze at. It's still a very serious competitor when, yes, you have Axe Spiders, and we've seen a couple times in the rounds today where this purple-white Axe Spider list can set up, but it takes a while to get there. So you need to find the right resources to pressure them out before they can fully establish. It looks like we're going to be driving right into the games here with a star-blessed draw, just trying to give us some more options because, hey, we know our opponent's going to be slower to start off the match, so let's just sculpt the perfect hand for us and not worry about the threats that are coming our way right away.
Yeah, we do see again Matthew Ortiz-Belcher with the Starblast draw to start things off, which means Ryan Miles must have also just passed, right? Because we see the cores over there, but no Nexuses developed, no spirits played. We are back to the other side of the table where the Rain Needle is coming down, and as I say this, it's also coming down outside. I can hear the storm, and as I look, I mean, it is a tempest out there, but it's also a tempest here as we see an Overraptidon hit the board as well, and another Rain Needle.
And I like this too because Ryan is showing a couple different options here in terms of what he might have. Like he has 5 cores, so it could be something like a Burning Force he's trying to hold up. By playing nothing, he's effectively checking his opponent to say, hey, what else do you have? That you want to go wide? Do you want to try to be that aggressive play? But here we're going to choose like, you know what? I'm going to kill your 2 threats and I'm going to ramp 1 core out of my life. And that's perfectly fine. So we're going to see if Ryan does have a follow-up or if he was really just trying to make the most value out of that Burning Force, because again, against Rex, you need to slow down the game. You want us to try to stabilize as the Axe Spider. So forcing this Burning Force early against the 1-drops is quite good at hopefully swinging the tempo for Ryan.
Yeah, so the 1 damage was dealt, but as you said, ramps the cores up. Now Ryan has to decide how they want to answer. Great job there with kind of the soul read, though. You said,
Yep.
hey, it might be Burning Force, and then it came down. That's why you get paid the big bucks, and that's why I have to make the dad jokes. Might just be a slow hand, though. This is a very early bishop hitting the table for Ryan, which says perhaps it was part setting up the Burning Force, or perhaps it's just that they have drawn into all of their top end.
Yeah, and we had exactly the 7 cores that we would have wanted for, 4 for X-Spider, 3 to put it on, so we can make sure that we're at least blocking 1. But Dark Bishop, he still does have, if I remember correctly, 4K power, so the Dino is going to check, but, this is still offering if you wanted to, pressure with the Rain Needle this turn, it's still going to be a trade, and Ryan really wants to be in that position where he can 1-for-1 until he gets the X-Spider online and gets the most value out of suppression and some of the other combo plays that you can make. So laying out his core cards that are available to, not all players like the cores in the game itself, but we do have the option for the cards itself. So very similar how other games have energy or other tokens for their games. We have core cards as well that can showcase here on stream.
I would expect nothing else than this kind of degeneracy from Ryan Miles. True story. You can back me up. Showed up today, said, hey, Charmer, I hate you. He even posted on Twitter that he was going to do it and then followed through. So,
man of his word.
Man of his word, I guess I will give him that. But of course, he's using the core cards and developing the Amethystus here as well. If you're wondering, Ryan is somebody that I know from several card games. That's why he was telling me that he hates me. He's a fantastic card game player across a number of different titles. Battle Spirits is just one of his many talents. But we got to see a sneak peek at the hand of Matthew Ortiz Belcher there, and that's a lot of ice.
Yes, both in the bling and also in the absolute ice shield with a Burning Force and a Gigano Rex is not exactly where you want to be. I mean, the Burning Force at least does have a good target here because we have the inside caster knowledge that Ryan has something extra spicy in his list that we have not seen yet in the purple white Axe Spider. So I'm not going to spoil it. I'm going to hopefully it comes up because it's a really, really neat tech option that we haven't seen yet. And that Nexus might give you a hint as to what it is.
I also personally hope that we get to see it because it is, in fact, one of my favorite cards in set 1. I love playing that particular color. I won't even say the color because I don't want to ruin it, but I do hope that we get to see an appearance. But we are back to Matthew. What an interesting kind of interplay between these two where I think neither of them have had an ideal start on the side of Matthew. Again, you want a bunch more pterosaurs, perhaps to go wide, take advantage of this, but just hasn't been able to find anything besides the Gigano. And then on the other side with Ryan, you had this expensive Nexus that you tried to develop, but in order to get there, you had to play an early Bishop. You had to take some damage to set up that Burning Force.
Yeah, and again, like Scorched Battlefield would go a long way here because if we're going to attack, we're going to see that the 0-cost purple elemental is still going to be able to draw cards. So, we want to try to keep Ryan off of any type of draw engine as possible until we can become more established as the Rex player in this matchup in particular, be it through a Star Blessed Draw, or Scorched Battlefield, things of that nature. So we do see the elephant come online from Ryan's side, and not the machine beast that we might have been hinting at, so to narrow it down a little bit, but because it does have that triple reduction on the Nexus, we get to play it for cheap. And this is a very real threat. This is a very, very strong start from Ryan Miles. Rex as a deck, if you kind of catch them off guard where they're not able to have those more explosive starts, Purple White X Spider is absolutely the deck that's going to try to capitalize on it. So we do see the Scorched Battlefield coming down that can hopefully try to chip in some damage and threaten some draws. But that is a very scary elephant that we're looking at on the next turn.
Yeah, it is a very healthy elephant, a house, a fortress, if you will. Yes, I'm going back to that one.
A full city.
Once said it earlier on the broadcast, but that's what I think of whenever this thing hits the table because it does so much for you, much like an actual fortress where it protects you, but potentially like feeds you as well. That's exactly what happens here. So you get some cores from the void into your reserve. You get to draw some cards as well, much needed ammunition at this point as Ryan is trying to dig deeper. I think Ryan can kind of smell that Matthews had a slow start, a bit of a rough hand, and with these additional cards from the fortress now, you're going to be able to capitalize on it even further.
Right. We know that Ryan himself, we had the Burning Force to start off, and then we had it slower with the Baculus, maybe just wanting to develop a Spirit so we can get on the board and, play some of the other purple stuff that you have in your deck, but ultimately just wanting to say, like, hey, if they do find an explosive turn, we want to make sure we have some blockers on board against the Rex deck. But now this second pass where it was just the battlefield into pass, I mean, you have to get the feeling that the Rex player is starting to fall behind. Okay, there you go, Charmer. What do you want to say about the card that just appeared on stream?
Again, one of my favorite cards from I say from the first set, but like really this comes from the starter deck, right? This is Divine Moonsky Beast Fanatec Elk. It does a lot of things. One, it's hard to kill. It also allows you to win through defense. It's one of the few cards that lets you do that. That's why I enjoy it. Normally, you have to eventually kind of set yourself up to turn the corner where you have to attack. But this, you can literally play defense the entire time and still threaten those cores. The other thing I want to say about it is it does meet my criteria, which is that the cards with 5 words in the name are the best in the game. And this also fits the bill.
Yeah, five effects in the name, 5 cores on the Elk to be a 10k and being able to shoot a core if Matt's not able to connect on damage. So from Matt's side at this point, with Elk being able to gum up the board, we really need to see that Durham Dyna come online. So we're going to see a Volcanic Canyon come down, helping with the filtering. But again, we know that he does have a large number of ice shields in the hand, which is not what you want to see against the slower decks. And here we see Elk coming online to deal the damage.
I was just going to say, it's even worse against Elk. This is another reason why I'm a big fan of this card, is the ice shields don't really help you. When the game plan is to win through Elk, those ice shields feel like dead cards at times, right? Another reason I really like it in this matchup in particular is when it hits the table, as long as you keep enough cores on it, it's not likely going to die. The opponent, Matthew Ortiz-Belcher here, the most likely pieces of removal that he has are cards like Burning Force, maybe Volcanic Break, right? That's what you think when you see red. This 10k Elk that also has that nice, like, when the Spirit blocks condition on it means it's not going to be dying anytime soon. The only way it's going to come off the board is maybe from something like a Dream Bomb.
Exactly, and we do see an opportunity for other decks that might have other ways around it. But when you're playing against Rex, right, it is just those BP-based removals, and as long as Ryan doesn't drop it down to level 2, where it has 6k, I mean, we're shutting off Volcanic Break there even. So that Elk, no matter what, for the rest of the game, I'm sure is going to sit at 5 cores until something else, kind of develops for it. But Elk is doing its job from this point. So here we do see cores being shifted around to make sure that we can get the draw off the elemental. So yeah, from what it's looking like, right, we have a draw potential. We have the Elk, which is just going to block something and gum up the board. Ryan might also be identifying a Volcanic Break from his opponent and just trying to diversify his blocks. But nope, we're just going to go for the attack. We have the 2 elementals, which can play defense as well for us. And, even if Matt does have the Burning Force to remove both elementals, the Elk is still guaranteed for 1 block. And then we might see a suppression come online as well. We'll have to see what else is in Ryan's hand. It looks like there was a Burning Force. But yeah, I love the, let's just get aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to, especially if you do have something like a suppression, because then you can play it on the Elk and then still trigger when the Spirit blocks and get all of that juiciness. It's almost like this was the original Axe Biter of sorts, but obviously being a bit more expensive, a little bit harder to fit into every deck, whereas now with, the low to the ground cost of Axe Biter, we're seeing it kind of pop up in more lists for sure. But I still love this Elk, man. The Divine Moonsky Beast Fanatec Elk. Yeah, it just rolls off the tongue.
It is something that we're going to be seeing, over the course of this game and probably next game, because it is just a good card in this opportunity where, again, the Rex player didn't get online as quick as they needed, and now they're digging for answers. But he's just a good boy, just a good 10k. And also the artwork is gorgeous. I hope we get to see the Store Championship version, because I did get to look at the Ryan's list. He does have the Store Champ, which is absolutely gorgeous. It's a beautiful, beautiful alt art for the card itself. So that might make a special appearance as well. But we're quickly dwindling down the life totals here, and we're gonna see the ice shields. Right, they're still gonna heal you 1. Elk is still gonna cause a loss of life. You are still gonna get to heal up if you keep a core in the reserve to replace it, because Elk does shoot to trash again. So it doesn't just you have to keep something there if you want to heal, but it's something that we could see. It still matters. It's still increasing your total health that players have access to with Absolute Ice Shield. Flamefish
What?
being a nice 4K to blow up the elementals if we don't see the...
I was about to say, so, earlier in the broadcast, you and I have kind of talked about what is a path to victory, right? When a player falls behind, you have to kind of shift your train of thought. What is the card I'm trying to search for? How am I going to force through the damage? And so in this scenario, I'll pose that question to you, right? What is the path to victory if you're Matthew? Because normally I would say, okay, you want to kind of race and get ahead of the elk, but because of the slow start, Ryan has a nice wide board, already has the elk on top of it, and I just don't know what you can do other than continue to just blindly attack into this, because you also need to get your damage on Ryan, or else you're taking damage in return.
Yep, you're forced to try to set up this board where you're going wide to connect with the Scorched Battlefield to draw some extra cards and kind of just keep chaining those spirits together, right? But because you got to, or had to miss that kind of initial inertia for what the deck wants to be doing, it's going to be very, very hard for this very first battlefield to connect, which is exactly what we're seeing here. So, a Flamefish can go, get across, but even with the battlefield, it's now a 2K. So those 1K elementals are just blocking it for free. But interestingly enough, Ryan chooses to just go for the Absolute Ice Shield, which, because of a fun ruling with Elk itself, it's still going to cause a loss of life, because at the end of turn, your life total did not change.
Is that still the case? I thought that was recently updated. Nope. Maybe that's my mistake.
Yep, that is still the ruling on it, and that again could just be another ice shield. So this, in case if it was like friendly testing, like, hey, this is an ice shield, and Matt might have literally just asked him that question, like, hey, is that an ice shield or something? Because I think he was down to 2 life there, so like an attack plus the elk trigger is going to wrap up the game 1.
Yeah, I think Matthew also just kind of came to the same conclusion, which was, what is your path to victory? Well, at this stage, it's not anything. I missed the window where I could have any sort of answer to the elk. I missed the window where, as you said, I can build the proper inertia to even try to go around it, because ultimately that's what you need to do.
So looking at some sideboard options, with starting off with Ryan, typical some of the cards we've seen out of Purple White Axe Spider so far. Some of them have Enterprise, some of them have extra copies of Cursed Dragon and Bishop. I do like the one Core Drain. And then as I was scrolling down, I saw Odin, which is a great anti-aggro card that can bounce 3 costs or less when you come into play. So I think that's a very real, sideboard consideration here for Ryan, because, spoiler, all the Pterosaurus and Emperor Beast are generally going to be 3 costs or less. So it's just a great way to establish a double blocker. And because Ryan also has the brand new 0 drops, right, for white, you can actually turbo out an Odin pretty easily. Is there anything else you think that Ryan's considering for this matchup in particular?
No, I think it's the Odins, but I'm glad you mentioned it, because those are something that I still will run at my locals. I think that it is a fantastic card in the meta when you're not in the Axe Spider mirror, essentially.
Right.
So I think where it starts to lose some of its value, but pretty much in any other situation against pterosaurs, if you do run into some of those yellow lists, it's just a lot of additional tempo for you. So I would expect those to come in potentially.
Yeah, and speaking back to your rule about having five pieces in the name as a word, if I can read this upside down, Fortress God Knight Odin type X at the end.
That's the problem, is the X.
Does that count? Does that count for your rule?
No, see, that makes it 6, right?
Okay.
Because it is granted a singular letter, but it is also technically a 6th word in the title. It's still a good card, though. I'm a big fan of Odin for sure.
And what do you like out of Matt's sideboard? So, again, Rex being something we've seen a lot, and they kind of have, 1 or 2 things that they traditionally rely on, but anything else that catches your eye in terms of what we might expect out of Matt's side?
Nothing that's super groundbreaking. The all-star that we've been seeing all day for answering Axe Spider has been the Meckler-Derm Dyna. I see that we've got, 1 in the main, but also 1 in the sideboard, so I expect that to come in at a minimum. There is a pair of Andromedas there. If you want to, you could potentially bring those in, because we did see Ryan was running the Nexus that is going to reduce the cost of the Elks and your Fortress Nomaguards, and so being able to maybe answer if they develop that, trying to get the cost reduction, and then you get rid of it, but also get a body on the board, that's going to help your tempo plays when you're trying to build that inertia. So those would be the ones I would consider, but I don't think those are necessarily surprises.
Right. I think dual gun McClure is something that even everyone who's caught the stream today has become very acquainted with and realized the importance of it against the Axe Spider decks. But again, with Ryan's list in particular, with some of the tech changes that we've seen, he is really heavy on the Machine Beast and wanting to turbo out those elks early, or even the elephants. So hitting the Nexus can be really good. But then there's also the case from Ryan's side. That you're playing against red. You could just bring that out and just bring in the Odins, right? That is a considerable substitution that you might want to bring in if you know that your opponent's going to have those Andromedas to try to punish you.
Well, I mean, you could, but you also have to remember this is still purple-white, right? So you're already running like Netherworld, and if they want to take out your ability to kind of get the cost reduction, well, then that's fine. Your Netherworld is going to stick, right? So if anything, I think you would want to leave them in and use one to bait the other. But we're going into game 2. I believe that's a Scorch to start things off on the side of Matthew, and now we are on to the Amethystis on the side of Ryan. So again, these zero cost elementals just showing up in a big way today. Oh, and we're going to follow that up as well, thanks to the cost reduction.
Yep. So again, the zero cost being great to help you ramp out into other plays, and then Algavale also just being a draw engine for us here. So again, wanting to play the more, control the early turns, try to get some removal where you can, and then again, purple just being so good, or the purple side of this purple-white Axe Spider deck being so good at being able to draw the cards to help you find the Axe Spider tools and the other things that you need to stabilize. But again, I got to give a huge shout out to Matt. He found his battlefield on turn 1, and that is what Rex wants to be doing to try to get that inertia in this matchup and getting that much needed card advantage early on to try to get ahead of your opponent. But it looks like Ryan has 2 draws.
I was just about to say, but the problem is, what if it's exactly what happened in game 1, which is that we saw 2 early spirits and then a whole lot of nothing for a while, right?
Yep.
Thankfully, we just got to see the hand. That's not going to be the case for Matthew this time around, but man, that would have been a real rough one if we see the Canyon and the Scorched Battlefield come down with nothing to follow it up.
Yep. And Dino Man just being a good 6K blocker, and then also when he needs to attack with it, right? It's very easy to get this up to 7K or 8K if he really wanted to, which is going to go over most of the things in Ryan's deck, of course, other than things like Axe Spider and the top end with the Elk and the other Machine Beast to consider. But we do see a discard Gigano Rex, so maybe we're just not, or maybe we have a second one in hand, right? So we have the Andromeda. Okay, the beautiful Store Champ version Andromeda. I love the artwork on that one.
Yeah,
had the second Gigano. Okay.
Yeah, a second Rex in hand as well. But even if we didn't have the second one, I think that when you're looking at what you want to do in these early turns, this is for sure just going to be a go wide swing. Again, you want to build that inertia. You definitely want to do whatever you can before the Axe Spider hits the board. And what we see here is, I believe that's a Bearded coming across.
Yep, Bearded Eagle trying to swing through for 6K and also threatening the draw. So we do have 2 very good attackers here that are going to trample over Ryan's spirits if he decides to block. But again, Aglavale, you're getting a free draw.
Well, it turns out with the Elemental as well, right?
Yep.
So.
I thought I was going to block the other way if he just blocks out both to deny the Scorched Battlefield. And he might anyways. But again, keeping the Aglavale around also gives you the opportunity to keep your reductions, which can be really important without seeing more of Ryan's hand. It does look like double Axe Spider, I think I saw.
Yeah. I think that I was going to say, see the blocks here, just because we're not in a position where the cost reduction on purple would matter as much. Typically, when you're thinking about things you want to play, if you had a Netherworld that you were trying to cheat out early, then maybe you would have considered. Right. But without that, we're not going to see, for example, the Bishop into Infernal King Curse Dragon. My brain is going faster than my mouth at this point. This early in the game. Instead, we do see the Axe Spider come down, just trying to lock up this board positioning, and we do see a Burst entering play face down as well.
Yeah, as you rightly mentioned, it looks like from the majority of Ryan's hand is going to be white. So it's kind of one of those just, hey, take the draws where you can. Maybe you find the 0 drops for the white side of it to try to ramp into this Axe Spider. But it looks like we have the one this turn deployed by Ryan and a follow-up in his hand as well. So this is giving Matt the opportunity to play a couple things, right? power up your board, swing through, get a couple of connects on the Scorched Battlefield, and draw some cards. Like, yeah, Gigano's going to buff up your board, and we're going to see the Axe Spider getting tapped. And Ryan doesn't have the cores needed to get the suppression from this point, so we are guaranteed to get these other spirits to connect.
Yeah.
Looks like there's some.
I was going to say, I feel like we still have some cores available if there is an Ice Shield that wants to be played or something. You have to remember, Ryan is kind of playing with this left-handed board state, right? So when you're looking at the cores available, the life is on the top, but those ones that are down below, I think that's technically his reserve and not his trash, because the trash for the rest of the discard pile is located on the other side. I could be reading that wrong, but that is at least my understanding.
Wait, no, because he deployed the Axe Spider. So wait, shouldn't they be on the other side?
Yeah.
This is the left-handed special is throwing us both off. But no, I think his reserve is actually his reserve is actually the reserve, but his life is in the opposite side. Okay, so that is an interesting.
And the burst is.
And the burst. So half the board, half the board is flipped around, as it were.
Well, last game he also was doing it in reverse. That's why I was thrown when he did the deploy and then threw them over, but. The important point is that the players know what's going on.
You're right, exactly. Which we are doing a wonderful job of communicating back to the audience at home. But no, we definitely have it correct now. Oh man, those finalists over Raptidons look great too. But we did see some card draw off the battlefield, and now we're going to see what else can Ryan deploy? But yes, another Axe Spider to hey, we're now blocking two things. So Gigano's going to buff your board, but this is guaranteed to shut down two things. So eventually the Rex player is just establishing this go wide board that threatening the Scorched Battlefield draw that Ryan has to figure out some kind of answer for, which again could be suppression. That's been a key card all day long in these rounds for these more late game white and purple style of decks, or the white control deck from earlier as well. So we're going to see some development here from Matt to try to get some more pterosaurs on the board, and then likely just a couple swings to try to connect on some life damaging effects to trigger Scorched Battlefield to draw a card.
Yeah, this has the potential to be a really impactful turn if we see Matthew go incredibly wide. I mean, we have the two Axe Spiders there, but what you have as the kind of sacrifice, though, is that if you go wide, you're likely going to be losing some units in the process, but what you gain from it is punching through the damage, but then also you're triggering those draws from the Scorched Battlefield. Or I was going to say we could see Matthew just decide to keep some cores on these so that you're still potentially pushing through one damage, but you're not going to lose units in the process, which would still net result be some potential card gain. It's weird, right? You could navigate it one of each way, but ultimately, I like what we're seeing here. We're just going to take it slow and steady. Don't overextend.
And here's the great part with Axe Spider too, right? You're forcing your opponent to overextend in these attacks where normally they just get one or two in, and then you have some blockers and all that stuff. But Matt does not have a burst set. These Axe Spiders are still technically threatening, 2 points of damage. And now we're going to be able to reset the Scorched Battlefield. So a little bit of having to count what cores we're using here on Ryan's side, because the burst is going to activate for Dream Bomb. He's going to decide if he wants to bounce something else as well. And again, this technically happens at the end of combat. So we're going to bounce the Volcanic Canyon to turn off the filtering, and then Gigano Rex is going to go back to hand. And Ryan communicating that he's going to shortcut with these cores. He can pay them off the Axe Spider, right, to pay for the Dream Bomb, but we know those cores are going right back immediately to Axe Spider to keep him at level 2.
Yeah, so this is actually a pretty big tempo play for Ryan, because not only do you get rid of the free filter portion, but you also put the Gigano Rex back in the hand as well, which means your opponent doesn't have nearly as much cost reduction. We could see Ryan, depending on what they decide to do here, either answer with playing some more units and continuing to build this like wide wall, or I saw the suppression there now. So with the additional cores gained after taking that damage, we could see these Axe Spiders swing in and then just defend with the suppression.
Yep, and we saw the Nexus in his hand to try to get that Machine Beast out, get that last point of reduction. So he does, it looks like he's counting to have the Nexus play and still hold up suppression, as you mentioned that he might do. And there was also the Store Champ Elk, another beautiful variation that we've been talking about. So I hope the Elk gets on the board just because it's great artwork, but considering his choices here, because he also does have the Aggle Veil if he just wants another cheap blocker that can cycle, because it will draw when it dies from having the Soul Core on it. So there's actually a number of different lines that Ryan has available to him. And then, of course, the Odin as well. I'm sorry, totally missed that as well. The Odin going to be able to bounce a couple threats for when Matt tries to get in with that Scorched Battlefield. So now you're extending your, 2 Axe Spiders that are tapping things down to now Odin, who can bounce something, which can be the thing that he is blocking. So it's effectively like another Axe Spider in this matchup, or it can shut off 2 blocks if you really need to, or 2 attackers, because it can block 1 Spirit and then bounce the other one that is kind of getting in the way.
Yeah, I think right now what Ryan is trying to decide is whether or not you want to go with the Odin or something else. But I feel like what we're going to see is the Nexus, as you had said. So we do get that onto the board. Cores can go on it, because if you're saving those for suppression, you can peel them off anyway.
Yep, and it looks like, we also get the added bonus of making them just bigger on the next turn, which may come up depending on how wide Matt wants to go. But again, if we have the suppression, we're going to be getting him up to a bonus 3k BP anyway, so that's likely enough, other than Giganorex, to trade out some of the red spirits.
Now, there was a pass there, so Ryan could have went in with some offense with the Axe Spiders, but obviously that telegraphs what you have. So perhaps instead what Ryan is doing here is just slowly developing the board, knowing that we have that Divine Moonsky Beast Fanatec Elk sitting in the hand, where you can kind of catch Matthew with a combat trick or 2, block down a bunch of units, and then turn around and drop the Elk and just win that way, right, with a nice drain out. The other thing to consider as well is when you just had your big Dream Bomb play, I think the last thing you want to do really is just turn around and make it that much easier to replay those cards by donating them more cores, right? So by choosing not to take the damage there, you're denying, potentially 1 to 2 cores to Matthew for replaying those cards.
Yeah, so it looks like there is a call at the table just to clear up some confusion. I think that Matt drew an extra card off the Volcanic Canyon, which ended up getting bounced to his hand, because I'm pretty sure the Flamefish got discarded, but that is not on the board. So it looks like with our judges trying to figure out what the board state.
As we talk about that big tempo play, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, that was a thing. So
we'll give it here just a second for them to kind of re-establish what the board state is. It was in the draw step, so it got caught in time, right? We didn't go into the attack phase. We didn't do all this stuff and then said, oh, well, the extra card might have changed the decision. It looks like we caught it absolutely immediately, which is the best time to catch it in this scenario, where you are still in your draw phase and not, too far ahead in your play where it can't be rewound. So again, I want to say that we are in round 7. This is the premier event so far for Battle Spirit Saga, with a lot on the line. And as a reminder, let's go all the way back to what we said at the start. These are 2 players who started their tournament experience with those early round losses, and they have been trying to climb back ever since to secure that spot into top 8. So there is a lot on the line. These players have really been digging deep to try to, withhold off that mental fatigue that's been surely building up at this point. So we're going to give the judges here some time just to fix the board state. But these are the, as you're mentioning in the earlier rounds, you can't test for these scenarios that come up in the play testing, right? Because you're at home, it's a more relaxed environment. You can take breaks when you want to. You can stretch your legs. You can walk to the corner store and grab yourself a beverage, right? Then come back and do more testing. But we have been playing some very long rounds here today. We've seen a lot of these go to time. We've seen the buzzer beaters, and we had the one key game where it was aggro, and that ended quickly. But I think this is another one that you can expect to go the distance.
So the good news here is that, as you said, things were caught kind of early, but one of the things that I also kind of want to highlight, right, is that there is some information gained. So that's probably what they're trying to figure out, is what was the order of the cards drawn? How do we rewind it? And then potentially what's it going to be, right? Is it a warning, or, what is the judge ruling going to be? But while we wait for that, what I want to know is, what are you most looking forward to tomorrow? Because we're in the final round of Swiss today. We're going to have a cut to top 8. Based on what you've seen today, what do you look forward to, or what do you expect to see tomorrow?
Yeah, I think as we're getting here in the late rounds, I definitely want to give a huge shout out to, Gigano Rex still being the king of the format. And, we might see a new king develop over the course of the Pro Tour. Would be really great to see Rex kind of get dethroned, as it were, here right at the very end of the Dawn of History meta. But it's also interesting that, this is literally the last weekend of it, and then it's a brand new format and everything. So this is like a special 1 week format that we get to dig into. So I would love to see, I don't want to get the caster curse on or anything like that, but I would love to see an Axe Spider deck be able to go the distance, because it's a card that a lot of people thought when it was first released was going to like horribly warp the format and just be this uncounterable card. And, it did get a couple places in the top 8 and top 16 and top 32 of the various Grand Opens, but it was nowhere near as dominant as the Fabled Beasts, the Curse Dragons, the Gigano Rexes that have played time and time again. And I got to say it, but Nova has actually topped more events than Axe Spider has leading up to this event. So, the launch events do weight that a little bit, but technically true. So it'd be really interesting to see kind of a new king.
All right, so I'm hearing from production that they are trying to figure out what's going to go forward right now with the judge ruling. So we're going to be going back to that game so that we can dive right back in. And it does look like there was a rewind of sorts. I only see the one flame fish on the table. So what, again, I assume is going to happen is that they were determining what card was the extra card. How do we put them back and proceed from that point?
Right. So here's the Volcanic Canyon coming back down. So now we are going to get that filter effect on the following turn. But looks like we are here getting into the back and forth. And again, just to remind everyone that Ryan Miles is up a game in this match. And this is going to be for the win and in, as it's called, for the top 8 spot.
Yeah, and a chance to continue to play for a casual $25,000 for first place. Again, at $100,000 total on the line this weekend. And, you and I, we got to see some dual eagles earlier today. Well, now we get to see dual bearded eagles, because a second one has hit the board for Matthew Ortiz Belcher. I know it's not the dual eagle that you love in yellow, but
it is 2 of them, so that is fair. And again, just being able to have that 5K BP threshold so you can survive against the Axe Spiders is really, really important in this matchup, right? So it allows you to be aggressive with the Axe Spiders. It forces your opponent to have some type of answer. But what's interesting here is that Ryan does have the Nexus that also boosts them by 1K. So now you have to go one beyond. So you have to develop a core onto the Volcanic Canyon if you want to. He's going to point at the Volcanic Canyon. And we do see the elephant coming down from Ryan. So this is kind of going back to the last game, right? So Ryan was able to establish kind of that early elephant and early big threats, and elk in this case, or the big top end machine beast, right? That's going to help him close out the game. And again, elephant, if you want to, you just block with it. It draws you 3 cards and gets you 3 cores. And that could be the same thing here that helps Ryan kind of take ahead in this match.
We're actually almost at the point where we're seeing a repeat of game 1, right? So we have the early Axe Spider, then we have the Nexus that hits, and now we have the Fortress Diamond Guard hitting the table. That died in game 1, which then fueled Ryan with the cores and the card draw to find the elk. In this case, we already know through caster vision that Ryan is sitting on a Divine Moonsky Fanatec elk. And so as a result, you might just need the cores, right?
Yep.
So getting rid of that mammoth would give you the cores to allow you to play it and make sure that it's outside of like volcanic break range, and then you're right back in the saddle. So we could just be seeing a repeat. I mean, it worked game 1 and it worked very, very well. So why not run it back?
Yeah, absolutely. And what I really love here too is, depending on how Matt wants to develop his board, the elephant is also the opportunity that you just leave it at level 2. You can then get aggressive with it. You can start attacking with it, refresh all your stuff. And when you want to, you can play a magic to rip the cores off elephant, drop him down to level 1, and surprise your opponent that way. So Matt does have to be very mindful about how he wants to answer this elephant without giving Ryan, full control of when it wants to leave the board. So it could be things like Dream Bomb or going around it with Derm Dyna, but we haven't seen the Derm Dyna come online yet on Matt's side of the board. And when again, that elk is lurking in Ryan's hand, that could help gum up the board again. And again, with 10K power, it's not going to get hit by that volcanic break anytime soon.
Well, you mentioned it earlier. That is the Over-Raptidon, but the very, very beautiful, extra shiny one that has hit the board. And now we're going to see a couple of Rain Needles as well. This is the wide scenario that I think Matthew Ortiz was looking for in order to get back into this game. But we still have, potentially suppressions, for example, with these axe biters. We also could just on purpose lose the fortress, right? To draw the cards and then draw into something to shut down the turn. So while this is a very threatening posture on the side of Matthew, it doesn't mean that Ryan is in a too bad of a position, right? We're going to open things up here with one of the Bearded Eagles, and much like I suspected, the fortress is jumping in front of it, but it is big enough to actually just survive here. And now we have Bearded Eagle number 2 coming in. And Ryan is, looks like, going to throw an Axe Biter in front of this one. And now a Rain Needle enters the fray. And the Axe Biter will take that trade. So far, saved all of your health, and you have removed 2 of the opposing spirits. So now the moment comes where you figure out what you're going to do, and it is a suppression. You pull 1 core from one Axe Biter to give the buff to the other.
Yeah, and that's what I really like too, right? So during the main phase, you're going to protect your Nexus with Axe Biter, because as of right now, there's nothing that's going to blow up your Nexus at instant speed. And then it still gives you that access to the Soul Core to play the suppression and have exactly that line of sequencing that had just come up. So we are going to see an extra core go under the city, which is going to boost all of his spirits by 1,000 power on his opponent's turn, which again turns those Axe Biters into 6k blockers, which is going to be a very nice threshold to hit against the Gigano Rex style of deck.
Well, what I also expect to see now that we've got multiple cores under that fortress is just wholesale offense, because when you hit the end of your turn, you're going to be able to refresh everything. And so these Axe Biters are now very, very effective.
Yeah, it's just 5k battle power, but turns out just 5k is enough. It turns out that Dino Man is sitting at 2k on defense, and then Overraptidon is sitting at 1k on defense. So these are going to be coming through. And of course, Ryan does need to close out the game eventually. We do know that he still is holding onto the Elk, which can start burning some damage if he wants to. But I do like just the chip away game plan that he has here, because he does have another suppression that if he wants to, he could line up a turn where he sacrifices the elephant.
Yeah, I was about to say, I thought we were going to see the offense, but now with those cores being pulled off, maybe instead we are going to see the absolute beauty of the Divine Moonsky Beast Fanatec Elk.
Yeah, he has quite a few cores to work with there, so he's a couple different options he has available into his hand. Again, if he just feels that he wants a filter, we still have the Aggle Veil, but then that would take the Soul Core off of your Nexus, which if you're still trying to deploy that Machine Beast Elk, you want to keep it on just to have the extra 1k BP, because then you can drop it down, right, to that level 2 and just only have 3 cores on it, because now it's a 7k on your opponent's turn.
And then
so
you don't have to worry about that volcanic break. Absolutely.
Yes. So there is a couple lines where Ryan is trying to set up a more core efficient turn on the following turns, but nope, looks like we are just going to go for
there was a consideration, but we arrived at the same place where we started, which is that these are going to turn sideways and chip away at Matthew Belcher's health, because we're going to get the refresh. But you do want to be thorough, right? Like, I don't blame Ryan for slowing it down, taking his time. You want to make sure you consider the lines.
Yeah, and again, the City Nexus is just doing some work. Again, those Axe Biters hitting irrelevant 6k on your opponent's turn, making them have to deploy extra Nexus or power up the Volcanic Canyon as well, so your Eagles don't just now die, right, to the Axe Biter to try to push them up to 7. So it's really trying to constrict the amount of cores that Matthew has to work with, because ideally you want to put 2 on Scorched Battlefield so you can threaten a draw, and you still want to put 1 on Volcanic Canyon to power up, especially that Eagle, to a nice 7k number. But again, that opens up the opportunity for, what answers does Ryan have that could help lower down his elephant? Because if he takes 1 core off the elephant and 2 cores off the Nexus, it would drop down to a 7k.
So this is, I believe, the Gigano Rex that was dream bombed several turns ago, making a return. We did see a second one in the hand there as well. But we might actually see an attempt at another go wide turn. There is still not another burst placed down on the side of Ryan Miles. And Matthew Ortiz Belcher has just loaded up back to double the amount of spirits, right? So 6 on the side of Matthew, only 3 on the side of Ryan, trying to do that math and saying, okay, Ryan's at 3 with no burst placed there. What if we just get through?
Yep, and we have to make note of that Flamefish as well, currently turning off Gigantorex's cheat ability, as it were, to get to level 3 with only 1 core. But we could see that second Gigano come down as well and just have the plus 6k to the field, as it were, with both Gigano attacks, making sure that no matter what, your spirits are staying on the board. That said, we will very quickly see Ryan say, all right, take my elephant, you got it, because he's going to want that draw and that core ramp. So very interesting turn for Matt to see how he wants to navigate it, because you can keep your bigger spirits alive with double Gigano, or we're just going to have it for the level 1 effect. Yep, because the Flamefish is staying on the board. We're going into combat, and we also don't have the cores on the Scorched Battlefield. So I think this is very much the I just need to get in chip damage turn.
Is there any scenario where you go into combat, but you maybe start with like the Flamefish trying to suicide it to then activate the Giganorex, like almost as a surprise got you? I don't think Ryan would fall for that, but that is something that I was kind of considering here as well, right? Like, yes, right now Jurassic King Giganorex is technically turned off, but that doesn't mean that it has to stay that way.
Yep, Flamefish, they still have to exhaust the spirit to block, right? So Flamefish gets rid of a blocker and turns back on your Giganorex in the same turn, or you just chip through a damage, which is, what Matt needs to do at this point. So we do see a little bit of a telegraph of something that Ryan could have, and it looks like we might be peeling off to try to threaten that elephant getting down to that 7k range that we mentioned just a few moments ago to prevent him from swinging out on other stuff.
Oh, wow. What a beautiful play here. So before you've declared your blockers, you get to pull stuff off with the Burning Force, get rid of some units, and then if you want, run this fortress into something and potentially lose it to draw additional cards and ramp, right? Like, I absolutely love this bait and switch by Ryan.
Yeah, and of course the Overaptidon just being a 2k by itself is going to get cleaned up very quickly, but now it puts the pressure on Matt saying like, yep, that's an elephant that's no longer a 10k, so we have to be very careful about, is this a turn that we're finally going to deal with it, or are we just going to pass the turn? We do see a Dream Bomb, I think that was in his hand.
Dream Bomb in the hand of Matthew, so does just pass it over. I think you were wanting to wait to take advantage of, when you have more spirits on the board, when you can maybe get rid of one of those axe biters, or again, maybe bounce the fortress so that you don't have to give up the card draw when you're going through it. But at some point here, I think what we're going to end up seeing is Ryan forcing the hand of Matthew, which is, you play the elk, you make sure that you keep it, nice and outside of that volcanic break range, but then you've got the ability to go on offense and stay on defense when you do that. We're a couple of cores away from doing it comfortably, though. Like, that's what I keep struggling with, is like, how do you get there? I feel like Ryan actually really does want to get rid of this fortress, but hasn't found a good way to do so yet.
But again, at the same time, it is still just a 10k attacker, so we do have the opportunity to just continue to smash through for damage. And if he blocks the Gigano or something, that is a consideration for my guy's just bigger, right? So maybe the elephant does find a line where it's going to get knocked out, but then also the elemental is still threatening an attack here as well. So this is 4 attacks from Ryan on top of I guess no burst set, but there is an opportunity for him to have some type of answer here. So we are going to use a Dream Bomb, and we were talking about this in one of the earlier rounds, and it hasn't come up yet, but now Ryan has committed one attacker with the Axe Spider, tried to attack with the Elephant, and the Dream Bomb is going to deny the refresh that maybe Ryan was going to bank on. So if there's a opportunity for Matt to try to get back in this game and find a turn where he can get through a few points of damage, we've effectively removed 2 blockers, but it looks like Ryan's not done yet. We are pumping the gas here and trying to connect with these Axe Spiders.
Yeah, there is a lot of cores available to Ryan, and a decent number of cards for this late into a white game, which means I think you're just sending a message to Matthew saying, hey, I've got some way to stop you.
Yep, and it has those four cores off to the side where Elephant just was. So that is still, suppression is a very real thing with the axe spiders.
Absolutely. Or, you've still got 3 health, right? So if you wanted to just leave the ice shield in your hand, you could. If you really wanted to be cheeky, I feel like you would still put it down in the burst because you could also negate the health loss. But
right.
Sometimes you just want to psych out your opponent. I don't know, man. It's round 7.
Yes.
It's been a long day. And sometimes you have to do something just to keep yourself awake.
Yep, and this is also the opportunity for we might see the old switcheroo, and now Elk is going to come into play finally on Ryan's side now that the Elephant's kind of out of the way, because now you gave yourself these 4 cores to do something with. So we could see Elk coming online. We get the Nexus back up to its level 2. It's protected by Axe Spider, and now your Elk is sitting at a 7K on your opponent's turn. That is going to be effectively Axe Spider number 3 in this board, in this matchup, in this moment.
Yeah, I actually think that's what we will see, simply because you also got a Dream Bomb out of the way, right? So one of the cards that would have denied the Elk some potential value has now already been played. And as you said, when you already have 2 Axe Spiders and then you play the Elk, that's just one more. Matthew's continuing to try to find ways to go wide and push through, and as a result, has kind of taken some damage on the crackback attacks. So Matthew is sitting at 2 health. When that Elk comes down, it's just forcing the hand of Matthew. Either continue to kind of suicide your units into me every turn, or you're going to slowly lose to the Elk.
Yep, and Ryan here getting to use his resources. We're going to see the suppression, obviously taking the Soul Core off the Nexus because we need to pay that as part of the cost so we can still block while something is exhausted, and then Axe Spider is going to go up to an 8K block. So it does just, shield off the turn, and we do have the 4 cores, 2 cores on the Nexus, 3 cores on Elk. That is exactly now what the number of cores we needed to slam down the Elk on this turn if we wanted. Now, again, the downside is we still have to respect taking a damage because Elk is not going to activate unless you have that effect of maybe you set an ice shield and pay for it that way, and then you can activate Elk, but you really need to make sure you have an answer to keep that Elk on the board, make sure it lasts through end of turn, and not take a damage.
Well, I think right now, the relevancy, though, is that even if you get to a point where you take a damage, right? You're still forcing Matthew into making unfavorable trades. And when you have the health lead here, you can do that for a round, maybe even 2, and still end up winning as a result. So instead, it looks like we're going to see the Odin come down. Is it possible that Ryan is just going to go for the win here?
Yes, because Odin is going to be able to get a bounce effect. We have the Aggle Veil, which is a 1K, but if it dies, he's going to draw a card. And we are going to see 4 attackers to 2 blockers because, again, Odin is going to remove a 3 cost or less in this scenario.
Right.
Which, spoiler, is going to be the Eagle or the Oraptor.
Yep. We're also staring at no bursts face down on the side of Matthew. With only 1 health here, you could, I guess, block and then play the Ice Shield from hand, but that would require... Yep,
that's exactly what it was.
I was going to say, that would require you to use all of the cores that had just come off of the Eagle. But it is out of the way.
Yep, and so now because we are going for the win that turn, we do see an opportunity with that Burning Force off the top. The Nexus is no longer protected, so the Andromeda is live. The Burning Force is live if you want to try to cut them off, cut Ryan off of the ramp into the Elk. But again, you do have 2 Axe Spiders on board, so you do have that white reduction that you maybe needed. But I do think it's not to be understated that the 1K from that Nexus has been relevant quite a few times. It may continue to be relevant depending on how this turn plays out.
Well, the Andromeda went to the trash, and instead what we saw was Matthew holding onto that Burning Force, but also I saw a Volcanic Break. So if and when that Elk ever does come down, we will have to kind of keep that in mind. It does look like they're just following it up with another Andromeda.
Ooh, taking out the Aggle Veil, removing the blocker that you can. Still, the important thing to note here is that the Andromeda is turning off Giganorex because it is a Star Dragon. So you have to take into consideration, was this just a removal? Am I going to power up one of these Giganorexes? The Axe Spiders are only 5Ks, right? So a single Gigano activation at least is buffing enough of your board. Plus, we have the Scorched Battlefield and Volcanic Break, which are going to give 1,000 BP each. So Matt's really got to figure out, how important is this Andromeda? We could confront if we get big enough instead of the Gigano so that we can still tap down a blocker. We see another Dream Bomb in his hand, which can remove something else as well. So this is definitely a case where, Ryan does have a Dream Bomb back, but I don't see an Absolute Ice Shield. Actually, I don't see a Suppression either. It looks like it's just Dream Bomb in the hand.
Dream Bomb, yeah. It does appear that is the case, and that might not be enough. Be a really awkward way to end up losing this, where you went for the win and then the Ice Shield from hand is what shut you out. But there's a chance we might be going to a game 3 here. We'll have to see what happens. Looks like Ryan gonna take that one.
I guess it's like, how far do you want to risk? Because the Gigano has to swing. We do have the Dream Bomb here.
So there is the Dream Bomb. Okay. I think Ryan was like, I really wanted to go for the win last round, and I couldn't. So we're going to get rid of all of the blockers so there can't, hopefully be that one block plus Ice Shield. And so very patiently waiting, going all the way down to one.
He knows instantly.
And he knows. So again, very well played, very well navigated by Ryan, just to take it all the way down and then with the Dream Bomb seal it up. And so with that, unfortunately, Matthew Ortiz Belcher is going to be eliminated from top 8 contention. Ryan Miles lost round 1, but has continued to win ever since and is still in the hunt, right?
Yep.
Might make that cut into the top 8.
And we are going to get that top 8 bracket tonight. So we're going to take a short break here. But again, really huge shout out to both these players. Again, you have to remember, they lost those early rounds and really battled it out to get to the very end. And it takes a lot of mental fortitude to lose at such a big event in the very first round and then win every other round all the way up until the final round 7, right, as it were. So huge kudos to both players, Ryan and Matt in this case, for sticking out to the very end and getting to get to that round 7 win and in field to play in the top 8 of the Pro Tour.
All right. Well, with that in mind, we are, as he said, going to be taking a short break, and then when we come back, we will maybe have the bracket and then also give you a little bit of info for tomorrow, because again, this is just day 1. Yep. We are at the Pro Tour, and tomorrow we will have the top 8 being broadcasted, and we will crown a winner of the first Pro Tour event here in New Jersey for Battle Spirit Saga and award them $25,000. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back after this short break.